expecting.
Yes, it is, and it will be a very exciting and interesting day, I think so.
So I wanted just to highlight that when classical games fail to decide the winner of the match, the battle intensifies dramatically with tie breaks. We will show you the format. Today we will have 12 tie breaks. So every move, every second, they can lead to triumph or heartbreak. Let's have a look. So first we have 2 rapid games with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Then, if the match is drawn, we have another 2 rapid games with 10 minutes and 10 seconds increment. So in case this match is drawn, we will play the Blitz portion of the game, so 2 Blitz games with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. And if these games are drawn, so then we will play 1 Blitz game at a time with 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and each game is going to be decisive. But I was thinking about long tennis matches, you know. I still remember a dramatic match played by Isner Mayut in Wimbledon, I think it was in 2010. The 5th set lasted till the 70 points. So it means that today we can be here till the end of the night.
Yeah,
yes, we are ready. I hope that you are too. You have no excuse. This is a very intense tournament, and with each round we have less and less players.
By the way, we have quite much tie breaks, you know. Just imagine, out of 32 boards, we have 12 tie breaks.
Yes, 12 tie breaks. So maybe let's show the tie breaks. Who is playing today? 12 tie breaks. We have an all-Ukrainian match on the top. Anna Muzyczuk is facing Inna Gaponenko. Kamalidenova, who failed to make a draw yesterday and allowed Alexandra Goryachkina to come back in this match and force a tiebreak. A very close match between Katerina Lagno and Anastasia Avramidou. The same goes to the match between Maria Muzyczuk and
Cervantes Landeiro,
because she was playing wonderfully. Alexandra Kostyniuk will face Raut Padmina. Alexandra won the World Cup in 2021. Umida Omonova, the surprise of this World Cup, she forced the tiebreaks against Alina Kashlinskaya. Then we have the Chinese player Miu Yulu playing Tohiryonova Rugbegim. And the last one I can see.
This is Vantika Agrawal against Ushenina Anna. Vantika, who won the first game and lost the second one.
Anna bounced back as well. So we have another Chinese player, Yuxin Song, against Mai Narva. Priyanka against Claudia Coulon. Priyanka, who was also a dark horse, at the beginning of this event, but she proved that she deserves her spot in this World Cup, and she can even go further. Lilit Mkrtchyan will play against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. Each player scored 1 win. Alexandra Maltsevskaya won on demand with the black pieces, and Antoinetta Stefanova drew yesterday the second game against Elina Danilan, but she was on the verge of defeat. Elina played a very nice game. You remember, sacrificed the pawns, and was trying to fight for the initiative, and she was very, very close to winning.
By the way, 2 words about Priyanka. She's quite underrated for this tournament, as if I remember correctly, not too long ago she was more than 2200, almost 2300. So I mean, it's not so unexpected that she's doing such a kind of result. More unexpected, I think, still was that Kamalidenova, that was almost in the 3rd round, lost the game yesterday against Goryachkina Alexandra, and of course Omonova Umida, that I am very interested to take a look at her today, because she is a perfect rapid and blitz player.
But so let's have a look at the playing hall. Charlize is live from the playing hall.
and we are live in the playing hall where playoffs for round 2 is about to start. Now you will notice a lot of familiar faces behind me, which means that there are so many surprising players who had to make it to the playoffs to actually fight to stay in the competition. Some games like Kostanjuk ended as soon as like 30 minutes yesterday. So it was a bit shocking to see these top players having their first game coming into playoffs, but that's what it is. This is of course the most nerve-wracking part of the tournament. They're playing rapid games that might go to Blitz, arbiters everywhere. Let's speak to our deputy chief arbiter to find out what's all the arbiters, what their jobs are here in the hall.
Hello. Their job to write their moves because the players not obliged to keep their score sheets, and because of that we have for per match per arbiter one arbiter who make a record of this game. And if player would like to, for example, have a climb, for example, threefold repetition or 50 moves during the game 5 times, have a possibility to ask assistant on their moves for this checking the score sheet from arbiter as well.
Has this happened so far yet?
Sometimes it's happened and it's very helpful, really.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to see you and all the arbiters doing such a great job. Well, there you have it. Stay tuned. The nerves are kicking in. Let's see some exciting chess today.
Thank you, Charlize, for such a wonderful introduction. That was also Marika Japaridze. Valery, you can feel the electricity in the air. You know,
Yes,
it's like
it is.
we are there. So the games are going to start in a few minutes. I wanted to tell you that for the rapid games, there will be a 5-minute delay. And for the Blitz game, there will be a 2-minute delay. But of course, we will cover the games hopefully in real time. And for this tiebreak, there will be a fixed hour for the beginning at 6. So the first game will start at 3 p.m. The second game will start at 4:20 p.m. Batumi time. Let's say it's 2 hours earlier in Paris. So who is your favorite?
Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, right?
Yes, sometimes, yes. So in summertime, it's 2 hours in Paris, the difference. So who is your favorite for today, Valerian?
I have to be brave to say that Umida Umunova.
Okay, so we will follow all the matches very closely. I wanted also to highlight that we have so many young players participating in this event. Like 15 years old, 13 years old, 13 years, 14 years old. I was thinking about all other sports discipline. It's so rare that at this age you can participate at the World Cup. So one of the, let's say, surprises of the second round was the Kazakh player Elnaz Kalahmet. She's only 14 years old.
Yes.
She will be 15 later this year. And I have to say that she beat Nino Batsashvili convincingly. You know, it was not even a blunder in both
with
games.
Black pieces,
Yes, and she was very close to winning the game, outplaying her more experienced opponent. We also
Even in the first game, she had a big advantage. If you remember, the opposite color bishops with the extra 2 pawns. Right?
Of course. So we also have Anna Shukman, who is 16, but she is through. She has qualified for the third round. So we will see who else will follow. And I think the youngest player in this event was a player for Sri Lanka, Devindya Ushini Gunawardana, and a player from China, Muzian Gao. 13 years old, participating in their first World Cup. And on the other hand, we have few experienced players. Yulia Ryanova, she was 51 years old. Ina Gaponenko, who is playing in these tiebreaks, is 49 years old. And Elina Danilyan, who is facing Antonetta Stefanova, is 46 years old. So the games has just started. Let's have a look. Maybe we can have a closer look at the cameras.
This is a first board. Anna Muzichuk against Gaponenko Ina. As I remember, you said that Gaponenko is a good rapid player.
Yes, she is.
And the Blitz
she's a very good player. Okay, she is constantly in time trouble, so she calculates very well. I think the And probably one of the most important elements that you have to take into consideration, these are nerves, and they can decide everything.
Yes, that's the most important thing in Rapid and Blitz in tie breaks.
Anna played a very interesting,
right?
a very interesting move order. So she didn't play d4 yet. Bishop b5, queen b6, forcing white to take on c6. Unless Anna had another option, she could have played bishop a4, just to keep the bishop on the board. It's also
It's very
possible.
interesting, the move order. When was the g6 done?
It was e4, c5, knight f3, g6. Anna decided to play c3.
I already have the
Okay,
games.
perfect. Let's have
let's take a
our
look.
boards. Normally, I would play d4 in this position if c3 was played. But Anna probably was surprised by Ina's choice of the opening, so she went for the most solid approach. And after c3, d5 is a very good move. So transposing to the c5 Sicilian with g6, which plays very well with the black.
Yes, and this is a position we have right now. As nothing so special is happening, maybe we can go to the next board. This is Kamalidenova, Goryachkina, Alexandra. These two boards, they are on the scene of our playing venue. And here we have Kamalidenova with the white. Let's see what was here as
It's
an
a very well-known line in the Italian. Everything has been
knight
played.
d2, not knight c3, knight d2.
Yes. Many times.
Take, yeah, very well known. More than well known.
Here you have two options. You can take on d2 or you can play bishop b7.
So one option is taking on d2,
Yes.
another option is bishop e7. Both of them, we could not say that any of them is a main line, I think so, because they are like equally played.
But the thing is, yes, when you take on d2, let's just show this variation. It's not that you are given a dark square bishop, but your idea is to play against this powerful bishop on c4. So bishop d2, now you play knight b6.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, knight b6,
first.
I think, because as I remember a few games, so knight b6. And bishop e6 actually. You can play bishop g4 and bishop b6.
You
have this,
line.
yes,
so take on d2, take on d2, knight b6, bishop a2, and bishop e6.
Yes, and you have to be ready to play with this pawn structure. So
yeah, that's absolutely okay to have e6 pawn against d4 pawn and the perfect square on d5 for the knight.
But bishop g4 there is also possible. However, Alexandra has another viable option, is to play bishop e7 here after a3. And then to play bishop e6. So you play bishop e7. Okay, it's a very, very solid approach here. You protect the g5 square. It's very important because knight will go to e4, then knight g5, bishop d3, who knows. This reminds me of the Queen's Gambit Accepted. You know, you can have this position where white played with the isolated pawn.
Yes. With black e5?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's take a look at maybe the next game, as we have a quiet position on this board for now. So I'll try just to take a look at all of them, if it is possible.
Wow, we had Yanis on the board between Katerina Lagno and Anastasia Avramidou. You can see that Anastasia is also going for the kill. Anyway, there should be only one player standing when the smoke settles down. F5, Katerina went for d3.
Take. Knight f6 and castle.
The most complicated line in Yanis, of course, is d4, but you cannot play this in the rapid game if you are not prepared.
Yeah, if you don't know it well.
Yes, of course, and there's so much theory to remember.
And bishop e7, it is Katerina to move.
It's very interesting here because sometimes you don't know what to do with your queen because bishop can go to g4, so maybe you can try and play queen d3 here.
Immediately, to start with queen d3.
Well, queen d3 because...
why not?
I think that if you try to play bishop b3, then black can play knight a5. What do you think?
Yes.
Yes, you can take this
sure.
bishop, and because it's natural to play bishop b3, you want to...
Now it's possible that bishop e6 is facing knight g5.
Yes. Because after bishop b3, what I wanted to say, you want to stop black to castle, of course, but it's not possible here.
Okay, let's take a look at Kostyuk.
Kostyuk.
Where we have already moved 16 and the end game on the board.
What was the opening? Was this the
Let's
Queen's
take a
Gambit?
look.
Again, the Queen's Gambit
Yes,
with
h6. Which is so popular last time. By the way, they had the same opening in the classical game.
Yes, only here, she decided to take on c4. And Alexandra used a similar idea that she used in the classical game. She wants to take with her knight on c4.
And she did it.
c5 was played. Interesting. And here
and
it is, Queen
castle.
d6. No, but Queen d6, you see, she was fighting for this d6 square.
Yes,
It was part of her preparation for the classical game.
We were talking about that even in the classical game, about the d6 square to enter there with the queen.
But look at this, f4, because black has to play e5 and open the bishop, e5 and f5, restricting the bishop even more. How can you develop here? Bishop d7.
I'm completely sure this is a preparation of Alexandra, and not only for this tournament. She knows this system very well, and look at her time. She has almost 17 minutes on the board against Rhodes' 12 minutes.
So you think she managed to trap her opponent in the opening stage? So 4 minutes ahead.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Black, and how can she continue? Rook to d8? Yes, and rook is on d8 already. We are trying to make the most natural moves, but after h4, how can you stop those pawns? You remember yesterday, Harika, she beat her opponent with queens off the board. She simply doubled on the h file, and this was it. Will we have this similar scenario here?
Knight d8. Maybe knight d8 is a correct move. It's just time to trade the pieces to avoid the huge attack on the king's side.
And it's a prophylactic move against g5, because if you take on e8, bishop 8, by the way, you're forced to take with the bishop. Yes, I thought that the pawn on f5 will not be protected, but you can play knight e8, bishop 8, g5. Then they're going to swap the rooks.
On the same time, maybe knight c4 to help with another knight there. Makes some sense. So but Alexandra start thinking.
But maybe knight c4, king f8, and the game continues. Okay, let's go on. Maybe we missed Mizicuk Maria against Talia Cervantes. What is going on there? A very solid position for white. Talia just...
From Rogozin, or what was it?
I think so. Yes, bishop b4 was on the board, so the Rogozin opening. Here, bishop f5 was played, and Talia finished her development. She castled, maybe c4 could have... She could have played c4.
Next one could be c4.
But I think that Maria can play knight a5 here, and to fix this structure.
What about knight d2 and f3, for example, later? Maybe also makes sense.
Yes, but maybe you can take on d2, can you?
Yeah, still, black does not have any troubles. It is very similar to what we are talking about on the first day, about the structure, that white is, I mean, black is kind of attacking on the queen side later, but it seems like nothing much to attack there. But still, I said then, and I will repeat that black does not have any problem of any piece. That already means that they are okay from the opening.
However, it mirrors a little bit how their classical match went. You know, they always had very solid approach.
Let's take a look at Omonova-Umida, my favorite for today.
Against Alina Kashlinskaya, Umida Omonova is having the white pieces here. So she went for the Rui Lopez, and Alina, I think, went for the classical, you know, Spanish. It means bishop b7. Oh, wait a second, but c3 knight e4 here, because she started with c3 and not rook e1, so that's the difference. And Alina immediately spotted that she could take this pawn on e4. Does it transpose to one of the variations of Berlin?
Yeah, probably we can say that.
No, but bishop c6, d takes c6, knight e5 castle. Yeah, you could have this position.
But
then,
look at the time. Omonova has 15 minutes and Alina has 10 minutes. Omonova is already blitzing from the beginning. She's a very fast player. So what's going on right now? It's very interesting.
I just
the
wanted
current
to say
position.
that I think that if you were using this Berlin analogy, the knight is on e6 in those positions, but here Alina had her knight on d7, so she managed to trade a few pieces, and I think that the position is rather looks equal to me. What do you think?
Yes. Okay, but the point is who is equalizing. That's quite
Black
important.
has to equalize, of course.
That's quite important thing. So the pawn is hanging on c7. Black has to make the choice. Play bishop b6 or c6. After c6 there will be some weak squares appearing on d6 and b6, for example, after knight a5. And then maybe knight c4 using those squares. And another choice is to play bishop b6.
But bishop b6, I was thinking, let's try c4. I want to play c5.
Yeah, it's facing c4, c5.
So how are you defending this pawn? Because c5 is
Which
a
is
major
quite
threat.
unpleasant. Which is quite unpleasant. And we see Alina thinking with 8 minutes on the clock.
Maybe she can play bishop b6 here. She still has some time. And then if c5, bishop b3. Can we? Let's try.
You mean bishop e6 here?
Yes, you have to develop your pieces here. So if c5, then I still have bishop b3.
That's true. So on c5 there is bishop b3.
Maybe she's hanging like on a thread. So
Yes.
but this is the game which will definitely keep us on the edge of our seats, because I can see that Umida is determined to win with the white pieces, and Alina will have a tough job equalizing. Now that we look at this position a bit more, well, we are aware of the dangers.
Yes. So next is, okay, we have the move
She
there.
played
Maybe
bishop
let's take a
g4,
look.
yes.
Bishop g4.
So she decided, yes, just to leave the pawn, yes, unattended.
Let's take it.
Maybe let's try. Yes, let's take it. Bishop c7. What can you do here? I think this pawn is a delicious one. You have to take it, and she grabs it. Bishop
Just a
c7.
As you love to say.
Yes, I'm not sure that bishop f3, g takes f3 will bring anything.
Yes, it
to
even
black,
will be
yes.
like no pair of the bishops on the board anymore.
So she has to keep the bishops on the board.
Then what was the point of bishop g4 if we are not taking on f3?
Maybe Alina forgot about the pawn on c7.
Do you think so? Possible, by
Who
the way,
knows?
possible, because
Yes.
now she looks like more focused than it was a few minutes ago. Maybe she just forget.
And only 10 minutes. You see that I
H5.
feel that she's not in the game yet. Like she spent already half of her time. And
H5 is so
she
strange
has
move.
7 minutes left. She just wants to make a useful move. Like, what can you do? After H3, she will probably take on F3 anyway.
So maybe she missed that after bishop b6 in the position when we were talking about. She thought that c4 is too dangerous and she missed the bishop e6 move. Could be, right? Could be. Okay.
Okay, let's get to the game between maybe Antoinetta Stefanova and Elena Danielian.
That's always interesting.
The clash
That's always
of
interesting.
our heavyweights. Both players are very accomplished. They have so much experience in this format. Antoinetta Stefanova is the former world champion, which she won in a knockout format. So she's a very difficult opponent to beat. We have the French defense once again, and Antoinetta opted for knight d2. Knight
Yes.
f6, bishop
was
d3.
like that.
The theoretical position, knight c6, knight e4, bishop e7, and castle.
Yeah. With the slightly better chances for white, we can say.
So black can castle right now with like a very complicated game ahead of us because all the pieces are on the board. And
What about bishop g5 here?
it's very important to know the plans here. So after the castle.
Yes. Castle and bishop g5. Makes sense.
Maybe you are forced to take on e4, who knows?
Yes, and bishop takes
Whether you,
e4.
while you still have your queen on d5, so you cannot take with the queen. Knight e4, bishop e7, knight e7, something like this, no?
Yeah. Yes.
Lilith
Complicated, but
Makartachan.
nothing concrete for now.
Lilith Makartachan against Alexandra Maltsevskaya.
What opening was that?
Let's have a look. b4 on the fourth move. Okay.
Knight bd2 and b4.
But you know, it's sort of you're playing against the Catalan with the black pieces. You know, when with the black pieces you use b5. Now you can play b4 with an extra tempo.
Makes sense.
Yes, so b4 is a very useful move.
So just don't make it complicated. Everything is very simple.
So e3. But the advantage then is that black can adjust their play. So here I think that Alexandra reacted very well, and she took on c4. She exchanged one minor piece because otherwise the knights are too much on one square. So d5 or b6.
Seems like a mutual play.
Rook c8 was the last move, and
What
Lilith
to do
is still
here with the
thinking.
white? Maybe knight d2 makes sense.
Yes, I like this move, knight d2.
To attack that bishop on b3. Now, leaving the bishop on b3 will not be a good
No, I
option,
think
definitely.
you have to go. Yes, bishop
Only-
b6.
e6. And now, what to do now? Maybe even knight c4 to trade this.
The question is, does black want to play c6 here? Rook c8 was with the idea of playing c6,
It was.
just
was.
liberating the rook, of course, and the pieces.
So maybe still maybe c5.
And I think that knight d2 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah. Yes, we have it on the board. So let's wait for the Alexandra's response. Whom left here? Let's take a look at Ushenina also.
Okay, Ushenina. But we will try to cover like the beginning of every game. But Vantika has only 5 minutes left. The game just started while we were commentating. But okay, this is a classical structure.
So interesting. Where did she think so much, so long?
I
In
don't
which
know, because
moment?
I don't have the time indicator, but this is a classical structure where normally white, of course, is supposed to push the minority attack
Yeah.
on the queen side.
The current position, what we have on the board, it's equalized fully with black.
Exactly. So and
Black
where
does not have any troubles.
and where black is supposed to play e4, but I can see that Vantika switched to the plan. I think she wanted to play e4 herself, but she didn't manage. So rook f1, knight f8, knight e2, knight g6, knight g6. So
Yeah, taking on g6 makes no sense, of course, because take, and queen g7.
and you cannot play e4 because the pawn on d4 is hanging. So the knight on e6 is very powerful, and it is employed
knight f1. That's something.
against this idea.
That's something that Vantika could not decide where and what to do. Knight f1, h5. Okay, Anna is doing all
So
correct moves, let's say.
a crazy position between Priyanka and Claudio Coulon. The king is on b6 already. Let's have a look at this one.
Actually, we have typical Priyanka and typical Claudia in this game.
So bishop g3, king b6. How can you continue with your attack? I thought maybe you can play b4, but then bishop will not take on b4, of course, but will play bishop d4.
So white has a rook and the 2 pawns for the bishop and the knight.
So she played queen h4 because she was afraid Claudia will jump somewhere with her knight.
Maybe a5? Time to play a5 for black.
Queen h4 also supporting the idea of b4.
Yes.
Maybe bishop d7. Don't you think that you should bring your rook into play?
Immediately, I mean,
don't know,
that bishop d7 and don't be afraid of b4.
Well,
as we have bishop
e7, I thought.
Bishop e7 with tempo here.
Something like this, and then you can bring your rook. Where does your queen go here?
Queen h6, bishop g5, no, or yes, yeah, bishop g5 is almost
and Claudia
trapping.
plays a5. Okay, she's prophylactic
she
move.
trusted.
First, she is depriving her opponent of any counterplay because it's very important to restrict white's initiative here.
By the way, if say shortly, the position seems quite complicated and mutual. Yeah.
With mutual chances.
Yes, mutual chance.
Okay, then we still didn't have a look at the game between Mai Narva and Yu Xing-sung. Oh, the knight is on d4. You know, it's not easy to evaluate the position immediately.
Exchange down.
What is happening? You know, yes. So why?
You know the best option. What to say there? Unclear position.
Well, I clearly see that black sacrificed an exchange on f3. Then she took the pawn on d4, which of course yields black sufficient compensation for the sacrificed exchange. But maybe here I think it's easier to play with black. What do you think?
Yes, because the pawn range in the center is giving you at least a psychological advantage.
So I would take black here, especially in the Blitz game.
I agree, of course, definitely.
As you can see...
Mostly when you have 12 minutes against 4.
Exactly, so 4 minutes left for Mai Narva.
Yeah, Mai Narva is in a little of trouble here in this position. Maybe obviously the position is with the mutual chances, but still black has more threats. As we see actually on the last move, they are threatening. They will be always threatening something.
But at the same time, for the moment, this pawn armada cannot, you cannot push them.
You couldn't push.
d4 allows to take on c4, e5 allows to take on d5. So for the moment, you have to dance around those beautiful pawns in the center. Valery, the last game, I think, Liu Miaoyi against Goryachkina Tokhirjonova. This is our last game, I think, in this kaleidoscope
almost
of the
winning
games.
position for white.
Already?
Yes.
By the way, Liu Miaoyi, I also think that she is very young, maybe 15. The Chinese prodigy playing in the World Cup and trying to get a spot in the third round.
A huge advantage for white. Huge advantage.
Then, yes,
I have
black pieces are incredibly passive.
Different moves on my mind. Maybe f4, maybe bishop h3. I mean, any of them looks quite solid and aggressive on the same time.
I like both of them. Bishop h3 is very concrete, so let's try it.
Yes, let's try bishop h3 and attacking the e6 pawn.
Yes, if you take on e5.
So take on e6.
Bishop, king h8. Let's just show one variation.
And
how do you continue here?
Maybe d takes e5 first.
So you want to win the bishop on e5. Okay.
No, knight f7 also makes sense.
Yes,
right?
yes, of course. But I thought that for the moment we're not losing anything. King g8. There is no mill mechanism. You can make
knight
a mate.
Takes e5
yes,
and
checkmate.
Yes. On king h8 there is a checkmate. It's such a
beautiful idea. So we are forced to take on f7, yes?
Yes.
Then rook f7, bishop f7, and then e takes d4.
But then g6 pawn is also hanging. Just bishop takes g6. Seems like game over. And she played bishop h3.
Okay, she
We
played
have the bishop h3.
Then
Yeah, it seems that
Group Begim is on the brink of a defeat in this game. 6 minutes left for her and 4 minutes for Hyun Pong. Okay,
if somebody asks what is Lu doing, we can answer straightly that she's winning. She's winning.
Okay, let's get back to our top boards. Now that we know more or less what is the situation in every game.
Seems like
Kamalidenova is
I just went
maneuvering.
to Ina and Dana's game, where I think that Ina has the advantage here already with black.
Really? Okay, let's have a look.
As the black pieces are more flexible and can say that more active.
Oh, I agree with you. And they have
White
a very
squares at the
clear
same time.
plan, easy moves, whether white
Yeah.
normally is supposed to play g4 here, but that's not
There
going
is no
to happen.
more g4 anymore. So it seems like it's the most comfortable position for Ina that we can imagine in this
So
game.
Ina just played queen b5, maybe with the idea of bringing the rook to c4.
C4, yes, with the
Let's
idea
just
of
show
this,
it. Maybe.
and then controlling the fourth rank all around it.
I told you, Ina is not an easy opponent to have in the tie breaks, especially that she has already played one round, and Anna Muzichuk only started the event from the second round. She was one of the top seeds who
Queen D1.
started the event
D1, so
directly.
what about b2 pawn? If we take that b2 pawn, there is rook b3.
And you're losing a queen.
And queen is trapped. So
Maybe
we can
rook
start
c4,
with the
yes?
rook c4 as was
but I
our
think
original
that-
plan, but what about rook b3?
I think
So
yes.
Ina played rook c4 and rook b3. I think the point of queen d1 was rook b3.
Then you will go maybe queen d7. Let's continue a
Yeah,
little bit.
we have to go because on queen c6 there will be rook b6 with tempo. Still black is...
So the only passive piece is the bishop on g7 for Ina, but
It's still attacking the e5 pawn.
of course, and it plays a very important defensive role. So let's say Ina's pieces for the moment are dominating everywhere.
That's true.
Everything went wrong in this opening for white, for Anna Muzichuk, but then let's get back to our second board. Miroev Kamalidenova is pressing. What about the time? 6 minutes, 7 minutes for the white, and only 3 minutes left for Alexandra Goryachkina. She is
Okay, of course,
under
nobody
pressure.
knows how this match will end up, but my respect to Miroev, that's for sure. So last move was rook c1. Maybe it was not the best option. And there was something else to play.
thing is, in this position with black, you have to wait. Yes, and
After rook c1.
yes, I mean, rook bishop b7 indicates.
Do you think that the
yes.
idea of rook c1 is to play bishop c5, or it is just stopping c5 move?
No, I'm not sure that she wanted to play c5 because they softening the
So
the
then rook
bishop on
c1,
z5.
the point of rook c1 is bishop c5.
Maybe it's just a waiting move as well, a move which you make when you don't know what to do. Alexandra just played bishop b7. Maybe she wants to play bishop g5, forcing the rook back to d1 and then bishop b7. Like the active plan here for white would be to play f4, f5.
It
but
would be
you
nice,
cannot
but it's
prepare
not,
this,
it's
of
not
course,
easy to do.
because then this knight is going to get into play.
Maybe bishop but okay, I just thought that maybe bishop b6, but it makes no sense. The rook just moves, and so what? What is
But
the
then
bishop on b6 doing?
Maybe bishop b6, and if where does the rook move?
For example, somewhere.
F8, where?
e8,
Okay.
for example.
E8,
then.
okay. Well, this is a very complex maneuvering game, because I feel that if white doesn't do anything concrete, this is going to be a draw. You need to force this position. So you can bring back the rook on d1, okay, now that you know...
Maybe once a4,
rook-
a5 makes sense also. Who knows, in the endgame, maybe we need that to stop 3 pawns with the 2 pawns on the queen side.
Valeri, look, if you
difficult
play
position.
after rook e8, rook d1. I bring this
Rook
rook back.
d1.
Yes, once again. So now.
And for example, bishop f8 back.
Bishop f8 back, yes. So what else can we do here? I can't find a way how to make progress. I want to play f4, but I cannot find a square for my queen. And the bishop, and we can forget about the bishop on d6 at some point, that we will lose
What
it.
about knight e4?
Knight e4?
As queen e5 is not hanging because of knight d6, for example.
Are you sure?
Or even, oh, e1 rook is hanging.
Yes,
Sorry, I
of
thought
course.
that they are forced to capture on d6, but of course not. Black will capture on e1.
Yes,
the
it's
rook.
important, yes, that after knight e4, I think queen e5 wins on the spot.
Yeah, the rook on e1 is hanging.
So there is no way to improve your g3 knight.
So maybe
And
let's play bishop a5 though.
She plays bishop c3, I think, something like this.
Yes. What a strange decision, rook c1 and bishop c3.
But I think that black doesn't have anything better than to play bishop g5 or
bishop
bishop f8.
c3 maybe exactly for that thing, that the e1 rook is protected. So for example, with the idea of bishop a5 and then knight e4.
But the thing is, the bishop was on c3 already.
It was on
yes,
c3,
already,
it was
yes.
d4.
No, c3. It was initially on c3. Then she played bishop d4. So I think
a few
that,
moves ago.
She fails to find a clear plan. Let's see.
But something is happening there. Let's take a look.
Alexandra
a4.
played b6. And what was played?
Okay, I will refresh
I'm
my
trying
screen.
to have a look at the board, at the screen. a4 was played. It's interesting because I thought that instead of playing a4, maybe here you had the chance to play knight e2 and knight d4, and or knight f4. I think she
Alexandra
missed.
answers with
she
a5.
She missed this chance. Let's have a look.
Instead of a4?
Yes, I think
we
that-
have the result there.
The result maybe draw.
Draw, it has to be draw. What else? So
Yes.
soon black could not win.
Yes, they will repeat in the moves. Okay, but let's maybe move to the game between Katerina Lagno and Anastasia Avramidou, because this game is a positional affair, but I think that here there is a tactical skirmish which started and maybe which will favor black. Have a look at this position. Can
Yes,
you take on
we're there.
h3 here?
Is it black to? Yes, it's black to.
I'm not sure, but queen, bishop h3.
Okay, let's take a look. Bishop h3, f3 is a...
No, but then the knight on c7 is hanging, because I can take on h3 and then bring back my queen, let's say. So I can play somewhere. No? Don't you
It
think?
happened in the game.
Bishop h3 was
And
played.
Lagno answered with bishop d5 immediately.
What a sharp tactical eye. But what about bishop g2?
And king g1.
Okay. Oh, okay. So king g1. What a reply. And then what are we supposed to do here? I think that she needs to find another brilliant follow-up. Otherwise,
Yes, but if just capture on c2 and then on c7, like queen
but
takes
queen
it,
c2, rook c1.
what happened in the game?
She played queen d4.
Oh.
So you can take on g2 with the bishop. But if rook d1, what happens?
A very strange decision,
Or
queen
c3.
d4.
What a complicated position, because I'm pretty sure that black has a lot of tactical resources to stay in the game, especially that this knight on c7 is out of play. But
Anastasia has only 16 seconds.
Yes, with so little time. She's playing against one of the strongest players in the world in speed-time controls.
Queen d4
Katerina,
we can say queen d4 is mistake.
well, it's not
For
easy
black.
to find the move for me here. I mean, like queen c2, rook c1, I still don't know what could...
Yes,
what-
but queen d4, rook d1 is even worse. No?
Maybe she wants to take the knight on c7, I don't know. Is there
And
any
Katerina is
possibility?
thinking, so
And rook d1 is on the board, so queen b2. Actually, she decided, Anastasia decided to take a few pawns, but now I think after bishop g2, Katerina repelled black's attack and is completely winning. Because the knight will go to d5.
Just extra piece.
But
here pawns does not count for now until the queens are on the board.
What an interesting sequence of moves. I have the feeling that there should be something for black, but with 15 seconds, I don't think that we can find.
E4.
Alexandra Kostyniuk against Raut Padmini. Oh, look at this game.
What happened here? Where the advantage gone?
As the advantage disappeared and black played quite well, it appears. So.
No, black is even trying to win this game. And Alexandra has less than 1 minute on the clock. Do you think we have a time to take a look what happened there?
No, for the moment no, but we certainly will have some time. So Talia has 2 minutes, and I think she's completely winning against Maria Muzyczuk. Breaking news. Valeria, we have to have a look at this game.
Yes, let's take a
2
look.
minutes for Talia, and bishop b4 was played. So then queen f4, bishop d3. She's rook up. This is it. Talia is completely winning.
Where the rook gone? I will take a quick look of it. There was no rook. There was exchange that Maria sacrificed on d3 and just continue with h5 in this position.
Because she cannot take on f2 because there is queen d8, so she was forced to.
Yes, and just rook up. Talia is just rook up. It means that she will win this game definitely because she has also the time advantage.
Those mighty roosters who were waking Maria up every day. By the way, I changed my room and yes, I was negotiating with the roosters as well because they started to sing.
By the way, I'm also going to do the same.
At 4 in the morning first. So I think that Maria didn't have enough sleep, but Talia is playing very well.
I have to do the same with my room, but not because there is any problem, but I think that everybody is doing so. I have to do this. I also follow.
But you know, in the spirit of like contradiction, you should not do what everyone does. Just but,
as a player, as a human, or as a commentator.
But what a sensation. If Talia will win this game, she will defeat the former world champion Maria Muzyczuk, and she is a rook up. There is nothing to blunder here.
Nothing to blunder, definitely. But Maria is still attacking.
She is attacking. H3 can be played here. You can stop here everything. Or like bishop d4 was on the board. H3, she simply plays g3, yes?
Yeah, sure. So queen h5.
But Maria played queen h5, and why not h3 here?
Of course.
Just to stop everything. She's afraid that black will play rook g3, bishop f5, and sacrifice something.
Yes.
But
rook g3 is coming anyway,
yes, rook g3 is coming anyway, yes. But then the rook is hanging, so like I'm not taking it, and it can stay there on g3.
Talia needs to believe that she is winning.
Can she play e6 here, just to open the position? I want her to wait until
she
goes e6.
Yeah, that's correct. Why not? And then rook e5 with tempo. Now rook e5 with tempo, activate the pieces.
Because I wanted her
the important thing is to don't blunder the rook on c1 after queen h6.
Okay, let me have a look. Okay, this game is completely winning. Claudia won against Priyanka. So normally this game should not escape Talia. Goryachkina and a lot of developments. Let's get back to the second board. The pawn is already on e6, rook on d7. I don't know if Mirrored has Alexandra on the ropes, but Alexandra is down to her 15 seconds. Let's stay on this game. Knight b5. I feel that white is even more winning now after c5 and knight b5. c4 was played.
So many unexpected things is happening for now.
Alexandra traded queens on f3, a spoiled white structure, but without the queens on the board, the king is no longer vulnerable. What do you think, Valery?
About?
White is doing very well here.
You are talking about white or about mirrored? Mirrored is doing very well. About the white, I think the battle is ahead. So after f4, okay, what to say? It's easy to see that the white is just pawn up. Their piece is too active, and it seems like Merwert has all chances to win this game because of the time advantage also. Of course, Alexandra is doing her best and fighting back.
No,
Rook
but
d8.
I think this is it. She has 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's too few, but
So
still.
Like each player gets 10 seconds increment per move, but this is not enough. This position is just hopeless.
Yeah, it's completely hopeless because on the same time bishop on e7 is quite stacked.
And I hope that we will have the final results of our poll, where we asked our audience, our chess friends, to vote if Alexandra Goryachkina will bounce back or will Kamalidenova go through the third round. But this is sort of the continuation, yes? Alexandra managed to bounce back, but we might ask our readers, okay, knowing now that Merwert has a winning position, if she will make it to the third round.
We have two very unexpected results. Cervantes won and Omonova, my favorite one,
She
also
won the white pieces, okay.
Yeah.
But this is the chance that you should grasp.
Yeah.
This is a very unique event where if everything goes well, you should win match after match, take it a game after game.
That's amazing. It's just amazing what kind of performance Umida is showing us.
Antonietta Stefanova is playing rook and game against Elina
With
Danilyan.
absolutely drawish position.
Lilit Makartachan drew. Narva Meyer lost. Ushenina Anna against Vantika Agraval.
Draw.
They've exchanged a lot of pieces here.
Oh, and Lou is winning her game.
Lou is
just
winning.
Last moves on the board.
So what about
Kostyanyuk.
Alexandra Kostyanyuk? Okay, so Padmini won a pawn. Okay, and now Alexandra is trying to make a draw, but it was important for her to keep the e6 pawn. Yes,
Yes, that's true. That's true, and it seems like Alexandra has all chances to do the draw here. Like she can do checks. Yes, and she did. And on king e7, she can play rook a1 back, I think so, to attack that pawn again, or rook c1. Rook c1 maybe even better.
Because I think she was facing a dilemma
No, she played
earlier in
rook
the
a1.
game if she should lose a pawn, so she preferred to give the pawn on a3, yes?
Yes. Oh, they are repeating the position.
Katerina is still playing, but okay, she's completely winning. We still have a few games in progress.
They agreed on draw with a perpetual repetition.
Okay, then let's get back to the game between our sensational winner of the first game in the second round, Kamalidenova, against Alexandra Goryachkina.
And she's completely winning. She's increasing her advantage even in this position.
But we should stay on this game.
Yeah, it's better to stay as there's actually nothing left.
We still have a few games in progress, but yes, this is one of the most exciting ones from the chess point of view, and of course from the sports point of view, because no one wants, I was thinking, Valery, no one wants to see Sinner win his matches 6-2, 6-0, 6-3. We want to have a fifth set, and a tiebreak.
Sure.
So this is it. This is one of the most exciting moments of the World Cup. I hope that our audience is rooting for their favorites. Bishop b5 and rook a8.
For the same moment, Alexandra is trying to fight, but Merwert is making correct decisions.
She doesn't want to play f5, Merwert. Why? Because she could have played f5, fixing the structure. She's afraid of bishop c5 and losing the pawn, or?
On f5.
Because I wanted to know why she
also after
is not playing
f5
this
she
move.
could not move the knight. Maybe now she exactly wants to play knight c6, and that's why she kept the pawn on f4.
Oh, so she wants to play knight c6, a5, yes?
Knight c6 makes sense.
Knight c6 allows bishop e4. We might have another opposite color bishop endgame with the rooks on the board.
No, in case of bishop e4, I'll capture on d8.
Ah, okay.
Then
this
just
is
push
it,
the
yes.
pawn, and c4 pawn is also hanging. Rook e1 is also. I mean, okay, what to say here? Here after rook d8, rook e1 is just winning. Okay, so what happened there? No, she didn't play knight c6. She played bishop c6.
Maybe she was afraid, so what was the way? Maybe she was afraid of bishop e8 then. What do you think, Valerie? Because she doesn't want to...
Bishop e8 or knight
to trade,
c6,
yes,
right?
to trade the bishop on b5. We need to understand what is going on.
You know, the position is winning, but still, if you will not do something active and decisive here with white, the position will not be winning by itself. Now she's just moving left and right.
She's shuffling. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I need a shuffling.
Every day.
So bishop
Rook e1.
d8, still on d8. Yes, bishop c6. Rook e5 and rook e1. She needs to find the winning plan, of course. So what should that
Again,
be?
bishop b5.
By the way, now that the rook is not on a1, maybe she can play knight c6, and after bishop b8,
What about
knight d8.
what about simple king h2 and take on h3?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
just
can.
king h2 and just take on h3. Yeah, she's doing that.
And you force your opponent to make a move, yes? It's not so easy for
Yes.
Alexandra to make a
Yes,
move
yes,
to
yes,
stay in the game
exactly,
here
exactly.
after
It's not
king
only
h2,
about the
yes?
pawn.
It's a very calm move, quiet move. But yes, rook a8 is all she has here. King h3?
Yes. And then maybe even f5, king h4. Or king g4. And two extra pawns on the board.
Two extra pawns on the
That's
board.
already too
Alexandra
much.
might have some practical chances, but she needs to get an endgame with the opposite color bishops. f5. What about rook g1 there?
Rook g1, yes,
Attacking
makes
the
sense.
bishop.
On the same time, I was thinking on rook e5, by the way. And then, I mean, about this. Rook e5.
Oh, but bishop d6 allowed also a5.
Rook e5, I was thinking about bishop d6 and rook takes f5. Also makes sense.
a5, a6. And then knight c6 and a7, but bishop e8.
Bishop c6 is also coming.
She can play bishop b8 still. Then, okay, bishop
Okay.
d2 is on the board.
White is trying to be super solid.
No, this is it. a7 and bishop c6 is going to be on the board in a few seconds. And this will be another sensational victory of this
Bishop
round.
takes e4. So she's trying to be too solid. That's too much. That was not necessary now. Bishop c4 was not necessary at all.
Maybe she was afraid of like taking on
Yeah.
c3, rook a7. She just wants to keep her
Oh,
pawn.
and now the same happening. Yeah, it's just too solid. Too solid, and
No, this is it. This is it. After bishop
this is
d5,
it. And
there is
if you
nothing to
mention,
do.
Almira, that Merwert is the same good in strategy as in tactics. And the techniques also is too good.
The bishop is on d5, rook has to go. Okay, Alexandra makes one last attempt to take the rook on a3. At rook a2, simply avoiding one last trick. I'm not even sure that she could have left the rook on a3.
Rook a7, knight b5, bishop b7, any of that is just winning.
Bishop b7
Bishop
first,
b7,
and
it's like
knight b5. Maybe
the
bishop
rook
e8.
is arrested
Can
forever.
I play bishop e8 here?
Just for fun?
Okay, Alexandra admits her defeat, and what a stunning performance.
A very unexpected results for the first...
Mirrored Kamalidenova, but she played very well with the white pieces in the first classical game of her second round. So she confirmed that she is one of the most dangerous players in this event.
Yes.
What a round. Okay, let's have a look at
And
the
I
results.
have another there also, another one, Omonova. Both of them made the unexpected result.
Okay, maybe we have a few minutes now,
Yes.
so we can go through the games to analyze them a little bit. Which game did we miss, by the way? Let's have a look at the end. Oh, two queens are on the board, so that's the game that I wanted to have a look at. Priyanka against Claudia Coulon. Then we will also show the results and announce the beginning of the second round of these tiebreaks.
Oh, this is a position.
But I think that our arbiters also need to breathe to gain their composure.
That was the final position
Yes.
of Priyanka Claudia Coulon. Claudia promotes the second.
But
Queen.
so let's have a look how did the game continue, because I think it was more or less balanced, with Claudia having her king on b6. Here.
Yeah. So after a5, white played c3, a4, stopping b4 again, bishop a5, and b4 anyway. Somehow both of them were thinking that b4 is quite important move to do.
Well, Priyanka is trying to open the position at
Yes,
all
but
costs.
the pawn's just gone.
And those minor pieces are much stronger than
Yeah.
the rooks in this position, of
Now
course.
it's just winning. All the queenside pawns gone.
So there are two Polish players in this World Cup. You have Claudia Coulon and Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina had a different fate in her game against Umida Omonova, so maybe let's have a look at this one as well, because she blundered the pawn on c7 and went on losing this game. I think.
Let's go a little bit back. That was the decisive moment when Alina maybe just forgot about the c7 pawn and played bishop g4.
And she failed to create some counterplay, yes,
Yeah.
in this game.
Yeah, and look at Omonova, she is so solid, immediately making the correct decision of trading the dark square bishop. And okay, technically the position is winning, but still needs the techniques to win.
Well, of course, we have this extra pawn on the queen side, but it shows that Omonova has very good technique.
Yes, she has. Yes, she has.
I like this rook b4, but then she hesitated a little bit. So how did it
And
go?
I'm sure she did it in a few minutes. I'm sure she had a time advantage in the end of the game also.
Okay, so maybe let's just have a look how the game continued. Okay, she created the second weakness. She played f5, took on h5, and went on
Now
winning
two
the
extra
game.
pawns.
So knight g6, threatening a fork. Okay, the king goes to the center. And you know, this knight doesn't have many squares.
Yeah.
And why not knight d3? By the way, just a second here. Just one last move.
King
Here,
f6.
King f6 and rook h8. Yes, I wanted to show it. Yes, it's such a beautiful position because rook h8 is a very important threat. So she went on to win this game.
What to say?
In style.
You have to just watch and enjoy.
Okay. By the way, I have the results of our new poll because we asked our audience about how many matches, playoff matches, will go to Blitz today. So what would be your answer?
Oh,
So we have 12,
last time
yes.
when Katie asked me that, I was very far away from the correct answer. So, okay, let's say 33%, so 4 games.
Okay, 4 games. So the results are we have 0, like 11%, but the majority of our viewers voted for 1 or 3 matches. So this is less than 54%. Then 4 to 8 was 27%, and that all of the matches will go to the tiebreak is only 8%. So
Okay.
we are still hoping for a few Blitz matches. I know how difficult and
We have
tiring
it
it
for
is
sure.
for the players.
We have it for sure.
Let's have a look at the results.
Let's take a look.
Just to remind our audience what is going on. So if you tune in only now, this was the first game of the tiebreak, and it's the second round of Women's World Cup in Batumi. Anna Muzyczuk drew. She has a very difficult opponent. Ina Gaponenko will have the white pieces in the next game. Kamalidenova won against Alexandra Goryachkina with the white pieces yet again. So Alexandra will have to win on demand for the second time in this match. Katerina Lagno won in a tactical game against Anastasia Avramidou, but we have the feeling that it could go either way. Then Talia Cervantes Landero, she beat Maria Muzyczuk, the former world champion. What a sensation. Then Alexandra Kostyanyuk
That's true.
drew. She will play with the black pieces. Umida Omonova won against Elina Kashlinskaya. Mia Liu won her game. So it's like those players, they're winning on demand all the time. So let's see if Goryachkina Begim will be able to bounce back. And there was a draw between Vantika and Anna Oshenina. So Yuxin Song is leading in the match 2-1. Priyanka lost to Claudia Coulon. Lilith Makartychan drew Alexandra Maltsevskaya. And Antoinetta
That will
Stefanova
be the Blitz
drew,
games for sure.
Elina Danielian. Okay, and we cannot say that the players are not trying.
Yes,
Those
of course
games
they
are
They
incredibly
are doing their
exciting.
best.
Yes, there are a lot of sacrifices, but it's their third draw.
Yes.
So let's have a look at what time will the round start. I
After
still
20
have no
minutes.
information. Maybe, yes, 4:20. So should we go on a short break right now, I think?
Yeah,
yes,
I think
and
it could.
please stay tuned. The second round will start in 20 minutes, so 15 minutes plus 10
But we're
seconds
delayed,
increment.
so
Yes.
it means that it will start.
And we will have a small delay, of course. So
Yeah.
see you in a bit.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Bella Khotanashvili, who just took out Nurgil Salimova. Bella, you're of course the rating favorite, but Nurgil had an excellent World Cup last time, and we were predicting her to have another one this year. What was your opinion of that and her performance in your games?
So I should just say that she's a very solid player, and of course it's not easy to win against her. But yeah, the match was tough. Yeah, so I think that today it was equal for a long time, but at the ending she made some mistakes, and two bishops. I got advantage, and I won that.
Do you think experience triumphed in this game?
Yeah, sure. I think it's important to have experience and to have energy at the end of the game.
Yeah. And you have played this knockout format a few times as well, including when this was a Women's World Championship match, right? What is your opinion of the system, especially this match format of playing two games and then the playoffs?
Okay, it's very difficult, I would say. You need a lot of energy at the end of the tournament, so I'm focusing to play each game. I'm not predicting anything ahead. So yeah, I think it's important to keep energy.
And we are, of course, in your home country of Georgia. You seem very happy about that. Tell me what this means to you to be here for this event of this caliber here in Georgia.
Yeah, of course, it's very important for us to organize such a high-level tournament. I think for the young generation, it's a very good experience. So as for me, okay, playing in the home country is, I think, more pressure. But anyway, I'm happy that I'm here.
And why do you think Georgian women's chess is just so great, and especially above other countries, that you guys have this lineage of chess queens? What makes Georgian women's chess so amazing?
Yeah, we have many legends, so this tradition is, I think, important. And also, I think that Georgian women are warriors, so we're fighting at the end. And I think it's important for nowadays in chess to be a fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have so many top players who are Georgian still. You know, we're talking about Kamalidenova times, but still today there are so many of you. Do you guys interact much with each other? Do you practice against each other? Are you friends? What is the community like in this term?
Actually, not really, just during the training camps, not every day or every month.
Okay. How often are these training camps, or just before team events?
Yeah, for example, 2 or 3 times in a year.
Final question to you, Bella, is what is your favorite thing about the World Cup?
Oh, winning probably. Yeah, winning the match, it's nice, and especially without tie breaks, because you have a 1-3 day. So
yeah, you get to relax tomorrow while so many other players are going into playoffs. So enjoy that.
it's nice.
Thank you so much, Bella, and good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
And I'm joined here in the media center by top international master from Romania, Irina Bulmaga. Irina, thanks for coming along and showing us your game. You were telling me just a moment ago that your best performance to date in the World Cup was second round, but now with your victory today, you're going to qualify to the third round. So first of all, give me your thoughts on how the tournament is going so far.
Well, I'm quite content, of course, with how it went. It's my third World Cup, so I don't have that much experience here, and Usually knockouts are very stressful events, so I didn't have absolutely any expectations, and I tried just to play some chess and see how it goes. And yeah, today I was lucky.
Of course, this round you've been paired with another international master from France, Demante Dolite Cornet. Very difficult surname. She's a very good player, and she actually played very well the previous round. You defeated her by 1.5 to half. What were your thoughts going into the match? Do you have experience with her before? What did you think of the matchup?
Well, when I saw the pairings, I wrote to her that maybe we are going to play in second round if we both win the first round, because we are very good friends, and it's both a difficult thing and maybe some advantageous thing that we know each other. But yeah, somehow, okay, I told her that the best thing is that one of the friends would go through, you know. So yeah, this time it was me, and yeah, I'm happy that I managed finally to get to third round.
Of course, being good friends, are both of you able to fully block out the friendship before the game and be able to get into a good fighting shape? Is that difficult for you, or is something that just comes naturally because you're friends with all of the players here in the tournament?
Well, actually, you don't have a choice in knockouts, yes. So there isn't it. Like, you cannot just settle for an equal match. Somebody would have to win in the end. And yeah, it's very pleasant when you play with a strong player and also a very good sports person. And yeah, I enjoyed our match, and I wish her all the best.
So the first game was a draw. You told me before it was a tough game with chances of both, but at the end it was a draw. And today you're playing with the black pieces, and you went for a fight with the Sicilian. I've asked you to put the position when already it seemed that you had a very nice, pleasant position, but then you started to consider different sacrifices. So what was your thoughts at this moment of the game, Irina?
Well, yeah, here I think I was already winning, so I just had to be a little accurate, to calculate everything. Luckily, I had a lot of time, so I took on g2. She took knight f4 here. Okay, king f3 is losing. King g1 goes under a fork, so only king f1 or king h1. And after king f1, I have different ways to win, but I thought I would play h6, queen h4, and queen d3. Mm-hmm. And not bother with calculating anything, just taking back the piece, and yeah, it's bad. And she played king h1, and I went for queen b7. There were possibilities of different checks. I could go on c6 or on d5, but I thought that from b7 it also does the job of protecting on g7, yeah, at some point. Knight e4, take, knight e3, knight h3, yeah. Here I have only a pawn up, but her king is very weak, so I think the rest was pretty smooth for me. I was, of course, worried not to blunder anything, but yeah, I had a lot of time, so I just continued attacking. Rook e3, rook g6, queen c4, and here maybe there was some easier win, but I couldn't see it, and I thought, okay, I'll just make the Luft and find after move 40 the win. Rook f1, rook f6, rook e1, b5, queen d4, queen f7. I already thought that I'm winning here because there is this knight h3 threat and rook f1. But she found this h3, knight d3, rook b1, and I don't know, I got a little bit greedy here, and I went for queen a2. Maybe there was some other win, but I thought, okay, why not collect all the pawns? And yeah, I don't think there was much here. Yeah, like after king g3, I can even take on e3 and then c4.
So to get to that position, it already really seemed that you had all your pieces focused on her king. What do you think happened to her in the approach to the game? Did you surprise her in the opening, or maybe she didn't understand how to play perfectly the middle game? What do you think happened to your opponent today?
Well, I surprised her in the opening with the first move and then with the second move as well. I played a completely new line and a slightly risky one because, okay, I thought that she's a very well-prepared opponent, and you can choose to surprise your opponent or to get surprised. And I thought yesterday she surprised me. I thought, why not try to do the same today? And somehow I think she didn't want to trade queens, because if she would trade queens, I don't think that I had anything to play for, and probably it would just be a draw. But she got ambitious and somehow probably underestimated the chances in my position, because my pieces went very smoothly. Maybe this knight f5, she didn't somehow evaluate. I'm not sure.
And finally, tomorrow is a rest day for you. You don't have to do the tiebreak, so you'll get a chance to recover energy. Have you had a chance to look at your third round possible opponents?
I think maybe Tan Zhongyi, but I'm not certain.
Tan Zhongyi won today, so if it is her, it definitely is her.
Okay, yeah, if it's her, then it will be an interesting match for me.
She's a very strong player. Have you had a chance to play with her in any previous encounters?
Yeah, I think we played, I'm not sure if in classical chess, but we played in some World Rapid. And it's definitely going to be a tough match, but I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to our studio in Batumi. This is the second game of the tiebreak of the second round. You know, there are many seconds today. Grandmaster Valerian Gaprindashvili is together with me. My name is Almira Skripchenko. I am your host, and this was a very exciting first game, Valerian. Today.
Definitely, and with the unexpected results also.
Of course,
there.
but like we will see who will triumph today, but let's remind our audience about the rules of the tiebreak during this World Cup. Because when I was playing the World Cup in 2021, okay, first the money, yes. What are we fighting for? Because the money is also very important. Yes, so let's see that the difference between the second round and the third round is quite important.
$1,750 US.
There's a big jump, so we are also fighting here for the prizes, and it allows you also to look at the prizes of the fourth round. You know, once you get closer, when you're in the third round, then you start to dream.
It is a bigger difference there.
Yes, then you start to dream, and in the fourth round,
as far you go, the difference is bigger and bigger.
Yes, you get $9,500 US, and the winner gets $50,000 US. But then, what are the rules of these tie breaks? So first, our players, our participants, they face each other in 2 rapid games with 15 minutes and 10 seconds increment per each move. So if this match is drawn, then they will play another 2 rapid games, but with the time control of 10 minutes and 10 seconds per move. If this is drawn as well, in case those games are drawn, you have 2 Blitz games with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment per move. And if those games or if this match is drawn, then we will play 1 Blitz game at a time with 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment.
Sudden death.
Yes. There will be no Armageddon, so there will be either the last player standing or the last commentator standing, because this can go on till the end of the night. You know, all options are available. I hope that you have your popcorn ready, a lot of snacks, just in case that, you know, the tiebreaks will go into Blitz. What are you hoping for, Valerian, today?
I was hoping the same on the previous tie breaks, and I'm hoping the same here to have about 20 Blitz games. So it will be nice.
We always have Charlize live from the playing hall. For the moment, we don't have this possibility, but I got closer a little bit to the playing hall, so I saw that there are a lot of snacks available for the players, by the way. So they are getting ready. A few unexpected results, as you have said. So Anna Muzyczuk, she drew Inga Ponenko. Mirrored Kamalidenova, she won against Alexandra Goryachkina, so they are on your screen right now. Since we have a 5-minute delay for our rapid games and we will have a 2-minute delay for our Blitz games, it will take us some time to bring the games on your screen, so we will watch them live for the moment, yes?
Yes.
And then we will analyze them as soon as possible.
So the most unexpected results we had in this pair and in pair of Kashlinskaya Alina and Umida Omonova.
Yes, where Umida won with the white pieces.
I will remind it with honor that that one is my favorite player, Umida Omonova, that we see on the camera right now.
Valeria, I was thinking, you know, well, we had our small break, you know, as going through the list of the players once again. What is going on with Georgian chess players? Because they either win or they either lose, you know, they're not playing the tiebreaks. So we have 4 Georgian players in the third round.
Yes.
But they are just very aggressive. And the traditional handshake, knight f3, played by Alina Kashlinskaya. And her young opponent already played a tiebreak in her first round. You were commentating this one, Valeria.
Yeah, she did it, and a very interesting opening we have there with b5 against the knight f3, g3, bishop g2 structure.
So very early b5, it's a wonderful approach because you want to develop the bishop on b7, but then why not to play b6? The thing is that b5 is very useful, especially against the King's Indian attack.
Yes.
When you will get attacked on the king side, then you're pushing your pawns very quickly on the king side. So b5, a5, a4, and this is a very useful move. Alina needs to win on demand because she lost her first game with the black pieces. And I think that we might have a few moves because I can see that Ina is repeating her opening from the second classical game.
So I have to refresh.
Alexandra Goryachkina also has to win on demand, and she went this time for the Sicilian Rosalima. She played bishop b5 against knight c6. Maybe we can get their board on our screen.
Now I have it. So you are talking about Goryachkina, right?
Yes, I guess this will be
here we are.
A stunning moment if mirrored. Kamalidenova will knock out Alexandra Goryachkina from the event. Alexandra Goryachkina is the winner of the previous World Cup. She's the World Cup holder, but she also played the finals in the inaugural World Cup.
Yes.
So normally she goes to the final.
To the final, yeah.
So it will be such a surprise. I actually play Rosalima myself, so I think it's a very interesting option, especially in a game where you need to win on demand, because it's a very flexible opening. Nothing is decided immediately. There are no forced variations.
Yeah, you are going to the long game.
And as we remember, she squeezed a victory yesterday after a long fight. But in the Tires defense, so
Let's
this
take
time...
a look at Kapanenko Ina and Muzychuk Anna.
She's repeating the same opening.
The same opening?
Yes. I think that Ina is happy with the draw, and or she is happy playing positions where she knows the structures very well. You know,
yes, that's true. That's true.
She's not losing.
And maybe she plans that she has more chances in Blitz against Anna.
Oh,
here we have Muzychuk Maria that lost the first game against Cervantes Talia, and this is a position. Let's take a look how it was happening. Just a sec.
So Talia played the Tires defense as well.
Yes, it was c5 on the third move.
Bishop g5, bishop b6, protecting the pawn on d5.
And c4. c4.
e3.
Bishop e2, and this is a position. So maybe knight c6 for black.
I wonder if black can play bishop b4 here with the idea of securing this e4 square.
So bishop b4 castle has to be there.
And then...
And castle maybe.
So maybe that's not useful here.
Yeah, then bishop on b4.
I don't play Tarish myself. Okay, so just in case...
Knight c6 is just...
But if you play knight c6, can I play e4 myself, or it's too premature here? You will simply take, and then maybe bishop b4 here with a check.
With a check,
yes, it's
that's
too
true.
much.
That's true. Bishop b4 here with a check.
So maybe knight c6, and then
and then
castle.
king f1, we can just even go on e7 if we want so. Yeah, it's taking on f6, take on f6, take on f6, take on f6, and d5. I don't think it is dangerous because of rook d8.
Long castle, maybe?
Or even long castle, right? Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
Well, we can be creative here. It's like there's so much at stake, but at least, you know, here in the studio, things are quite quiet. Yes. So, by the way, Padmini, she played a very aggressive line where she played h3 and g4 in the Petrov. Yes.
Right?
Okay. We remember that she forced the draw in their second classical game, but here she went for castle. And for the main line with c4, c6, knight c3.
And h3, g4.
Yes, h3, g4.
Actually, I like this position for white. I think it's slightly better still because of the pair of the bishops.
I think black could have could have another approach, developing the bishop on f5 as well, so avoiding this slide.
Instead of bishop g4, you mean?
Yes, maybe
right?
bishop f5
so in
was
this
also
moment
possible.
to play bishop f5. That's more solid.
Yes, it's a more solid approach here, but
and then
who
just
knows?
Continue development like knight d7 and so on.
Maybe Alexandra is still in her preparation because g4 is weakening the king's side.
They drew first.
Yes.
Rapid here.
Yes, they drew. With the pawn on e6, you remember Alexandra
So
was given checks.
in case Padmini will win this game, there will be no second chance for Alexandra. So she has to be, and she is, of course, super careful. Let's take a look at the players who is in the must-win situation. So, for example,
Alina. But okay, Alina, for the moment, you know, it's still, the position is still closed.
That's a little bit strange to have b4 on the board. Let's take a look how it happened. So after e4, instead of playing c5, for example, I like here to play c5 with black. Instead of that, Omonova Umida decided to play d6, and on knight a3, a6, on c4, she's forced to move the pawn, as c6, of course, is kind of ugly, you know, to have the bishop on b7 and pawn on c6 in this case. So queen d7 castle. And b4. b4 was not so necessary.
But I like how Alina reacted, because first of all she played knight a3 and c4.
Yeah, she did very well. Yeah.
Yes, those moves are not obvious. Just to underline that the pawn on b5 has to move, you know, after knight a3 and c4. So maybe she's a bit better in this position.
Yes,
what do you think?
better. White is better. When the queen side is fixed and blocked, then white has to be better. That's why I don't like the move b4 for black. To keep the pressure there, I think was better for black.
And Alina goes for e5. That was exactly the question that I was going to ask you, because
The a8 rook is kind of there. Somewhere could be hanging.
Should she force these exchanges? But I think it was the right move, because not only she will take on d7, but she might as well play d4 then. You know, she just needs to open the center.
Yes. The king is in the center, black king is in the center, so e5 makes sense. Definitely it makes sense. What to suggest for black? Knight g8 could be too much because of that.
But maybe
d4.
then d4, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why maybe it's just forced to capture on e5, capture,
Knight e5.
and queen c8.
I wanted to take on b7. Yes. Queen c8.
What about a takes b4?
Maybe both are possible, but I wanted to take and to ask you if we can play d4 here. Because a takes b4, a takes b4, then you take on a8.
So the same thing with without taking on b7, then a8 rook is also hanging. That was my point.
You want to force me to take
c takes b4.
I don't know. And you want to play d4 here, okay. That's also a very interesting idea, of course, because a takes b4 here, c takes b4. Maybe we should show it the whole line.
Yeah,
yes,
first of all, on a takes b4, it's just the rook hanging on a8.
Yes.
So that's why after a takes b4, it makes more sense, of course, to take with the c pawn. Also, on the same time, if the black captures on g2 first, king takes g2, queen b7 check. Maybe I'm already able to go to the end game. Queen f3, take with the king, and now black is forced to capture with the c pawn.
And you want to have this powerful center, yes? You want to play d4?
Yes,
maybe
d4 immediately, maybe b3 first. And then d4, I think that has to be advantage for white in the end game because of that very strong c pawn. On e5, Umida is thinking, so it means she does not feel so comfortable as usually she is doing the moves very fast. Now she took on e5. Definitely Alina will answer with knight takes e5. And queen c8. I don't want to put that queen on c7, but maybe it's okay to put the queen on c7.
Knight e5 is on the board. By the way, while we still have a chance, please have a look at the position between Elina Danielian and Antonetta Stefanova. Those players are so creative. It's move number 7. And we have already a very original position on the board. The knight is on b4, the structure is like the pawn
on b1.
Yes, pawn on f3 because the bishop took on f3. Queen is on b1. I love those games. But the difference
White
is...
should be a little bit better, you know?
Yes, the difference being that in classical game you have time to, to find out, yes, to evaluate and to understand all the nuances, while in rapid games, Kalinov spent already like how many, 7 minutes or a bit more? Yes, 7 minutes. Antonetta Stefanova still has 13 minutes.
Yes.
On her clock. So
almost 14.
It seems that she prepared this line. So she developed.
So after knight c6, in the current position, I think it could be better to push d5 for white as after bishop e3. I'm not sure what's going on after d5. If it is concrete and it does not work, then it's absolutely okay for white. For example, this thing, take on d5, and then bishop b5 could be dangerous for black.
Maybe you can play e6 before? And bishop b3, e6?
Yes, that's yes. I was just considering d5 because now
or even
maybe
bishop g7.
Castle.
And this,
no, that's another game.
Yes, this is Lilith
Lilith
Makartychan against Alexandra Maltsevskaya, but what an interesting opening. Okay, but so let's have a look what is going on in their game. Lilith Makartychan is having the black pieces, and they drew their first game in these tiebreaks.
And Lilith pawn up.
Lilith is a pawn up, and her position is very solid.
Now we need one move like bishop d7, bishop c6 to do.
So Alexandra wanted to play a line in the Catalan, but I think she mixed something up. Yes, here.
Let's take a look back at Elina Danielian, bishop e3 and e5. This is what Antoanetta played. e5, Elina took on e5, knight takes e5, and bishop e2. That has to be better for white. I'm talking about Elina Danielian. Here white should be better because the pair of the bishop, mostly the light square bishop, gonna do a great job later when the white could play h3, for example, then f4, and put the bishop on f3. Seems to me a very pleasant position for white.
And then dominating on the...
Yes, and just risk-free, there is just no chance to lose the game.
But okay, as we know, they've made 3 draws so far. So the most important is not to lose. As you remember, the price of each move is very high. But as long as you are not losing, you are in the match. So it's like...
And here we have a very interesting moment in Goryachkina, Alexandra, and Kamalidenova Mirward's game, where a very interesting things happening. So...
I feel that black is doing okay here.
Yes.
Alexandra misplayed something.
This
here.
was the position, and Merward captured on g2, captured maybe h4 or g4. Yes, g4. Why not? Yes, it seems to me that black is absolutely okay here, maybe even slightly better.
But anyway, white will play f3 here because you need to play somewhere. So even though you're opening your own veins here, but you have to play f3. Or maybe, no, I don't think so. What? Then f3, if you take on g4, then you open the h file. Unless you
but
lose
f6 pawn is hanging, at least something is hanging. But what about the move like king e7 on f3?
f3, king
e7.
No, but then maybe I can take, yes, and then I will double my rooks on the f file. Let's analyze this. Rook f2, rook f1. You will play rook f8 here?
Rook g8.
Rook g8.
And on rook f1, rook g6.
Maybe Alexandra has some chances here. Or
rook h6 is very unpleasant, right? The next move.
so you will force me to play king g1, king h1, yes?
Yeah. Okay, f3 was in the game.
Unless I can play h4, g takes h, and rook h2, you know. So this is also possible to find shelter there.
Okay, and Merwert answered with queen g7 on f3. What about f4 now? Maybe just trick the opponent?
Actually, yes, because I wanted to play f4, but I saw that it was not possible, you know, on the previous move. But f3, king g7, maybe you can play f4. Like, but then what?
Then h4 for
because
black.
you need your knight on f3. Because if you play f4 here, like maybe then I can play king e7.
And there is an advantage in time also for Merwert. 4 minutes different. Here we are, f4.
Can we castle long first? Because if you play f5, I will have knight g5. Try castle long.
I just like h4. So.
Okay, h4 as well, but I want to castle first, then double my rooks. Because if we play f5, knight g5, and black is much better than h4.
Yeah, okay, what to
Or
say?
even knight
Black is
d4,
better.
of course, yes. Merwert is playing very well.
Let's take a look at another
If you
mastering
will
situation.
continue to play like this, I don't think that Alexandra will
Not only
come
Alexandra,
back for the
I think the
second
whole
time.
tournament is in danger. So, Kashlinskaya against Omonova.
Let me have a look.
What's going on here? So many things happened. And I think Black just improved their position quite much.
But Alina decided not to play here after knight e5, queen c7. She didn't take on b7. So we were considering this variation, yes, taking on b7 and then
Yes,
playing
take on
d4.
b7 and then, or take on b4 immediately. Instead of that, she played bishop f4.
No, because there we were queen c8, because here you are forcing to take on b7.
e5 knight is hanging,
because-
so e5 knight was hanging, that's why Alina played bishop f4,
It's a
take on
pity,
g2,
because I thought
and
it was
b3.
necessary to open the center, but knight g4, queen g4, black still has to finish the development. You know, the queen on g4 is eyeing the g7 pawn. What are you doing here? h5, like in French? h5, h4, or in some Taimanov?
Why not, actually?
But you don't want to play h5, g6 here. This will be suicidal.
Yeah, maybe knight takes g4 was not so necessary, and for example, bishop e7 was better instead of knight takes g4, just bishop e7.
Yeah.
Just a natural move.
But
Seems
then
to me more.
let's find a move for Umida Omonova, because Alina Kashlinskaya needs to win on demand, and the queen is looking very dangerous on g4, especially with the pawn on h6.
Is there a chance to play knight d7, for example, for black, to trade a little bit more?
What if I take?
Queen takes.
Because I'm sort of forced to take. Then maybe I can play rook d1 and d4. What can I do here?
Two behind
Or
in
bishop
development.
b5, yes, bishop b5
Bishop
and then d4
e5,
something.
yes, two behind. Okay, Umida played a4. I don't think it was a time for a4. I mean, she's already behind in development, and now she's more
Can I
behind.
play something like rook e1, because I am looking at,
Taking on f7 or knight g6?
yes, taking on e6, but we need something, you know, so we need to bring something to e1, and then maybe knight f7 or even knight g6, yes. I think after rook e1, the position is becoming even more dangerous.
Yes, sure. Here, yes,
But
okay,
she brought, you
e1.
know, rook a1, okay. It's also a very interesting solution, because the rook is not doing anything on a1
Yes,
anyway.
but I kind of was planning to put that rook on d1.
d1.
I I mean, what is the rook on f1 doing, though?
Maybe she wants to double the rooks of the e file, you know, like rook e3, rook e1, sacrificing everything. Yes?
But why not to do it with a natural way, like rook fe1?
Rook a6. What a move. Okay, she understood that the sacrifice is coming, of course. But I think that Alina needs to double now something. Her rook on f1 is out of place, so maybe rook e3, rook e1.
For example, now if I have the rook on a1, I'll do rook d1 and d4.
I just wanted to ask, if I play rook e3, g5 wins the piece or not? Can black play this? Just, I think it's very dangerous, but I'm not sure if this works or not.
What a tricky things you are asking me.
Because how to save the piece? Now we need to sacrifice something. But how much time does Alina have left? 7 minutes, yes. What can we sacrifice here after g5?
So, okay, definitely the knight. That's the only thing to sacrifice.
You're looking at something, you know, so knight f7. What if queen f7?
Then the knight on b8 hanging.
The knight on b8. Okay, so, but why couldn't we do this before?
Because there is no weakness on the king side, and the king takes on f7. And there is no, for example, bishop e5 moves, or king is more safe on the king side. Okay, that's abstractly. In details, we have to find it out. So, for example, g5, rook e3, g5, take on f7, and king takes f7.
Meanwhile, Alina, she played...
she already did
queen
something.
h5.
Okay, so
I
let's
also
go.
like this move because...
Let's go back to reality.
Does she want to sacrifice? Yes, g6, she wants to sacrifice. Valeria, because you take on g6 and this knight on b8 is still on freeze.
Yeah, also queen h5 is stopping bishop e7 as the pawn on f7 is hanging.
And if you play bishop d6...
And she played rook, wait, what? Rook b6? Protecting the b8 knight.
Okay.
That makes sense. That's smart.
So what is the way to continue here? Maybe now we can play rook e3 because bishop g5 is bishop g5.
How much I don't like the rook on f1. I don't know what to do with myself. I need another rook on d1.
Rook e3, play my move, you know. So
yeah, now no choice.
Why do you need your rook on d1? You need sacrifice on f7 and take on e6.
Yes, but on d1 I wanted to push d4. And I'm going to have the extra chances there connected to the c pawn.
Maybe
extra
now
resources.
Umida, she's planning to play g6. Okay, Alina goes rook e4, okay, with the same idea, but probably a more flexible move because you can also move the rooks maybe to g4, h4 a bit later on the game. In the game, so g6 is on the board. Okay, what a game.
What a game.
And
exactly.
Alina is fighting for her life because Umida Omonova won her first game with the white pieces very convincingly. If Alina...
How smart is Umida? Rook b6. She protects the b8 knight from rook b6.
Alina will not win on demand. This is it.
Queen e2.
So can you play bishop g7 now? Okay, finish the development.
What's going on bishop g7? Maybe take on g6 makes sense.
So you want just to sacrifice...
F takes and rook takes e6.
And then king f7?
King f7. And rook e1.
Oh, okay, rook e1. I think, yes, this is the way to play it.
At least I have a huge initiative.
97 is on the board.
How careful is Umida, huh?
Well, she needs to trade, you know, that's the art of the exchange. You need to get rid of this very powerful knight on e5, and her knight on b8 has made just first move in the game.
Yes.
Yes, so knight d7. Maybe Alina can take on g6, take on e6, or maybe she can take on d7. These are the two options, of course. I'm not sure if knight g6 brings you...
Let's take a look. So knight g6, rook
the position
takes
that you were hoping
e6,
for.
and definitely king f7, right?
But then the same rook e1, the same move that you've
Yes,
calculated.
but now at least e7 square is protected with bishop from f8.
But at the same time, your queen is not participating in the defense. Maybe my idea here is to play queen g4.
Yeah.
How about it?
Okay, seems like it's time to sacrifice.
But what if we play the simple knight d7? Because if we are not sure, and Alina goes for knight g6, okay, this is it. Alina goes all in. Knight g6 is on the board, and her opponent actually looks surprised.
She does not have to be.
She has only 6 minutes left, and she will have to defend a very dangerous position.
But on the same time, it's not easy to attack correctly. Because you miss one move and that's it. There will be no initiative
But
anymore.
let's say if she doesn't play king f7, what if rook e6, queen e6?
Queen
Okay,
takes and g6 pawn is
what
also
happened.
empty. This is what happened.
Bishop d6.
On bishop d6 there is knight f8.
Yes, but we have to continue. Queen e5, attacking the rook, and then bring in rook e1.
h7, yeah, okay.
I think this is what Alina
Rook
will
e1.
play.
No, she did rook e1.
She started with rook e1. Maybe, but now after knight f8, queen e5, the bishop doesn't go to d6. She wants to play queen f6. This is the point. Queen f6 and bishop d6 next, maybe. What do you think?
Could be. What else, actually?
The
What
king
else?
is going to be stuck in the center.
Well, otherwise, what else? Yeah, queen f6 has to be done. Queen f6 and rook h7.
Otherwise, queen a5 stops the bishop from participating in the attack. Queen f6 is absolutely necessary. What a thriller.
Amazing, yes.
Let me just check what is happening in the game. And Alexandra Goryachkina, I think she is much worse here, if not lost. So we are about to witness our biggest
let's
sensation.
Go there.
The game will still go on for a while, yes, but there is no way for Alexandra to penetrate Black's camp. The king is very safe there.
What about bishop f8?
Bishop f8 and bishop h6.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit afraid that the queen will go to a5, so maybe she needs to improve her king.
What did she do? Oh, it's difficult to understand what she did.
Yes, I don't have the move for the moment. b4. Oh, okay, so...
Oh, that makes sense.
Yes, but look at this knight.
Yeah.
The knight on e2 has absolutely no squares. b4, what a powerful decision, because white is hopeless here.
Yeah, on the same time, just if we think rogely, if we just block everything with black, we're to lose the game, when you are okay with draw.
But now your move, bishop f8 and bishop h6, she just made it
just huge advantage
play.
for black.
And ladies and gentlemen,
amazing player.
I don't think that Alexandra Goryachkina will save this position.
No way. I mean, just physically, no way. Also, time difference. Look at the time difference. For Mirwar, 10 minutes, and for Alexandra, 1 minute. That's a huge advantage on time.
Kamalidenova, a player from Kazakhstan. She will join one of the youngest players in the event, who beat yesterday Nino Batsashvili, Elnaz Kalakmet, who is only 14 years. She will join her in the third round of this World Cup.
Really?
Yes.
This is a pair?
No, I mean she will join her compatriot.
I think they are playing between each
because
other.
Elnaz Kalakmet has qualified already. You know, so her fate has been a bit different. She was dominating Nino Batsashvili in their classical games, and she won yesterday, so she deserved the rest day.
Bishop h6. After bishop h6, checkmate is hanging. It's not just a check, it is a checkmate, but she still played a5. So she loves to be solid. That's a fact. But But maybe it was not so necessary here to play a5 and just immediately bishop h6
But it allows to take on b4 and then queen a1. But then, okay, if there are no more checks, you can play bishop h6. Maybe a takes b, queen a1, queen a7. Queen a1 is on the board, but I think that bishop h6.
a5 was just an unnecessary
Yes.
move. Bishop h6 was ending
Was
up
much
the
better,
game.
yes.
It was not necessary to be so solid.
So
still
maybe we should wait a little bit. You know, this,
Yeah, who knows?
this was a dramatic change. I still think that
Yeah, bishop
black is much
h6 was
better,
just
of course.
ending
Yes.
up the game. So what's going on bishop h6 right now?
Well, I will give checks.
Check and king d6. Then
Maybe sacrifice something, knight d4 with the perpetual, but of course, white
okay, I
needs to
agree
win
with
this
perpetual.
position. Yes.
But she played queen h2. So what's the point of queen h2? g2 and then what? Queen h... Oh! Queen h6. Look at this. Oh, she's
Queen
surprising
h6
all
is a
the
very
time.
good move, of course.
Wow. Yeah.
Completely paralyzing
Yeah.
white's pieces once again.
Once again, that's true.
And queen s3 is a devastating threat, so what can you do here? Queen c1, but then this is it. Queen a7.
Okay, that's last moves. We are
Where should
counting
the
here
king
king
go?
d6. Ah, there is queen b8 check on king
Maybe
d6.
king e8, king f7, king g8. What do you think? This is how you
Yeah.
find shelter.
Yeah, that's nice. She
So
played
she
king
goes
d6.
king d6, but maybe then king e7. Can you take on d4 now?
On queen b8, she will play king c5. And on queen a7, she will go just
she will
back.
repeat.
Yep.
Yes. There's nothing left to say here.
And knight takes d4, yeah. Wait.
She simply takes. Okay, but I don't think that Alexandra has more than perpetual here after queen d4.
If it is at all there. If it is at all.
But I still don't understand why Mirror doesn't go to f7 and g8. There are no
Because
checks
she's
there.
okay with draw. She's just okay with draw. I mean, she has draw in the pocket, right?
Because there's queen d2 coming, of
Queen
course.
d2.
yes,
Queen
and
d2
rook
is just
h1.
ending up the game. So
If king f1, otherwise queen e1 mate. And they are repeating the position.
So she's smart. She has high techniques, a good strategy, doing tactics well. What is she missing?
Maybe
Experience.
no, experience is one thing, but I think it's maybe it's very important also to be able to work on how you deal with your emotions. You know, sometimes I think it's one of the
So
most
they are just repeating
important
the checks.
aspects when I talked with the athletes. It's like, in order to perform well and to be stable, you have to understand how you deal with your own emotions. And
So she's doing it well, no?
now, yes, of course, she's doing it much better. She claims that with her move, king
Look at
c8,
Alexandra's face.
there will be a threefold
So
repetition of
upset.
the position. Since there is no score sheet, the arbiter has to verify it on the electronic score sheet.
I think it was not necessary. It was not necessary for Umida at all. If she offered the draw, the opponent will agree because they are just repeating the position. Or what's the problem if they repeat it
And
until
by
the
the
end?
way,
That's it.
okay, the draw is agreed.
So
And
the first big
Mirrored
upset.
Kamalidenova qualifies for the third round, and she takes down one of the tournament favorites, Alexandra Goryachkina. This is something I have never seen before, Valery.
Yeah.
Alexandra Goryachkina has played 2 finals in the previous World Cups. She lost one to Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and she won the last World Cup against Suleiman
So she won last World Cup.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's take a look at another must-win situation. This is Kashlinskaya Alina against Omonova Almida, where Omonova is winning also the game.
And she's also
so
winning.
So we have a very big...
Another, yes.
And she won. She already won. Look at this.
So she won and she...
Oh, and her emotion. Her emotion is always like that. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. The closer camera will be more nice. She's jumping all the time and she's winning. Oh, okay, what to say? Congratulations for these young stars. They deserved it. We could not say that they got lucky somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So what about the rest
Kulon
of the
also
games?
won.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Song Yushin won against Narmamai.
So for the moment we don't have
we don't have another
Blitz. Yes, okay. What about Inna Gaponenko and Anna Muzichuk? Yes, Alexandra Goryachkina beat
a tough game.
Nurgil Salimova, yes, I think, in the final, because if I remember correctly.
That's a tough position for Inna.
By the way, I think that Anastasia Ramidu has a real chance to
equalize the score.
Equalize. Okay, she's attacking, of course, but 3-2, 3. Katerina has an extra pawn.
But a huge attack on the king.
Yes, there is a huge attack on the king. If Katerina will be able to repel it, then this is it. She will qualify for the third round, but for the moment, the tension is on the board.
So I think knight g7 is hanging right now. Knight g7, knight takes g7, and rook f6. This is a threat. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a threat. Now we have to find out how to stop it.
Katerina is still thinking. Can you play... you cannot play f6 because you will take on g7 anyway.
And the rook takes g7?
Yes, but let's say... maybe you can...
Okay,
h6 is better.
She already did the move. Mm-hmm. She played rook a1.
Rook a1, okay.
What about knight takes g7?
Yes, let's try.
Is not it just winning?
Yes, knight g7. Knight g7, rook f6, that was your idea.
Here we are.
She goes
Game
for
over.
knight
we
g7,
have a blitz here.
What a move.
Amazing. That's amazing.
And you can't even take on f1 because we will take on e6 and queen h6 check. By the way,
so taking on f1,
I think
just
that
take on e6.
f6 there was knight h6, just for the sake of the truth, because you cannot take on g7. Yes, here if you play f6, then knight h6.
Yes, correct.
It's a better sacrifice, of course.
Because queen was protecting that pawn.
So there were a lot of threats. Rook f6 is on the board.
That's it.
Katerina can still make a few moves.
Yeah, but...
Okay. Can she run? Maybe king g8. You will take on e6.
Okay, you can run, but you will not run far away. Maybe for another 15 moves.
Can she find the shelter here for her king?
Yeah, because that endgame is also losing. I mean, endgame, the queen against the rook and the knight. Because there are not even the extra pawns there for black. I think there will be the handshake soon.
What a dramatic game, you see? Like, we will have our Blitz match if Anastasia wins this game. H5 is on the board. So can we can take, of course, on e6. Why not? But at the same time, she kept the pawn, the h pawn alive. Okay, it's a very good practical chance. Let me have a look if we have a few other results.
Yeah, okay, that's just losing. We can go to another.
She won, so she won her match and she has qualified for the third round. All the games are still in progress.
Anna seems to win the game. She seems to win the game. Mm-hmm. She has a huge advantage as the d-pawn is like a monster.
And Elina Danielyan managed to win an exchange. Just a small update. Yes, there are so many games that are still in progress because This is the game which will
Alina has a
decide
good chances.
everything.
Elina Dalian, who has a good chances to win this match. Finally, after 1,000 draws.
And how about Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Ruth Padmini? So I think but for the moment there will be another portion of rapid games. Don't forget. First of all, we are having
that's true. 10 minutes.
10 minutes
yeah,
rapid game,
true.
and Blitz will only start after those two games.
Approximately, which one goes to that? Avramidou goes to that.
If she will clinch the victory.
Kostyanyuk goes to that.
Because she needs to be very precise while converting her advantage, of course. Alexandra Kostyanyuk made the draw, but she has an extra pawn, but the g6 is falling, yes? Or her opponent...
It's very close to draw.
Is forcing her to play g5 here. What do you think?
Yes, of course. Otherwise, it will be even dangerous.
Yes. g5 is almost forced, but then this game is going to be drawn again.
Yeah. Okay.
How about Muzychuk Maria? Oh, Maria will bounce back, so she will win on demand, because it looks like she is completely winning here. So this match will
go to another
tiebreak, to the second portion of rapid games.
Wait a second, here Talia was better in some point, as I remember. I will just go back to this moment. No, she was not better. She was not better. I somehow remember another position here. Maria was dominating almost the whole game. Yeah, that's true. You see that she was just dominating the whole game, and she's winning and getting back to the match. Okay, let's take a look at Avramidou Anastasia. If she's still, yes, she's completely winning now. It means that the first game Lucknow won, right? So it will be another tie breaks. Next game we have here Padmini wrote at g5, so it goes to draw. It means that Kostyanyuk-Padmini pair will play another rapid game.
By the way, I think that Goryachkina is going to win. So this will be another win on demand. Yes.
It is. That's correct.
What
That's
a match! In this match, we didn't.
So even in the classical, she lost the first game and won the next one.
We have no draws in this match.
No draws. As compared to Danielian and Stefanova's match, no draws. Here, Goryachkina is absolutely winning. Just rook up. She is just rook up. The position is absolutely winning. Ushenina. Let's take a look at Ushenina. What did they do the first round, if you can remind me?
Yes, they drew.
They drew. And
they have to stay in the match. And
so we are very close to tie another rapid game in this match also, as the position seems with the mutual chances. I will not say it's equal. It's just a mutual chances. With this time on the clock, when both of the opponent has less than 1 minute, actually Anna has 10 seconds and Vantika has 33 seconds.
And by the way,
let's stay on this game.
Yes.
What do you think? I think it will be at least very interesting.
What I wanted to say that Anna Ushenina is also a former world champion, she won her title in a knockout format once again. So very experienced players in rapid and blitz time controls. I've seen her many times having left like 1 minute on her clock for 25 minutes, and she still manages to play a decent game.
The position is actually very complicated. That's why I said that it's impossible to say it is with a equal or so on. It's just with the mutual chances. Both of the opponent has the passed pawns and a lot of them. So last one was rook d2.
Rook d2. Motive a4, with the idea of playing b4 and a3, a2.
Seems like winning, no?
Let's try. Oh, she went for b4. Okay, maybe with the same idea. Maybe she can play a4 now.
She has no. It was much better, I think so. It was much better to push a4.
Yes, a4 probably was winning completely, but okay.
Now it seems the mutual chances again.
It's a race, but somehow it's easier to push the pawns which are connected. Yes, the F and G might decide the game. Because after F4, maybe black can play B3.
They should,
right?
Yes. Otherwise, what else to do?
Then F5, and what do you do? Maybe you can play rook B8 with the idea of playing B2.
What
and
about
then if
B2 immediately?
B2? Maybe I have checks there, B2, rook B2.
And D2.
D2, maybe I can play bishop
No,
F3.
she played rook B8, okay. She played rook B8.
Probably the other one was drawn as well, because I'm giving
what
checks.
What about F6 check here?
King G8, what else? What can I do? And then I'm blackmailing you, because if you play rook B2, I will play rook D2. Rook D8, yes, you have to play rook D2, I will play rook B8.
With the perpetual repetition?
Yes.
Perpetual repetition.
Just keeping an eye on the games.
Yes,
Alexandra Kostyanyuk.
We are talking about this, to stop the pawn with the rook b2. In that case, black will play rook d8 and forcing white to play again rook d2 back. Otherwise, the pawn will move. I mean, the idea of the black is to have this perpetual threat. Repeat it again and again.
She's about to play
and
rook
d8. Yes, this is what happened.
It's not easy to find those moves with a few seconds on the clock. So kudos to both of the players. They tried everything, but as it happens, yes, the game will be drawn.
Repeating.
Muzychuk Maria won. Ramido Anastasia now has 4. No, she blundered. No. No, she has 4 pounds, 4 extra pounds, because I thought, where is the queen? But there is a rook, yes.
Oh, it's absolutely winning, yeah.
Yes. Okay. At some point, yes, I scared myself. There was a rook.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Handshake.
Katerina admits the defeat. Okay, this. Anna Muzychuk won against Ina.
Oh, Kostyanyuk, what is she doing there? Let's take a look.
Alexandra Maltsevska, by the way, Lina Danilyan drew Antoinetta Stefano once again. In this match, we have 4 draws. This is probably the match will keep us on the edge of our
So
seats
Elina could not won that game.
till tomorrow morning. Yes.
Actually, I think it's even possible to join them in the playing venue. They don't mind to sit over there and to do the comments from there, to drinking coffee.
And it seems that Alexandra Maltsevska now is winning. We were saying that Lilith had such a nice position out of the opening, but
that's true.
Alexandra
but now
managed
it's absolutely winning for white.
To create this pass pawn, yes.
Yeah.
After queen a5, a5, a6 is going to happen, and we have 2 kings on the board. Such a beautiful and powerful image. So there is nothing left.
Yes. So
The
we have
monarchs are in the
only
center.
one game in progress. We have only
Everything
one game
is
in progress.
finished?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so let's stay on this game, but if Alexandra Maltsevska will win
wins,
this,
she's going to the next stage. And definitely she will win, because the position is completely winning.
Yes, her plan is very straightforward. You just have to push your pawn, then you need to support this, or maybe you can win a few extra pawns. Yes,
Bishop
here.
c4 now.
Bishop c4 attacking, yes. Queen b8 was
Queen
played.
b8 she
But now
played,
if I
and
play
queen
queen
b7.
king
It's
f7.
immediately.
No, king f7, I can still
King
make...
f7 and now bishop c4.
Yes.
How to get out from there for black?
King f6.
King f6.
Yes.
Okay, king somewhere f1. Just move with the king maybe till this to the a5. like this.
It's interesting. What plan can we have? Maybe we can play g4 and bishop d3. I want to take on h7.
Why not moving the king, actually, to a5, like this?
I like it, yes, but who knows? But if I play g4 and bishop d3?
Huh?
G4
immediately?
And bishop
You want
d3,
to end up
yes.
immediately?
Yes.
Okay,
I
let's
want to
take a
win
look.
immediately.
On king f6 or
No,
where?
king f7, I wanted to play g4.
g4.
What do you do? I cannot protect everything here. It's impossible.
Yeah, h7 pawn is gone. Yeah.
I'm just going for the f5 pawn, bishop d3, and I will take on f5.
That's true. That's true. After f4, there will be just bishop d3, h7 is hanging, and if not f4, then just bishop d3, right? Then, for example, on king f6, just bishop d3. Now f5 pawn is hanging, and if black captures on g4, then h7 pawn is hanging still.
And this is such a beautiful position where you have those both pass pawns, yes, h and a. One of them will make it.
Wait, something different happened there.
Okay.
e6 pawn gone.
But the pawn on e6 is still alive, so that's why it's joker.
Most important thing, right? Unfortunately, we don't have closer view.
Alexandra just took the pawn on f5.
Where is the bishop on c4?
She moved her bishop to c4, protecting the pawn on e6 just in case, and alternating with mating threats and
your idea
taking the
I like
material.
more, with just queen b7 and just end up the game immediately with the bishop d3.
But now bishop d3 was played. Maybe let's update the board. Our sensitive boards are too sensitive.
Yes.
So here is the position, the current position. Lilith is trying desperately
queen h7. Now h6 pawn is also gone.
to defend. Yes, but this is it, and g5 is going to fall as well.
Queen g7 has to be.
Yes, but if you trade queens in this position, this is it.
now everything gone with checks. Okay, it's time to resign. I think so. Queen f5 still? No?
Such a different trajectory for those players, because
Now
Lilith,
Alexandra does not want to trade the queen. She
yes, but
played queen
Lilith
e5.
won the first game in their match with the black pieces. Can you imagine?
In classical.
Yes, in classical.
Yes.
So Alexandra won on demand.
Great comeback.
Yes, it was such a comeback, and then they drew the first game in the tiebreak, and Lilith is losing, so she lost.
This is it.
Alexandra Maltsevskaya booked her ticket for the third round, and also a very important pay jump. Yes, there is a difference because we've seen it. Maybe we should remind our viewers. So what is at stake? Yes, let's show the prizes. Once again, what are we fighting for? What are the players fighting for? So the first round, you were getting $3,750. Second round is for the losers. So the second round,
eliminated players.
$5,000, and round 3, the players, they will get $6,750.
So who is in the third round? They already guaranteed $6,750 USD.
32 players only will make it to the third round, and only 16 will remain in the fourth round. The prize fund is in total is almost $700,000, $35,000 for the runner-up, and $50,000 for the winner of this event. And of course, we should not forget that 3 players from this event will qualify for the candidates tournament,
which is also a very important part. So we have all the results done.
Yes, we have all the results, and let's wait a little bit, because I hope that Charlize will be able to catch Alexandra Maltsevskaya and to get her first impressions.
Okay, so one more time before that, if we have a time, I can remind our audience what tie breaks we have more here.
I apologize because I was just trying to get this information. No, I think, yes.
I can continue.
Yes, we can continue because I think that Alexandra Maltsevska will not join us today, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, so we have another rapid games for the following pairs. Avramidou Anastasia against Lapno Katerina. Muzicuk Maria against Cervantes Talia. Padmini Road against Kosteniuk Alexandra. Tochiryanova against Lu. Ushenina, and I think that's it. No, Danilian. So we have 6.
Yes, 6 or half of the
half
matches.
of it.
Yes, they
half of it we
go
have
into
still.
the second portion of the rapid games. I just wanted to have a look at one of the games maybe that we haven't analyzed yet, and it was what was the most impressive?
The most impressive, that's a good question. what was most unexpected, I know, but...
Let's have a look at the game between Yig Song and Mai Narvai. I think that the Chinese player played very well, especially with the white pieces, but she won with the black pieces. She needed only a draw, but she was true to her style.
So this was the position in the middle game,
yes.
where Song has bishop and the knight against the rook, which gives her the advantage, of course, because the minor pieces here is better than the rook, stronger.
But it was a bit different before. Let's say it was completely equal, I feel, but I think that here, just get back a few moves, that's what I want. Here, after rook d6, you see rook d6, and after rook d6, I think that black is completely lost. But what if queen d6? That was my question. So what was white's idea? She
Bishop
wanted to make a
G7.
draw. Okay, it's because she was blackmailing black with a draw.
Yeah, bishop takes G7. Song won the first game, and of course she's okay with drawing the next one. Very tricky decision. Smart one.
Okay, so then I understand, of course, the rook d6 was necessary.
Queen takes e5, and she went just to the losing position, actually. Okay, that's understandable.
Okay, no, because I wanted to check this game. Claudia Coulon, she won convincingly, but in Claudia's style, I think she was worse. Okay, let's just, for the sake of the truth, let's check this game. A lot of mistakes happened. She was better, she was worse. It was a very strange game. What do you think?
Let's take a look.
Just take a look, because we haven't seen it at all.
So in the first game, Claudia won with the black pieces.
So Priyanka had to win on demand with the black pieces. Claudia played solidly in the opening. But then night before, knight c2 happened. Let's see, from this moment.
G4. G4 is, of course, the only move, we can say like that, because
Claudia's
otherwise...
games are always very entertaining.
Yes. Being solid is not her style. She has to be first.
Exactly.
She has to be first.
I remember I played a few against Claudia, and I was thinking, okay, how is it possible that my king was on g1, it's probably somewhere on a7, and I'm still under the attack, and how am I going to survive it? So here it is, g4 was played, knight a1.
She was, wait a sec, she was just queen exchange down? Exchanging the pawn down.
I think that here, after queen d5, she played knight d4, yes?
Yes, even a little bit later, she made a mistake.
Yes, I think that she made the mistake.
But later she was just losing. So where she won, that's the question.
Okay, so let's quickly finish this game.
Okay. She just created the attack. Where she won? Of course she attacked.
And bishop f6. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's it, but nerves, once again, I think we can have a look at the results after this round. So Anna Muzyczuk won her game against Ina Gaponinka with the black pieces, and she avoids the second portion of the tiebreak. Mirrored Kamalidenova beat Alexandra Goryachkina, and she is certainly the player of the day of this round, and maybe of the whole tournament if things are going well for her. Katerina Lagno lost her second rapid game, so the players are tied. They are moving forward. Maria Muzyczuk won on demand, and she will face once again Talia Cervantes in the second portion of the rapid games with the time control of 10 minutes and 10 seconds for each move.
The same we have with Kostyniuk Alexandra and Padmini Road.
Exactly.
Then Omonova Omida, who won 2-0. That's amazing score against Kashlinskaya Alina.
Gulrog Begim and
still back
Mary,
in the second round, second game of the second round. The same is Ushenina and Vantika.
So, who is next? I think that Elina Danilyan and Antoinetta Stefanova.
For sure. That's it, actually. Elina and Stefanova is playing.
Yes. And Alexandra Marcevskaya, Claudia Coulon, and Yuxing Song
qualified to the next stage.
Qualified for the third round of this World Cup. So we will have a short break, I think. So let me check. So the starting time of the
third rapid.
We will have a lot of content during the break, so please stay tuned. But the first game of the second part of the tiebreak will start at 5:40, so like in 20 minutes, and we will be back very soon, of course.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Here we are in a beautiful seaside of Georgia, Batumi, and we do enjoy weather, sea, and the city. Of course, we enjoy chess games as well. Unfortunately, some of the players got kicked out from the event and they left the country, but they left with the nice gifts. And in this video, I'll be unboxing this package, which all the players, 107 participants, got from 46 countries. The first package is this one, and I will be trying to open it. I'm really bad at that. Okay. So the first one is this beautiful Georgian scarf that you can also use as a blanket, or maybe you can just use it for the seaside. And here we have also some ornaments and letters in Georgian, and of course Georgian hinkali. Here we have. The next one is this package, and let's see what we have here. Oh, this is a scarf. Yeah, this is the view of a city. Wait, it is the capital of Georgia. It is this for buildings of Tbilisi. And here we have a beautiful cap with Georgian letters. We do have unique letters which only Georgians are using, and only 3 million people on the earth can speak this language. We do have 33 letters, and I think it's beautiful. Oh yeah, we got it! We got it! Oh, it's so fluffy! Oh, this is a bag. This is so beautiful bag. And we have here a woman in Georgian dress. We have the pomegranate, which is Georgian fruit, and other Georgian elements. Oh, this is cute. It's really, really cute. So all the players from 46 countries, 107 participants got this bag, and hopefully they enjoy it.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncio Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
I am here with Kamalidenova, who just took out Alexandra Goryachkina. You know, she's not just a top player in this event, top player in women's chess, but she actually won the last World Cup. How do you feel?
Well, kind of happy, yeah. I think I was also happy yesterday because I played a good game, but I blundered in the end. So I was hoping that I would play still good in tiebreak. So.
And these two games, the first one also absolutely crushing. Second one, you had the advantage.
Yeah, I had advantage, but I was okay, if she plays knight d4, I always have a repetition and she can't improve her position. So I was okay.
What were your nerves like going into today, into the tiebreaks against such a legendary player?
I was very nervous before the first game, but after I won, I was okay, she's the one who needs to win. So I was okay.
And your preparation, what went into that? Because of course she plays a lot of things. She's also been moving between E4 and D4 in top women's events lately. Tell me a bit about your prep.
I don't know, yesterday she played G4 and I was preparing for D4, but I repeated some E4 lines, so it worked. Yeah.
And tell me about your World Cup experience in general. Of course, this has been a big moment for you, but we still have some games to come, and you've played your games before. So tell me about your general experience here.
I think it's kind of interesting because it's my first World Cup, so I'm kind of enjoying the moment.
Yeah. And chess in Kazakhstan, it's also, they support you quite a lot. So I remember speaking last time at the Women's Grand Prix in Shymkent about the actual support you have from sponsors, from your national body. Yeah. Tell me a bit about that and the support you get as a player.
We have some packages. So after the Olympiad, we get golden package. So we, they have golden and silver. Yeah, I think. That's.
And how much do you think this has helped you in your chess?
Oh, of course it helped me a lot because, the tournaments are so expensive and coaches, so it is very helpful when you have such sponsors.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Mariette, and good luck for the upcoming games. Hope you can keep the momentum.
Thank you.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome back, and what a wonderful surprise. I was, thinking that I made a mistake, Katie.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes, I'm so glad to have Katie Tsasalashvili here with me for our exciting tiebreak. This is the second round of the FIDE Women's World Cup.
Yeah.
Katie, what is your feeling?
My feeling is that we might see more surprises. So far we had already one big upset, Goryachkina being out of the World Cup in this second round. That's not everyday thing, right? So she's the winner of the World Cup, the previous one, and then she was a runner-up. So we had this surprise. And you know what? I think we're going to have more surprises today.
Okay, so we had 12 tiebreaks at the beginning of this day, 6 more tiebreaks to follow because some players managed to qualify. This second portion will be organized with 10 minutes for each player and 10 seconds increment. Maybe we can remind our audience about the results, of the first tiebreak. I think that we should have the graphics. This is it, and then, the games are already in progress, but of course we have a few minutes of delay. So Muzichuk Anna won, she is through. Then you have Umida Omonova, who beat Alina Kashlinskaya with a perfect score 2-0. The other players, as you can see, are playing the tiebreak right now. And you have the surprise of the day, Kamalidenova, who knocked out our title holder, Alexandra Goryachkina. Yuxin Song won 2-0, Claudia Colon won 2-0. And the game have started already. So maybe let's zoom into the positions because Maria Muzichuk had to win on demand against Talia Cervantes. The most balanced match is Antoneta Stefanova and Elina Danielian. They made 4 draws.
They made 4 draws, and after the games I saw them talking and chatting and smiling to each other, and they know each other for many years. They're coming from the childhood. It would be such a big pressure on them to play against each other, right? And I would expect this game will go all the way to the Blitz portion to 3+2. What do you think?
Well, I think so. And actually, Elina Danielian is one of the most experienced players. We all know that there are so many young players in this event, but Elina, she was a former European champion. She was playing on the first board for Armenia for such a long time. So Antoneta was a former world champion, European champion. They've won it all, they've seen it all. And yet, here they are, and only one of them will make it through the third round.
Yeah, and this World Cup is usually the tournament and the format that it's very interesting, obviously, but it's also quite sad, right? If you lose the match, you have to leave the same day or the next day, and you have to watch this tournament from home.
Yes, as I said, someone will triumph, and it will be such a heartbreaking situation for another player.
Exactly.
As we all know, we've been there.
Yes, but that's the character of chess. That's the character of all the games. Right now, we have on the screen Katerina Lachno against Anastasia Avramidou. We have seen Anastasia going through from the first stage, kicking out very strong opponent. Right now, look at her position. This rook being on b7, 7th rank already. She is creating a lot of space advantage on the board. And yeah, the time is quite equal. I think she has decent chances in this game.
Yes, you're absolutely right. First of all, Anastasia, she won on demand with the white pieces, but this is the opening they've played throughout the match. So Anastasia is repeating the same opening all over, and Katerina as well. So they are rather confident, so maybe Katerina will find an improvement. Yeah. But for the moment, you're absolutely right. The position is rather balanced with mutual chances. So maybe let's have a look at our second board, Maria Muzichuk against Talia Cervantes. Talia went for the first time for the Queen's Gambit accepted. It's so funny because I think that, Kitty, you're a D4 player, and I'm the Queen's Gambit accepted player.
That's going to be very interesting.
Let's have a look. So, Knight F3 was played, first of all, to avoid E5, because if E3, maybe let's show it on the board. If E3 here, without knight f3. Black has this extra option of playing e5.
And
Yes,
it's going to be
bishop
so
c4,
sharp.
yes, and ed, ed, and I think that Maria wanted to avoid this. So knight f3 and e3 leads into a very classical version of the queen's gambit accepted. Talia played c5 immediately, so castle, knight c6. Yourself, Katie, what do you like? Which variation do you like against the queen's gambit?
I like this opening actually. I really like how Maria plays here. She just ignored this b5. Sometimes I'm stopping b5 with a4. Yeah, but there are some times when I'm like, okay, I have to be very fast because I just castled. Black's king is still in the center. I can control the d file with my rook, and I can allow my opponent to play b5 and develop the bishop. That's what Maria also did.
So Maria allowed b5, bishop went to b3, bishop e7, and only now she took on c5 because she waited for this move, yes, bishop c7, so if you take on c5, bishop c5 is losing a tempo.
Exactly.
So dc5 is on the board, and look at her clock. 6 minutes for Talia. She feels that I feel like she's in unknown territory. I don't like she played queen c7 here.
Oh, she didn't take the pawn back on c5. Why she made this
Maybe
decision?
she was anticipating rook d1. She played queen c7, and sometimes you want to play. From my experience, personally, you can even play knight d7, knight c5, but it might be too slow. Yes,
exactly.
Like queen c7 with the idea of knight d7. Let's just show it maybe here, and knight c5. But,
exactly.
White can reply with a4 as well. Who knows?
So in the game we had e4. Maria already played this move, and again it is Talia's time to move. This is a time control that 10-second increment might not be too much. So Talia cannot really drop her time too low.
And Maria has 11 minutes. You know,
she's a very tough blitz player and a rapid player.
Knight g4 is on the board. Let me show you this trick. Knight g4 is on the board right now, and knight d4 is the threat, the devilish threat.
h3 can be the big blunder.
Exactly. And believe me, this blunder happened many times.
Yes.
Yes, because White simply ignored this threat. He said, okay, h3, you know, this is, let's just get rid of this knight, but knight d4 is completely winning for Black.
Yes, you have to give up your queen, right? Otherwise it's a checkmate. You have to give up your queen. So if I take the knight here, there's a checkmate. And if you move your queen
to d1, yes.
Where is it?
Position
here,
disappeared.
Yes. If queen, you move the queen anywhere, then I take the knight. And again, I want to play queen to h2.
So what a tricky move indeed, but I'm pretty sure that Maria is aware, of course. So she might play g3 just to parry
Stop
this
the
threat.
queen.
Maybe there is another option, but g3 seems interesting to me. Okay, it's a game. Maria seems surprised as well.
She is
What is she looking at? Does she want to sacrifice a pawn? Maybe e5 and bishop f4, very much in the spirit of this position. What do you think, Katie?
I love this idea.
So, because I'm afraid, you know, bad things are going to happen, yes? You have to take on f3 here, yes? Queen f3, and then attacking the knight on g4.
The queen on c7 is also hanging.
Yes, I think that you have to take with knight g5, otherwise you're losing. Yes?
Yeah, you have to do with another knight.
Okay, so e5 is another option, but let's move to the third game between Alexandra Kostyuniuk and Raut Padmini. They drew all of their games. It's a very balanced match indeed.
And Almeria, they drew very fast their classical game yesterday in like about 10 minutes or so, and they were both very happy with this decision.
Alexandra was black, you know, and Raut Padmini decided not to risk everything in one game. I think that mathematically it's the best decision because you are having 2 more games. Yes. So she will be able to bounce back if she loses. However, like in classical game, it might be very dangerous.
You have played yourself World Cup, right?
Many
times. I've never played myself, so you played a lot of times, I assume. Was there any kind of like specific preparation or a strategy that you had for this tournament? Because it is very unique. If you lose your game, you are in must-win situation, and you cannot really afford to make a draw.
Actually, in my first World Championship, which was organized in a knockout format, I was in this situation, and I was an underdog in the match against Alisa Galyamova, like the world-class player, so I lost a very, very difficult game with black, and then I just went all in with white, and I went on winning the tiebreaks, and that was my first quarter-final. So later on, I understood that it was very important to have a strategy in these events, and that's why I think that sometimes with white you have to take those pragmatic decisions. And by the way, in my second World Championship, I was playing against Alexandra Kostyniuk in the quarterfinals, and it was a wild match. Alexandra went on and beat me, and she played her first final. She lost against Zhu Chen, and she was at the time 17.
Okay.
Alexandra is a very experienced player. I think one very important element is to have your nerves, and to be composed, because one decision and this is it.
That's it. Yeah. That's clear. And also the tournament is quite long. You might stay at the World Cup, at the event, until the very end, or you might have to leave faster. There will be no third chance. You might have your second chance, but not the third chance. What can we talk about this position? Who stands better?
I think that it's rather balanced, but as I've said before, we're analyzing something similar with Valery. Alexandra has only 4 minutes left, and it indicates my intuition that it might be balanced, but easier to play for white.
Yeah.
Maybe the moves come easier, for white. So knight e4 is on the board. Alexandra doesn't have a clear plan, so you have to be patient here.
You're waiting here. I really dislike this knight on e4 for white. It controls the whole center, it blocks everything. Is it a good idea to give up the light square bishop and to take this knight, or should black remain the pair bishop on the board?
Well, I don't think so, because let's demonstrate it on the board, because when you take on e4, let's say d takes e4, you will not trade queens. This is very important with white. And then look at this. You're going to prepare g4, g5.
Oof,
this is a standard plan here. So I think that Alexandra has to be very, very careful, because this light square bishop normally is supposed to guarantee her some kind of counterplay. Or you take on e4 at the moment where, you've calculated the variation and it transposes to some kind of equal endgame. But here, I don't think so. And also the d file is open. I have this wonderful d5 square.
Yes.
If you take, So that's why I think that Alexandra thought for a while here. She knows that there are hidden dangers.
Exactly, and what she's doing right now is using Padmini's time to think for her next move. We have queen to f3 by Padmini. Is she trying to concentrate her pieces on the queen side, the king side anyway, for the attack?
It's possible, yes. She wants to play g4, h4 for sure. That's her plan. But okay, let's move maybe to our heavyweight match, Antoinette against Elina. Because we haven't seen where they're still in the opening stage. Okay, this game is developing very slowly. 4 minutes for Antoinette and only like 5 minutes for Elina. So d4. Katie, what do you think? Do you like this position? Maybe black will take on c4 and we will have another structure, similar structure like in one of the games. Like Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepts it. This is one way to play to take on c4. You also suggested d4 here, or
not yet. I think that d takes c4 is more natural here. Yes. What do you think?
I like that idea. And then
because d4, let's try it. Because remember h7. I don't know. Maybe I can take on h7 here. So let's try. Let's change everything. Bishop h7. Yes, I think that it favors white in this position. What do you think?
I like this position for white.
Because I will keep the queens on the board, even if you will play bishop c6 here. So queen h4, maybe rook d1, bishop d3. I think that Elena has to avoid this, but she's a very experienced player, of course.
She'll not give this chance to Antoaneta, who is known to be very sharp player, right?
Yes, I've been there.
I've been there. I've not been there, but I have seen a lot.
I've played so many games against Antoaneta. So Ushenina Anna against Vantika Agrawal. Okay.
Ooh. Look
at those pawns. Okay, F5, E5, D5.
Yeah, the engine bar which we have on the top board.
Thank you, Katie. It's the first time I've seen it, by the way.
This is the live board, guys, on the top, and the below board is the one that we are analyzing in the game. So you have both of the boards on the screen. It indicates that black has here some advantage.
Well, I think it's not some, because look at this powerful center and the pair of bishops as well, because white needs to stabilize the position and to make the move f4 to get the square on d4, but how to make it? So I think black has to keep the queens on the board. Like we need to make a move, but okay, the knight on e7 is protected, so yes, then maybe let's make something like queen g7, queen g6. Both moves are possible, I think. And
checkmate threat in one move is never a bad
queen
idea.
g2.
I learned about that.
I was actually moving there for positional reasons, but combining with mate in one is a perfect move.
Yeah. It also has some dynamics here for black. White's king is under attack.
But maybe queen g7 is better. Now I see that just in case the pawn on e5 is also protected with queen g7. So if you were to choose between two moves, so queen g7 is a more flexible move, of course.
Yeah, I was thinking like if white offers the queen trade with queen to g3, that would be much better for black. Now you can play knight to g6 to bring the knight on the king side and to keep the tension on the g file.
You're absolutely right. Yes, so that's why queen g7 is to be preferred. We just need to keep the queens on the board, and then you'll figure something out. Then maybe let's move to the match between Goryachkina and Mioi. Just a second. That's the match here on the fourth. Just to check what is happening. Okay. It's about equal. It's a very balanced position. Maybe knight c4. What was this? This was a benko, yes?
Yeah, it looks like the benko.
Black sacrifices a pawn, but has sufficient counterplay here. But I think that Maria Muzichuk is about to win the game. Look at this position.
Get back then, maybe.
Yes, Katie. Let's bring this on the board. The queen is on h5, and it's only move number 16.
Yeah, you know what happened after this last move? We checked g4.
She did go for e5.
Happened. Black did not capture that pawn. Then we had bishop to f4, g5.
This is a bit too much. The thing is, you know, I know those positions very well. So if you don't capture on e5 and you allow white to establish this powerful pawn on e5 and bishop f4, then and you still didn't capture on c5.
Exactly.
You have this d6 square, so knight e4 and knight d6 is coming. So g5 was played out of desperation and necessity because she didn't want to castle here. What do you do if you castle h3?
Exactly.
You cannot take on e5 anymore. So I can understand Talia's decision, but I think that Maria reacted very well. So knight g5. Knight g takes e5 and knight f7.
I love this move. I just love this move. You cannot take back with the knights because it is pinned. So you have to take with the king, right? You can't afford to give up so many pieces.
Queen h5, king g7, and bishop h6, and forces resignation.
Wow. Look at that. So after king to g8, you have a checkmate with the bishop.
Maria won a perfect game. It's a miniature. 17 moves were played in this game. So not only she won this game, but now she's leading.
Yep, but they will play another game.
Because she had to win on demand. Yes, Talia will play aggressively with the white pieces. So there is another game. Let's have a look. So Anastasia Avramidou and Katerina Lagno. It's still a very quiet game. Anastasia is controlling the B file. And her knights are jumping to f5, maybe king h1 was played. She was afraid of knight h3, yes, I think.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
Knight h3 check. But why not knight f5 then? Maybe g6, yes? Something like this. But g6 is always, you know, a responsible move.
It depends where the knight goes now.
Yes, but even if you go to knight e3, it means that you soften the pawn on h6, and the play continues. But that's how you create in weaknesses. Yes, you need to soften there, soften here, because black rooks are very passive.
Exactly, they cannot really do
You
much.
can jump to g4 then, and g3. You see how this pawn can be vulnerable?
Exactly, that's actually... it's quite slow game, and with this move, if you play very fast, you can also win some time on the clock.
Of course.
So king h1 has been played here, and Katerina, she has 2 minutes on the clock, more than her opponent. That's a very nice advantage in the rapid game.
Yes, so she's 5 minutes, but yes, and Anastasia 3 minutes. Rook d8. It's a very interesting decision, because I think that she goes
D5?
for the plan with d5, but I find those rooks so dangerous that maybe you could she play rook e7, but still. What?
She's going queen?
Queen somewhere.
Queen where? Queen
c2. c2, anticipating d5.
Yeah, okay, if you play d5, then I take with this c pawn and the bishop will hang.
Of course, and the bishop is hanging, so it's sort of a prophylactic move, yes? You are taking your queen away from the pin.
I like that.
Yes. Maybe now Katerina can play rook a7, but then I can take and play rook b7 still.
Yeah, you have another rook.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah. She's going...
She brought the rook to c8. A very positional game. The pawn on a6 is weak, but we cannot play rook a7, and we cannot bring the second rook on the 7th rank, so maybe Katerina is right. It's a very interesting plan. She just protected the bishop on c5, so she wants to play d5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's show.
Sounds decent.
Let's make a move. I don't know which move we can make, so we can illustrate.
Right?
Yes, to pass.
Yeah.
Let's say rook b3.
Yeah.
Just rook b3, rook 7 to b3. Can she play d5 here? Just to verify. But king is on h7, so
I
it's
take
not
now with the
possible.
e-pawn.
Yes.
You take it back, and I have this check.
Yes, you cannot take back. Okay, what a devilish idea, because d4 is winning. Okay, so for the moment, Katerina can't play d5, and queen c2 is a wonderful trick.
Look at that.
How many tricks does Anastasia have in her head? She will need to pull a lot of those in order to win her match against...
She's going knight to g1.
Katerina Lagno. Let me have a look. All games are still in progress. Just a second. Oh, I think Elena Danilyan is better. She has this wonderful square on e4, and she just went knight e4. But Antoinetta won the pawn on b7. Okay, but I think that's...
I'm always very skeptical about pawns on b7 and b2. When you capture, you just get this queen so far from all the actions.
But she had to make a few concessions, of course, and the concession is these squares, and black has pieces which are very active.
You know what might happen if you take on d5? Knight takes on c3. If you take the queen, I have this intermediate move.
Knight e2, and you're completely winning.
You have an extra piece.
But what happens if knight d5?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
What's the idea? It looks very dangerous, but at the same time, maybe Antoinetta has to go all in.
She takes?
No, I think that she left the knight on c3. She played bishop f3.
She played
I can
bishop
see
f3.
that the bishop is on f3.
Knight takes, pawn takes.
She
and rook takes on
decided,
c3.
yes, to simplify. So how about queen d5 here?
Queen d5.
What's Elena's idea? Maybe she wants to sacrifice on c1. Is it possible? Because you don't have the intermediate queen d6, and she wants to play queen f4 in this position.
Go for the dark squares.
But then rook e1.
Right.
Somewhere. Are we winning here?
Check.
Yes, king f1.
F1.
Wait, bishop d3 is coming. Let's check.
Oh no.
Yes, and then what do you do with?
If you play rook e2, then bishop
it's made.
g3.
Of course, and bishop g3.
I locked down
yes.
everything, and queen h1. You cannot really save your
Maybe
king.
that's her idea, but rook e1 doesn't seem like the best move in this position. Maybe we can check it, but what a trap!
I love that. She has 39 seconds. Do you think she will go for it?
Okay, so
low time.
maybe let's stay on this game for the moment because it's about to become very sharp. And Antoinetta is hesitating. She knows that her position is
not so tempting for her.
Well, it's the least I can say.
You know what? If Antoinetta is playing with black pieces, she would take the rook, bishop on c1 without even thinking.
Maybe she has to bring her queen back, like queen b2, you know, and to get rid of this idea, like rook c1, queen c1 then.
Exactly. She takes the pawn.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see if Elina will take on c1 immediately. I think that's her idea.
Rook c1, rook c1, rook c1. We want to see that.
How many minutes? Seconds. 34 seconds.
34 seconds. She very often looks at the clock and she takes
rook f3. Oh, she takes another bishop. Oh
Wait a
my
minute.
God! Yes, this is. She rook f3 because then if queen f3,
you take the queen.
But
d4?
then queen e3, like rook e3 is protecting. She forgot that queen d4, bishop e3 is not winning anything.
Oh no! She just blundered this bishop e3.
I think that was a terrible blunder. She took the wrong bishop. That was a terrible miscalculation, Katie.
Oh my goodness.
And I think that now Antoinetta will win this game with a steady hand.
Exactly. She had to get rid of the dark square bishop because that was the bishop which was putting pieces together. Okay, let's get the live.
Pressure, nerves, Katie, I think that's, well...
And there's not even one pawn for the exchange to have some compensation.
And the rooks are also active. I can even threaten the mate of my own if I will be allowed to play queen g3. Maybe king h2 and queen g3 threaten something, but...
I like this move, king h2.
Katie, okay, here we witness a terrible blunder, but let's have a look at the game between Alexandra Kostyniuk and Padmini Rauts. G5 was played. You remember I told you that she will play g4, g5, but it happened without the queens.
Yes. Look at the king on e4. Oh no.
So g6 was played. Alexandra didn't want to allow g6. Let's have a look at this position before g6 was played. She didn't want black to play g6, but maybe she had something else here. Maybe rook b4.
Difficult.
What about rook b4? What are you playing?
You can play c4, right? Here, just to cover the check.
Maybe rook b3 then, attacking the pawns. Like I need to activate my rooks. What do you do here?
There's some moves like g6. Can I do that, or there's any other
No,
move?
but let's try, because g6, I thought that I might take on g6.
And if I take with the pawn, then king e6.
King e6.
You give a
you
check.
have rook e6. Okay. It's a very interesting variation, but okay, let's get back to our live position.
We had f takes, h takes, and
g takes f. Okay. I like this. Bishop takes f6. So,
I can play rook to f2 with bishop g5 idea. This is one thing you can do.
Rook f2, maybe king g7. I have to escape.
Should I push also h5 just to open up my rook?
Yes, I like it very much. The thing is, if we have to assess this position, even though the material is balanced, but the white's bishop is much better, and the king on e4
the king
is such a monster.
King.
So white is definitely playing for a win here. What do you think, Kitty?
White has better position. This is the position everybody wants to have. King in the center, have few weaknesses in the black's position, way better bishop, and obviously not too much dangerous checks for the king. Yeah. And time is fine. 1 minute 30 seconds for Padmini. She can navigate
it's a very
here.
important. So let's try Rook F2, King G7, and your move H5.
Yeah.
But then if I take on H5, what do you do?
That's a tough question. I was thinking about Rook A6. Shall I go after the bishop?
Yeah, I have to protect it. Rook F7, and then.
Yeah.
Maybe
Running out of
check.
the moves.
Yes, but maybe let's keep our pawn on G.
We don't need to
yes,
give,
on
yeah.
H4.
You know
Maybe
what?
start with Rook A6.
When it's not your game, you can be very generous. You can give up all the pawns.
Maybe you can start with Rook A6. I like your move.
It's a sneaky move.
Yes,
You
because
want to play Rook F2 now.
and this is it.
Yeah.
So
And if King G7,
now you can play H5.
H5 with all the
So
comfort.
Rook A6 is a subtle, and she
She's
plays
going
it.
for
She
it.
understood everything. We were trying to
Wow.
grasp all the
Yeah.
nuances, but Rook A6, I think,
This is time spent well. She was thinking a little less than a minute, but she found the most powerful move. Now the next moves will be very fast
And
for
that's the
Padmini.
move which poses so many problems to Alexandra Kostyuniuk. She was the winner of the World Cup in 2021, but so was Alexandra Goryachkina, but she
Yeah.
was eliminated
She was
in the
eliminated.
first portion of the tie breaks, and Bishop H4. So do we take on G6?
I can take with both rooks. She takes with A6 to G6. There's some naughty checks. Rook to G7 coming.
So can you play Bishop F? King F5.
Oh, I love that move.
Look at this. I think that Bishop F6 and King F5 is coming. Where is this Bishop going?
And if you play Rook to D6 now, do I have Bishop G5?
I don't know yet, but we can try. Let's try Bishop G5 here. Maybe it's completely winning. Because, look, the Rook on B5, how can I make it work? Maybe E4, I don't know.
It's a
But it's
crazy one.
definitely
It's a
winning
crazy one.
something, yes.
Oh my goodness, this game is really tough. So this is current position right now, what we have. Kostyuniuk is thinking, right?
Maybe one last glance at the game between Anna Osenina, because I think that she is under severe attack. Knight H4 is on the board. How about the queen on H5? Can we take the queen on H5? Oh, I think that queen H3
Queen H3
allows black to just to move her queen.
Yeah, she played that. She had actually 6 seconds before she moved that queen.
So
And
queen
now
just
the queen is kind of trapped on the H file, right?
Yes. And queen F3, like everything.
F3, yeah.
Knight F3 is a threat for the moment. Taken on E1. What a horrible position for Anna Osenina.
20 seconds.
8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, because real
3,
time, 2.
2, 1.
She made the move with 1 second. Oh my
1
God, this
second.
is too much for me. Katie, it's good
Yeah,
that you,
oh my goodness.
you have taken the command, because like this is too much for me. 16
Wow.
seconds now for black. Oh my God, 11. She needs to find a way to continue her attack.
She
Bishop
takes the
C4.
pawn on C4. Is that a good move?
I think it's a good move, because you will have this extra square for your bishop on D5.
Oh, I
and,
love that.
And also attacking the
Rook on
the
F1.
rook on F1.
White goes with bishop to E2. Black has to keep the bishop on the board. Bishop D5 is a serious threat.
Bishop C4 is very well played, of course, and like Bishop D5.
But she goes bishop D5 anyway. And what's her idea now? Queen G3? Rook, Rook H2,
Yes.
King H2, and a checkmate.
Queen G3 and
Oh my
mate on
goodness.
H4.
Oh wow, what a brilliant game done
Brilliant game.
by Vantika. Wow, beautiful.
With the black pieces. Okay, let's move to Alexandra. I think her opponent managed to win, and she has an extra pawn, and these pawns are doubled, but this must be a technical win. So C4 is going to C5, Rook H2, activating her rook, Bishop G7. Alexandra is defending like a lion, but this is not easy. Rook D7. Wow, she's just spreading her wings here.
Exactly. Oh,
Rook
goodness.
d2, rook d7 is coming. Maybe rook b7 is necessary because you don't want to allow the rook on the 7th rank. But then c5.
5 seconds. 4. She goes bishop to f8.
There are so many games which are still
maybe
in
you can
progress.
just very quickly.
Let me see. Okay, Antoinetta still has to convert her extra exchange, and one Gulruk Begim against Meolu. It's okay. She's losing. The Chinese player has an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Katerina is better. Okay, so Katerina managed to navigate this middle game and won an exchange.
Exactly. Let's keep the eye on Padmini costing, right, at this moment.
Let's stay at this game. This will be another huge surprise because until now the players, they drew.
All the games. Rook takes the pawn on e5. Now white has 2 extra pawns. This is risk-free position for Padmini. Then what we have, bishop g7 check, and we have king to d5.
Maybe king d5. It's on the board.
Black also chooses to get this king on the queen side, obviously.
But I can play c6 now. You c6 with the idea of bishop c5 check and taking away the d7 square.
And if you play king to d8, then I have king to c5, and look at the check, and the rook is lost now.
Yes, I think Alexandra needs to move her rook urgently, rook g4, and she needs to put it on the white square. Also protecting from bishop g5 check, which I think was winning almost immediately, so she
saw that.
Yes, she finds a few defensive resources, but it's not enough.
F2, I love that move. It stops king going on the queen side, then I have rook f7.
She wants to play c7 and rook f7.
And we have rook to g3, chasing the bishop.
Well, it's good that we have
bishop c5.
The live image, bishop b6.
Oh, bishop b6. If you play king to c8, now you are in a checkmate net. We have a check.
Yes, and the king can hide on the e6, I think. Yes, if you're giving checks, king b5, king a6.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Nicely done by Padmini so far, this game.
Very well played. She, you see, a very wise choice of the opening strategy. I told you, maybe it was balanced, but she had such easy moves.
Exactly. It's a rapid, right? You don't have much of the time to think.
And she brought her king to e4. I think that, yes, Katerina Lagnova won the first game with the black pieces. So she is leading in the
You know
match.
what I'm thinking in this position? For Alexandra, the best would be if she plays for the stalemate.
Yes, but you have the bishop.
You have a bishop, which is this so bad piece. And we have here rook to c7 and the resignation.
Alexandra admits her defeat, and she will have to win on demand with the black pieces. So we still have Antoinetta against Elina. But unfortunately, I don't think that this is a fortress, because what Elina needs is to stretch, what Antoinetta needs is to stretch Elina's position, so the bishop will not be able to defend the pawn on a4. She can do it from d1 or d7, but that's why Antoinetta played rook d6.
I love this rook on d6.
So this rook just took away all the squares, and maybe Elina has to play bishop f5, so if rook d4, bishop c2.
Yeah. But now this allows white to play king to f4, right? And your king is also quite limited here.
But maybe king to d2. I'm attacking the bishop.
Okay.
Let's find a way how we win this pawn. Let's just move the variation.
Did she play something? Yeah, she played king d2. She played king d2.
I know my players.
Yeah, I know them so well.
Elina needs to find the square.
Bishop e4.
And she needs to protect the pawn on a4. So now from c6. But how about rook a6? Rook a6 is winning the pawn immediately. This is it.
And the moment you win a pawn, that's it.
Who knows? Because the bishop protects the square on a8, then king g4, h5, h4. Elina can create some.
You know what you can do?
Attack.
You can keep the king on the king side and push the pawn together with the rook. Maybe that's the correct strategy.
So she did go rook a6, I think, and Elina will march towards the h1 square. So king g. Did she play king g4? But then rook a4 wins the tempo, and then king e3 back. No. Then it's completely winning.
King g4 is on the board.
Okay, then rook a4. Okay, you can play king f4 here. King e2. And then king f2, I think, yes.
Yeah.
You have to bring your king closer, okay, and now...
I can play rook to b4, can I? h3. We have to play king g1, I suppose.
Of course.
But wait a minute, then what happens after this?
We take the bishop, yes. And Antoinette brings her king closer to the pawn. Of course, she needs to stop it with the king and then to support her pawn with the rook.
And now she played king to g1, very important move to have a full control over the h-pawn.
So many decisive games in this tiebreak. We have only one draw, yes. So, by the way, it's a strange draw because we will be able to analyze it after the end of the round, because I think that on first glance I thought that the Chinese player had the decisive advantage. But let's stay at this game.
All right. At some point I think Antoinette also needs to cut the king from getting closer to the and we have here a handshake.
Antoinette wins this game, but I think she knows that Elina didn't take the right bishop. Yes. If rook c1 was played, then the result might have been completely different. Yes, let's just show it once again.
We can show that.
Maybe now we can analyze it a little bit, because we have some time, of course.
We have this moment, queen to d5, and this was the moment when Antoinette was thinking so long. I'm certain that she saw the correct move, rook to c1. White cannot take the queen because you have the intermate check here, and you are winning a piece. So white has to take this rook back, either f or a rook, and you are taking f4 pawn. Very important pawn, very important bishop as well. And this bishop on b8 has no opponent, and white's king is in trouble.
Yes, of course, and there are so many threats, so it would have been such an easy position to play for Elina, and she missed a wonderful opportunity to create so many threats. Whether so, it was the wrong bishop.
It was the wrong bishop, unfortunately, for Elina. She took the light square bishop instead. We can maybe show that too. She made this move very fast. She moved this move very fast, and the point was that after taking on d4, this was the key move. I can't believe that Danielian was not capable to see two moves tactic, but a lot of nerves, a lot of variations, and she mixed it up.
By the way, Katie, I thought that let's show this game. So the game that we couldn't analyze because there are so many things to see and between Goryachkina and Mioi. So I think that this end game somewhere was winning. So let's have a look at when did I see when she had an extra pawn.
We don't have a chessboard on the screen. What are we doing now? Because we don't have a lot of time, right? The next round starts at 6:40 local time, and we are at 6:20.
Yes, let's just bring one more chessboard.
The board in the studio, please.
Bring it back, please. It's like we are chess players, yes, we want to analyze, because I think that I saw the game at this moment, move number 48. So what do you think, Katie? This was completely winning, yes, for black. Knight g6, f-take g6, and so king f5 protects in the pawn.
Like they repeat it?
Yes. But
now you want to take the pawn on d5?
Let me have a look. No, here. I think that here, just the pawn was on g4. She played very well. So let's have a look what black missed here.
Yeah.
So after rook f1, I think that the best move here was king g5.
She played what? King G3?
Because she allowed, black to play rook f6. And she lost like so many tempos compared to the game. So if you play king g5, then you have to play rook f8 in order to play rook g8 or rook d8. Let's just put this variation on the board. So even rook h6, protecting the pawn and protecting from the check.
Winning,
I think so. Should have been king e2, rook g3.
But you cannot play king f1 now because I have the
rook f6,
and opponent game. Oh my goodness.
So I think that unless I'm mistaken, this.
And if you get this rook back, it's very passive now, and
king
you just
G4,
get king g4.
Yes, and then you can give checks and win the d5 pawn. So yes, I think that was the.
King g5 is a very difficult move because you don't want to get your king back. You want to get your king in closer to the pawn, but it also blocks your own pawn, so you don't have next move, and you cut your king as well.
To take the pawn on g6, and it brings white king closer.
Close,
yes, I think it was a missed opportunity for the Chinese player. Okay, she will have the white pieces in this match, but I think everything is still possible.
Everything is still possible. So what we have here is 5 decisive results and only 1 draw.
Yes, so let's bring them, on our screen, Katie. I think that we have our team, which is working very hard. Let's bring the results on the screen. I also have the results of the polls. Like there was another poll. So how many playoff matches will go to Blitz today?
I voted for 1 to 3.
How many? 1 to 3.
Yes,
okay. This is the majority of the votes, 54%. So let's have a look at the results. For the moment, we still have a lot of Blitz possibilities, but Katerina Lagno is leading. Maria Muzichuk won on demand and won the first game in the rapid of 10 minutes.
Yes,
Padmini also won. Yes, and we have here the match tied.
Tahin-Jonova tied.
Yes, tied.
And Ushanina on demand to win next rapid.
She needs to win next rapid. So maybe you're right. 1-3 is the has the biggest number of votes, and you have Antonetta Stefanova, who is leading against Elena Danilyan. Then we have 24% of participants who voted for 4 to 8 matches, but this is too much. We know that we only have 6 matches left. So
somebody wanted to have all the time breaks from 9 to 12.
Guys, it's Friday. Aren't you working? I hope that you're watching our broadcast somewhere, behind the Excel spreadsheets. So it's like if your boss is coming, so you just
take it.
You're bringing this back. So when does the next round start?
It starts in about 15 minutes. It's at 6:40.
6:40. So let's take a short break, and we will be back, of course, in a few minutes. And we have a lot of content, to keep you in front of this screen, to keep you entertained. Thank you so much, and we will be back.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Polina Shuvalova, who has just won both games in the second round of the FIDE Women's World Cup. Polina, can you please tell us about these 2 smashing victories?
First game was a bit nervous for me. She had some chances in the game. I mixed it up a bit.
yeah, it was quite tricky for the first round. So I was like moving into the game a bit, and today was more calm game for me. I think, yeah, when she played like bishop b5, move rook a5, I'm already good. But before it maybe was like an equal position. So, but my match situation was okay with a draw. So, yeah, I'm happy to win the match. That's all.
When you talk about nerves in the game, was this before the game even started or during?
Yeah, I meant during the game, like the nervous. It means that it was not like a calm game. Like there was some moments, some ups and downs. Yeah, so during the game, I had like not a good position in the first game in some moments. Yeah, that's what I meant.
We have a lot of people going into playoffs tomorrow. The games are quite equal. You, of course, will have a rest day. Do you use this to prepare, or do you rest? You know, go out and see Georgia.
I will watch whom I play in the next round. For now, I don't know whom I play. So, like, if it is a clear opponent and I know with whom I play, I will prepare, and if not, I will just have some rest and watch the tiebreaks and watch a bit of Georgia, as now I only saw like McDonald's here and nothing more. So,
well, they do apparently have one of the nicest McDonald's buildings in the world here.
yeah, that's true.
Polina, you've been at the top of chess for quite a while, you know, particularly junior chess, but now you've transitioned into the more elite women's chess, you know, playing the Grand Prix, we're here at the World Cup. How do you see that difference in your strength and coming such a long way?
Yeah, like some years ago, I had the same rating, almost I even had 2500, but like I think that my level of play now is a bit better than it was before. So yeah, I'm just working on chess, and I hope to improve, and also to improve my rating and results.
That's interesting that you say, you know, your rating is the same, but you think you are a better player. Do you think that's because of the experience?
Yeah, it's because of experience and also some I guess deflation in ratings. Like when I was young, I was like 17, 18 years old. I was just going all the way forward, like for attack. I don't care about like making draws and such stuff, and like that energy, that craziness, it gave me like this rating at the time, but with the time you are learning to play more wisdomly, I think. Yeah, to play like more chess stuff than just throwing pieces. Like.
Okay. And what do you think is your greatest strength in chess, Polina?
Oh, that's I think maybe my universal style, more or less. I think I'm quite universal, and. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your rest or prep tomorrow, whichever you decide, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Thank you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission, topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers, Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncio Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
I'm pleased to be joined here in the media center by one of India's top female players, Harika Dronavalli, who has just defeated another Indian player and qualifies for round 3. Harika, first of all, congratulations on a fine performance in this game. Before you show us the most interesting parts of the game, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding your opponent. So this match has been a tough one with Nandita. Is it more or less difficult to play knockout matches with players of your own country who you know perfectly well? Is there any special dynamic there?
I think maybe because you know each other like well in general. If you play with same country, that can be a bit not so clear, like comfortable, let's say. But okay, Nandita, I mean, we didn't play team championships together, so maybe we don't know so much about each other, so it's okay.
In the end, it's just a fight. Yesterday was the first game, and it seemed to me that at certain points, I thought you were going to win, but at the end, it was a huge struggle, which finished in a draw. Just give me your thoughts on yesterday's long game. You were the last player to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I tried when I got chance. I kept pushing and pushing, but it wasn't enough because it's opposite color bishop, and she really defended well. So, I mean, I wasn't upset. I was tired, but I wasn't upset with the result because I know that we both gave our best.
But today you won, and a very nice game. And for those of you who are going to see the game now, this is a reminder that even if the queens are exchanged, there is still a lot of potential to attack the opponent's king, and you actually did a model game to learn how to do that. So could you take us through the moves after the queens are exchanged?
Yeah, there was a choice. Maybe I didn't even need to exchange, but I saw this idea, this h4 is strong even without queens, and that's why I went. I think she didn't realize the seriousness of the move. She played knight c7. I thought like h5 is, maybe knight c7 is most human move also to get this knight e6, knight d5. And after h5, I think she must have missed, I don't know what is the best defense yet. Like, I think it's very hard for human. In general, they have to play knight d7, knight g4 something, and it is kind of coming to clear same thing. So rook h5, knight e5, rook h1. Here I don't know what is the best move for black really. Like, I feel knight g6 is the only move here. I don't see as...
Because of course you're threatening checkmate in h8. Yeah. She has to try and save the piece, but the attack continues.
Yeah. So knight g6 and f5. After this, I was surprised to see this. I was wondering, because I should be really careful where I'm giving. I was wondering if she can have any defense because there are too many pieces. But actually, none of the pieces are being helpful after bishop e4 threat. So if rook d4, I have like fg6 and I get the exchange by rook h8 and rook b8. Maybe I thought that's how black has to defend because I really didn't see anything else to stop bishop e4.
So do you think if black can give up the exchange, would she have some chances of drawing, or basically it would be very difficult anyways?
It might be difficult, but if you play this position, I think that's the only way I could see. Because really it's not defending. Maybe she missed bishop e4, I'm not sure. So once bishop e4, I think it's just easy for me to play. I'm getting everything. Like already I have double bishop, I'm getting back my piece, and it's just, difficult to even... Okay, here maybe instead of knight d5, there is something, but it's very hard, I think, for human to defend this. Like everything is in right place, and rook b8 is like in really bad place. And I don't think... anything black could do.
She can't get her pieces from the queen side to the king side, and your pawn in g6 and your bishop and the rooks, there's no way to defend this.
Yeah, I couldn't see any way to defend it. I think, I don't know why instead of ng6, if anything else is possible or not. Somehow it's hard for human to, it is showing f5. I thought f5, like I have at least...
Just to have a serious advantage.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think maybe computer can show anything, but human perspective, I think it's much more easier for white to play.
Also, the human will drop back with the knight and try to hold, whereas the computer knows exactly what it has to do. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So show us how the game finished off at the final position.
So here, already like king is in, okay, knight d5 is even worse. Now I just got rook e1.
she's forced to move the king g8 and then rook f1. So there's so many threats. Bishop
closing on the
7.
Yes. Yeah.
And still, like, okay, after knight c7, I think I like this king h8, bishop f3, and g6. I don't see how black.
Yeah, and now black is going to be mated. I mean, there's no way out of this.
Bishop g5 and rook h1 is coming. Okay, bishop e5, I just can simply take and just take the rook. King h8 and, sorry, just take the rook. I mean, that's even if not mate, at least this is something.
You end up picking up the unfortunate rook on b8 was there all the time.
Yeah, so this rook b8 has changed the whole evaluation of the position.
So it was a very nice way to finish off the game. All your pieces concentrated on the king. Now you have a free day tomorrow, which I assume you're going to rest and prepare. Do you have an idea who your opponent will be in the third round?
No idea. I think knockout is such that you just have to focus on your game match by match. Every match is crucial. Like so, I just focus on my game and that's it.
Of course. And my final question: at this stage of your career, Harika, you have won many events. You're a very strong player. But what would a triumph in this tournament mean to you at this stage of your career?
I think for anyone, this would be like really special if it happens. So, I mean, that would be the highest, I would say, if it really happens. So, I think for every player, it's the same.
Any message for all your fans out there who are following you? Maybe in your own language?
Nothing much. I hope they keep following us and we entertain them.
Okay. Harika, and she is here to entertain you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Harika.
Welcome back to our second rapid game with a time control of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. My name is Elmira Skripchenko and I am now in the studio with the wonderful Katie Tsatsalaishvili. Katie,
thank you, Elmira.
Welcome back. And this is how it should be, I think. This is the Women's World Cup, you know, so this is an all-women expert commentary. Katie.
Exactly, and our greetings to our dear colleague Valerie, who's watching us now. But we took the studio in our hands, and we have really nice tie breaks. We couldn't ask any better. We had all the decisive results and only one draw. And I think we're going to have more than one tie breaks in the Blitz.
Yes, Blitz matches to follow. But right now you have Katerina Lagno on your screen. She is playing against the Greek player Anastasia Avramidou. Anastasia is fighting like a lion against one of the best players in the world, but Katerina won this first game with the black pieces, so all she needs is a draw here, and we have a lot of decisive games, Katie.
Exactly.
I would just want to mention that we have, as usual, a delay because we cannot bring the games on the boards for the moment, so 5 minutes during the rapid portion.
Due to the fair play reasons, which is quite nice, so the players are safer. They know that everything goes under the control, and of course when they are entering to the playing venue they have to go through the security check, and after that players are randomly checked as well by the fair play arbiters.
Of course, it is so important to create a safe environment for everyone, because this is one of the strongest events of the year, and it's a qualifying event for the candidates tournament. So
exactly, very, very important. And also we do have a bit more than $500,000 US budget fund for this tournament. So each player gets a prize just to be a participant of the event. And of course, when they are going through the stages, they are getting plus money on that.
So
in
here
this
we have,
game, I think Anastasia, she went for the modern defense. She needed to keep all the pieces on the board, of course, so she played g6, bishop g7, d6. Katerina, she chose a very solid approach against the modern. She played knight f3, bishop d3, because sometimes this setup can transpose to Spanish structures.
Yeah.
But this went more to a Benoni, like with the pawn on d5, but with the pawn on c3. And also, let's see, knight b8 was played, a4. She doesn't allow black to play b5, e6.
e6 happened.
D takes e6 and bishop e6. Here, white always have this possibility of playing knight g5. Katie, what do you think? Would you play knight g5 here?
Katerina wants to make a draw only, so
Yes.
she can obviously chase this bishop, but we see that she played move knight to a3, also quite nice move. This knight goes towards c4 square, because pawn on d6 is a backward pawn, and you want to just go after that pawn. After bishop f4, obviously it will be more pressure.
Of course, so Katerina is in the driver's seat here in this game. Okay, she needs a draw, and this match is going to be over. So let's move to our second board.
Almira would suggest to go to the
Another
third
one?
board, because Padmini, Alexandra Kosinuk, here we have this position, and the engine bar goes up and down, but favors black here, Padmini.
What was the opening? Alexandra has to win with the white pieces, but she went for bishop e5, knight d7. Okay, I play this line myself. The thing is that she's almost forced to play castle because d4 might lead to a few forced lines. So she needs also to keep all the pieces on the board. Bishop d3. A very important move order where you want to play maybe c3, bishop c2, and you want to play d4.
Yeah, I don't like when I see that. I'm a Sicilian player with black. I just don't like that plan, because this bishop on c2 also targets h7 pawn, and whenever I castle, I have all the troubles on the board.
That's why I think, Katie, that I like
Tell me how to play.
Yes, but I think that Padmini, she played very well. She reacted by playing g6, and she developed her bishop on g7. Alexandra went for the standard plan. She played queen e2, c3, castle, bishop c2, but look at this and have this in mind for your next game. e5 is the perfect reply here, because first of all, you are not allowing to play e5, or you are allowing it, d4, sorry, but then you can take everything and bring the rook to e8 and create a lot of pressure on the pawn on e4.
That's something similar happened actually in this game.
So let's have a look. e5, Alexandra went for d4 anyway. I think that here it would be more cautious to play d3, but then, okay, what are you hoping for? We know that Alexandra needs to win. Take, 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 knight d4, rook e8, and Alexandra is still thinking, and now you know why. Because you can take on e4, play d5. Maybe you can play d5 immediately.
Right.
There are a lot of threats. So what do
There's
you do
knight
here?
c5 as well.
Knight c5, but let's say white plays knight c3.
Okay, she made
What
a
was
move,
the move?
and that was
Rook d1, I think. Alexandra played rook d1,
Rook
but what
d1.
about knight e4 and d5 here?
Takes.
It's one of the main ideas in this
Yeah,
line, yes?
she allows this.
I think she wants to play knight c3, maybe, and to have all the knights in the center, but it was also important to protect the knight on d4. It was hanging, yes?
Yeah. This is a very interesting decision. Here, Padmini goes d5
immediately. Okay, what?
And f3. I don't like f3.
Yes, if
There's
you have
some really naughty moves like queen b6 somewhere there.
But if you have to play f3, then something really went wrong.
In must-win situation.
In must-win. So, okay, let's take on e4. Katie, d takes e4, f takes e4. Can we do something immediately? Okay, knight c5, I'm a bit scared because the rook is on d1. But Alexandra, maybe she complicated things a little bit. Now,
I would think queen b6.
Queen b6 here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just want to get away from the spin, and you want to play...
create another pin.
So knight c3, you want to play knight c5.
Knight c5, exactly.
I like this move. So what about a5?
Padminin takes it. We might have this position if she goes queen to b6 now.
So a5 here, I think, in our analysis. But after f3 and f takes c4, you know, black has this control over the dark squares. Alexandra will need to find something. Hey, maybe.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice position if they reach this one. So far we have here.
Okay, let's just move back to quickly to Talia against Maria. Talia needs to win with the white pieces, and she played queen e4 and bishop d3, provoking f5. Yes, queen h7 was a threat. f5 also is a thematical move. I don't know if knight f8 was possible here, but I think that Maria wants to keep her knight on d7. So after queen h4, can we
Talia is thinking a lot. Look at the time situation again. 5 minutes against 9.
Yes, she's consuming a lot of time, but this is understandable. So what Maria can play here? You want to push c5, but I'm afraid...
With black, yeah?
Yes, what will happen after d5? So maybe let's leave this pawn on c6. But then Talia will play rook e1. So I like, okay, she has some chances here. Talia is living in St. Louis, you know, just because we were working together at the Cairns Cup, and for the first time in history of this tournament, there was also an all-women's commentary. You know, Yasser managed to to sweep in.
Yeah, I saw that. But he was doing some videos still, right?
This was perfect. This, yes, and interviews, you know, he really has good to be there.
Yes.
They managed to find him a job. Okay, so Anna Osheniana lost with the white pieces, and she needs to win. How is her position here?
But Venteka stands so strong with these knights in the center and this minority attack on the queen side. This is the Carlsbad structure.
And the knight on e5, knight on c5. If the queen goes somewhere, we can take on g6, so the queen has to stay on the 7th rank, yes?
Exactly.
So it's a very, very solid performance from Venteka. Yes, I think if she will keep her nerves.
She's very good in rapid and blitz. She can burn her time as much as she wants and still make the best moves on the seconds. That's what she does also in the classical chess.
So what about Liu Meli and Tukerdionova Gulruk?
They traded the queens. It looks like a dragon Sicilian to me, this structure.
Yes. Maybe a bit better for black if white doesn't take something. Can I take on b5? There is knight d4, yes? Let's continue. Maybe rook b5. Is it losing immediately? Knight d4. And maybe rook somewhere.
Look at this knight d2 also just forks the bishop and the king.
Yes, we need to show it. So the rook is hanging and knight e2. Maybe rook b4 here. What do you do? I need to protect the bishop on f4.
Yeah, it feels that there is something in this position.
Maybe
Can
a5.
I do a5, rook a4?
Rook a4, look at this.
If you play rook c4, then I trade the rooks.
Yes, and then you
win,
will play.
And now what can we do?
You have to, to come with
Can I do knight e2 anyway?
Maybe.
Or not yet?
Knight e2, yes, king b1.
If you play king b1, then rook to b8, some kind of knight c3
No, rook b8, bishop b8, yes. Don't
bishop
forget
b8.
this.
Yeah.
Maybe we can simply bring the rook to d8, by the way, and just play positionally here. Look at your pieces. What are they doing? Knight on a3 is not doing anything. It's protecting on c2, but bishop on a4 is very vulnerable.
So I just decided it's too risky, and she plays king to b1, which is a very natural move.
King to b1, but black can always play a6. Should we protect this pawn? And then play e5 at the right moment and knight d4, supporting the knight. And
I like text squared for the
small
knight.
Pressure. Yes. Okay, then this is it. And what about Elina and Antoinetta? Because Antoinetta is leading in their match, so Elina needs to win on demand, and I like her position. Antoinetta took the bishop on g3. H takes g3, but she's playing with those vulnerable pawns on c5 and d5.
Yeah, hanging pawns.
Hanging pawns, but let's say bishop b5 here. Already like there was something played, no? Yes, bishop b5.
Bishop b5 is on the board.
Because I want to grab the pawn on c5, so if I'll take everything and c5 is next. What do you do here?
Maybe we should get knight f6.
But then the rook.
Oh, the
Yes,
exchange.
bishop c6 I think is forced. Let's take bishop c6, queen c6,
But
knight
this
e4.
also weakens
I
the
want to
pawns.
exchange everything.
Yeah.
And then rook e4. And how can we win one of those pawns?
I think we can start with...
Oh, maybe knight g5. Wait, Kitty.
Oh, look at that.
Yes, I think that this doesn't work. So d takes e4 is forced. You cannot take with the rook. I thought that black can take with the rook, but knight g5 is...
And if you take with the pawn, this is basically to create
This is
the
exactly
weakness.
what you want to get here.
Yeah. So I can even play knight d4 because the pawn is pinned, or I can just play knight d2 and knight c4.
But now all your hopes for the attack are shattered, and it's about winning one of those pawns, e4 or c5. I have my rooks on open files and semi-open files, so C and D.
Rook is already on b5, right?
Yes. Let's see.
Sorry, bishop is already on b5.
Elina is still thinking. She played bishop b5?
No, I think it's
No, I
still
think
on...
she's still thinking. She's
And
about
she's
to make a move.
Knight move, knight f1.
Oh. Okay, she brings her knight back to...
What is that? She wants to take on e4 and d7 knight is hanging or something.
You know what? I think she was concerned about knight f2. Knight f2 and queen e3, who knows? But that's why she just overprotected her pawn on e3.
Exactly.
Knight f6 is...
Yeah.
Maybe she missed her chance, yes, to trade.
Now black's pieces are quite active. They are guarding each other knights, and the pawns on c5 so far are standing. And there will be some kind of knight g4 as well to hit the pawn on f2.
Let's get back. Breaking news, Katie. I think that Alexandra Kostyuniuk managed to swindle her opponent, and she is very good at it. Knight is on b6. Look at this powerful knight on b6, and
what has happened here?
Her pieces are much better right now. Let's check how the game developed. She played bishop g5 here. After knight c5 and queen e7.
The queen went on e7.
Yes, queen c7 or b6 was a better square that you suggested.
Then she plays queen c7. This is a bit loose of tempi.
Look at this, bishop g5 and a very important follow-up move, bishop f6.
f6, powerful
So knight
move.
d5 is jumping there. Queen is attacked, so bishop d4 is forced. Bishop e5, bishop d4, rook d4, queen e5, queen f2, wonderful move. So knight f6 is threatening. Knight b6 is there. And you don't want to play knight d7 here, Katie, do you? Or maybe that was the only move.
Still, there might be...
Protecting both squares, like hanging...
There might be something like bishop. It allows bishop b3 to scan this pawn on f7.
Of course, so like king g7, but knight b6. And
what they have?
She left the rook on 8.
Look
Okay,
at that.
Alexandra is
Bishop
much
b6,
better here. So black was forced to sacrifice in exchange and to finish the development. So I think that Raut Padmini, she feels that with this knight on c5, maybe she will be able to play a5.
To stop b4, to fix this knight here.
She will be able to stabilize the position, but how about rook d5 here, by the way?
Oof.
Can we swindle another time? Because rook d5, if you take bishop d5, queen c5.
You have to take it, right?
Yes, but this is it, because the knight on c5 is hanging. So if Alexandra finds this move, this is it. This is the end of the game. Katie, she's
thinking
seriously
5
considering...
minutes.
She's looking, where is her eyes directed?
Oh, okay.
She's looking at the center. Yes, thank you so much for this view, but I think that Alexandra is looking at the center
She's gonna
square.
go for it for sure. Queen, rook to d5, very powerful tactic.
But
She's
it's
giving up
surprising-
the exchange, but takes all the pieces back.
But it is surprising that like she didn't spot it already, because she has such a sharp tactical eye, so it means she is not in form. Rook d5 is not an easy
But
move to
also,
see.
rook d5 is the move when you play, the game will be over.
Yes,
You
this
have
is
an
it.
extra. So
You
maybe
just-
she's using this time, 5 minutes that she has on the board, on the clock.
But what can you do after rook d5?
Oh, such tough.
Knight e4, rook e5, and this is it. So it's a double attack. Oh my God, like Alexandra is hesitating.
You know, if you don't play moves like this very fast, then you don't see them. And she goes
Before,
b4.
she missed,
wait,
yes.
wait a minute. Ah, okay.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay. This is not the position. There's a rook on d5. I was like, is it a blunder?
Well, she's still winning, of course, but the rook d5 was winning on the spot. But everything is still under control. After b4, she needs to play knight d7. And I think that Alexandra was concerned about this a5 move. You know, she thought that with the bishop in e6, knight on c5, and with the pawn on a5, black will be able to hold. And that's why she played b4. What a missed opportunity, Katie.
Yep, that's not.
But maybe now rook d1. Okay, rook d1 is on the board. Okay, she simply improves her rooks. Knight goes to f6.
Black can try to play something like a5 anyway to get the dark squares.
Maybe we can play h3 here, you know, taking away another square and having a luft on h2. Doesn't spoil anything, but this game will last for a while now.
Exactly, exactly. This will
What
last.
a missed opportunity. So how about Talia and Maria? Maria has both bishops in the center, e5, d5. Talia played bishop c4. She wants to trade one of the bishops, of course, but Maria only needs a draw, and she has an extra pawn. So Maria is better here, yes?
Maria is...
The only thing that I'm worried
better.
about, so if you take on c4, maybe after queen c4, okay, you should be concerned about
Queen
this,
f7?
Yes, the rook on e6, so queen f7 should be played.
That's
but
what's
then
happening.
rook f4, bishop f4, sorry. You can play rook e8, yes? Just protecting everything. So it's a very forced line here, but Talia doesn't have much.
Yeah. And she's a pawn down in a must-win situation.
About Elena and Antoinetta. They've traded a few minor pieces, by the way, so Elena managed to change the pawn structure. You have this c5 and a7 islands, but they are protected very well.
This knight has to get back into the game.
Maybe knight f1, knight e3, knight c4, knight f5 even. Okay, first our queen is hanging.
And there's no any kind of queen sacrifices then to play something on the back rank. So far everything is protected. Queen
So
e3.
queen e3, rook d1.
Oh, she has less than a minute on the clock, Talia.
What about Katerina and Anastasia? Oh,
look at this
the bishop is on d6. Okay, maybe we should stay.
Oh, the queen
at
on
this
a8.
game. Yes, this
Aye.
game for a while. Katerina just played
a5,
bishop
b5.
d6,
She
and then
gets more
a5.
space advantage now.
So Katerina is much better here. She has such a powerful bishop on d6.
This is very dangerous for Anastasia.
What if b5? Then it's already on the board?
Yeah, it is already on the board. This is the move you just play very fast and win some time. Now I want to take on d4. Next move.
Yes, what else can you do here? White
goes
pieces are dominating.
b6? Is that b6?
Yes, b6.
Oh, that allows
It allows c6, yes, of course. But what else can you do with the queen on 8?
Maybe she's counting on bishop b3. some kind of move like bishop b3. If you take this bishop, no, this is very difficult to fight against.
Even
this
if
chain.
you take this bishop, look at this pawn, yes,
No.
chain, c6, b5, a4. You can transpose in any endgame.
This is very safe for
So Lagno will win definitely. So let's move to another game.
Here on the last game, Queen to c6, Elena against Antoaneta, there is a checkmate in one.
Okay.
Threat.
So.
Knight f3 has happened, and they have traded one pair of rook. That means that Antoaneta is holding it very well. She needs only draw.
It will be easier for her to defend. Yes, she traded these rooks, and Elena will of course try for a while. Queen c3. She wants to bring her rook back to c1. Of course. And I think that Antoaneta missed a wonderful opportunity. She could have played c4, getting rid of this weak pawn on c5, but I might be wrong as well. You know, everything is changing so quickly.
You know what? Even if White managed to get this rook on c1, I get my rook back, and this battery that Black created just pins the knight here. And somehow we don't have any more forces to attack the pawn. That's the thing that White is struggling to create a
Maybe you can play
attack.
knight e1, knight g3, knight e1, f3, knight d3. Yes, you know.
Yeah, White has to try something.
Yes.
She can't make a draw.
Of course.
Yeah.
And Antoaneta has 1 minute and 50 seconds. Yes, this is more than enough.
Yeah, there is interesting end game.
How
on
about
this board?
Board number 4?
Yeah.
So this is the game that you wanted to analyze.
f4 has been played.
The knight is on d6 now. You know, everything is hanging here. I feel. What about
everything? The pawn here, there, the pawn here.
So how about rook d7? Can we make this move? Rook c d7. I think there is a trick. Knight e4.
Knight e4.
And this is
Look
winning.
at that.
Okay, so. This is a devilish trap. If she makes this move, no, she spotted this. Knight e4 was winning, and she played knight e7, attacking the rook on d5. Should you stay with your rook on the d file, by the way? What's the answer to this question?
I would take on e5 here to give up the.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
I would probably lose it.
Yes, but then you will take on h4. Maybe it's not enough. You know, you're still pinned. Yes, I think you have to be very careful. So maybe knight e7 is a very tricky move. Or if we go rook d2 here, let's try. So what should Black do here?
The pawn is hanging on f7.
Yes.
Pawn is hanging on e5.
Can I take on f4? But then you will play maybe bishop f4, yes? Takes a4. But the h4 is also hanging. What a wild position.
If you take on h4, can I just get this rook back on h file and start to annoy the pawn and the king?
So you want to play rook h1?
Yeah.
Yes? Maybe. Knight g6. Everything is coming with the tempo. Knight g6, maybe you just move your bishop somewhere and your bishop is stuck on h4. But then
Can I do bishop? No, this is too risky.
Bishop b3, maybe then I will play rook d7. I don't know. It's complicated.
This is getting very risky.
Yes, very risky for White. So she needs to find...
Rook d3 has been played.
Rook d3.
It's a smart move. I like that move because the pawn from c2 supports the rook.
But I think she needs to understand that the tables are turning. She has to be in the mode where she has to be ready to make a draw here with the white pieces, because Black has a lot of chances to win this game as well. And she goes for the pawn on f4. Oh no, h4.
Oh, she takes on h4.
But then if I take on a5,
that's very strong pawn. Controls f6 square, so bishop can go, and I want to play bishop rook to h3 next move.
Supporting the knight on this. It was always vulnerable there.
Can I also play rook to h3 right away? Chase this. Oh, look at that. Rook h3, bishop goes on f6. Can I just take now
And
with the tempi and then take on h5?
Okay, I think that bishop h4 allowed White to grasp the initiative.
I had a feeling that, oh no, rook h3 hasn't happened. I had a feeling that Black wanted to play pawn takes pawn, but then she went to the other pawn. I kind of had this kind of feeling.
So many games. Everything is still in progress. So let's get back to the game between Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the former world champion and the winner of the World Cup in Sochi 2021, needs to win this game with the white pieces
Has
to
an extra
stay
exchange
in the match. Yes.
For a pawn.
But now it's less obvious because we got this position where we have the bishop on e6, the knight on f6, and black holes somehow.
Yeah.
This bishop on b1, you know, is not doing anything unless you can sacrifice it on g6 and
Get
win something on
yeah.
e6.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think, Katie?
What's the winning plan? For sure, if white managed to trade the rooks, then Tony Rask very good.
For me, the winning plan before was bishop d5 was played. I wanted to play rook b6, rook d6, rook b6.
Yeah.
First to fix the pawn, and then maybe b5, open the files and do something there. But bishop d5, activating the bishop and eyeing the pawn on g2.
Yeah, one comment here, bishop d5 was not actually hanging because in this line, in the end, black has this very important check and gets back the bishop. So that's why the bishop on d5 was untouchable and white played bishop to d3.
Bishop d3, bringing the bishop to a better square on f1, where it eyes the a6 pawn and protecting the pawn on g2. So it's a very important move, improving the bishop. By the way, if you don't know what to do in your games, like improving your pieces is always a good idea, of course. Then you maneuver, you shuffle, you get some extra time. And
what do you think about this bishop moves from e6 to c6? Is that a good idea for black?
I like it. I think the bishop on c6 is also protecting from b5, and it doesn't allow me to play rook d6, rook b6. How on earth, and I'm going to attack the pawn on b7 now.
Yeah. Can I do rook to d6, rook f1?
Yes, you can, because now that the bishop left the e6 square,
she goes bishop to f1 first.
But she also, I think that Raut Padmini, she needs to understand that, and I think she knows it, that she has to combine active moves with defensive moves.
Yeah.
So if rook d6 allows you maybe to play knight d5, maybe you should seize this opportunity and play it. Then f5, f4, knight e3.
Rook d2 has been played here.
She goes knight e4.
Knight e4, attacking the rook.
It's not easy. I feel that Alexandra let her advantage slip away, yes? Because knight e4, rook d2, where did the rook go? Rook d1.
Rook d1. Interesting. I can also, maybe it's too much, but something like g5, h4 to get this knight on g3. That's going to be actually even better position.
Yes, h4, knight g3, rook on b2, and your rook on d4 is stuck, protecting the pawn on b4. I think that Alexandra wants to sacrifice on
Katerina
c6.
won, meanwhile, and she is now in the round 3, officially.
And I think that while this game is still on, let's check. I think that Anna Ushenina outplayed her opponent here. The bishop, like knight e3. No, it's possible, Katie, here.
Knight e3?
Yes. And the knight is already on e3. This is it. 8 seconds for her opponent. Knight d2 was played, but now g takes f4 with check. Queen g2. It's mate, no? And then rook h8 mate, yes,
Oof.
Katie? And she goes for it. So this match is going to the Blitz portion. After g takes h4, f4, this is it. You cannot do anything because let's show it. Queen f4. Queen g2 and rook h8.
Oh, look at that.
And she resigned.
She resigned.
So let's one last look at Elena Danielyan and Antonietta Stefanova. I think that Antonietta Stefanova is getting closer and closer to the qualification.
9 seconds for Elena.
Okay, so let's get back to the game between Alexandra. It's one of the most fascinating games of this round. She took on c6 and she forced this.
How we got in there? I have rook to b2.
She played rook c1, and I think her idea was to take on c6.
And
that's what happened.
Black played what?
Knight g3.
Okay.
Rook c6, bc6, bishop a6, knight a2, forcing the exchange. Rook a2, rook c4, rook b2, and a6.
Oof. So you have to wait for this pawn to be on a7, and then you play this one.
Maybe you should start
h4.
Oh, h4. So what if I take? If I take, then you play rook a2.
You take where?
On h4.
On h4.
Yes, yes, yes.
And Maria
I think Maria
won, yeah?
won. Okay, Maria is qualified for the third round. So we have a few games still in progress. Very complicated positions. Let's get back to the game between Liu Mei and Tokirionova Goryachkina, because I can see that there are two rooks on h5, f6, b7, a1, mates are everywhere. What do you think?
Oh my goodness. We are going to see this game on the board very soon. I think, yeah, we got it.
So
four rooks are always very dangerous.
But this pawn on d6, I think, will secure the victory for white in this match.
On the video we have different game, and on this board we have different game.
But I think Alexandra is winning once again.
How? That's possible.
But
there was a blunder, I think.
Yes, I think that after h4, Alexandra made a waiting move. She played king f1. King f8 was played, and I think that was a huge mistake. Because you needed to keep your king.
You cannot take on b4 because there is a check.
Yes,
and then a7, and you can. But if you don't play king to f8, what's your next move?
Well, you need to make a move. That's why I think that Alexandra's move king f1 was
very smart.
Tricky. Yes.
You can't play king f6 either, because you take with a check.
Maybe f6 then is the only move.
f6 and to get the king closer.
Maybe
like
f6,
that.
g5, and have this shield, king g6. Yes. Alexandra won her game, and she won on demand. Going to the Blitz portion of tiebreak. What a miraculous save, but she was winning, of course,
she's
in the middle
fighter.
game.
Yes.
She was worse in the opening.
Yes.
Everything
up and
changed.
down, yeah.
Yes, of course. But that's what we like about those tiebreaks, yes?
Another game in progress, Danelian against Stefanova. Here we do have...
just
the game has ended.
Yes, let's have a look. I think that it was a draw. And Antonetta Stefanova
qualifies to the round 3.
And this is our last game.
So you know what we had here, second game of the Rapids. We have all the decisive results again, and one last game. Here was a draw in the first game, and this is another probably draw. We cannot say it's a draw.
But look at this. There was the bishop on g3. The bishop disappeared. So what?
How that happened?
What is the revelation of the position? She blundered.
Oh, no.
Yes, she blundered. She played c4, and this. Nerves, are playing a very important role in this match.
Check.
How about c6? What is the current position right now? Where's black's rook? I'm so sorry.
On g3.
Yes, but there was a second rook. Okay.
The other rook has been gone.
Okay, so I think that white is still winning if the other rook is gone.
Oh my goodness, what happened? Pieces are disappearing in this game. We have to just say, she gave up on d7. So white still had very strong pawns.
Yes, but bring the rook back to d7 here, and after c5, knight e7 was winning.
That's the only move, right?
It's completely crazy.
It's very difficult to find with the seconds on the clock.
But how was it winning? Let's say, if d takes c7, then rook d5 check, that's what she missed. And if not, then the knight reroutes to c6,
and blocks everything. Oh, that's so powerful.
So what a wonderful defensive resource that was missed.
And then black is still winning. What is happening?
Yes, black is winning here.
Oh, wow.
And now white is going to promote.
It was first the bishop blunder.
Yes.
Then we had the rook sacrifice. And
now white is
and then white also decided to give up the rook here, but Wait, it's a draw, actually. It's a draw.
No. You will promote. You will play C8.
I cannot keep
no,
the
you can, yes, you cannot keep, that's like... And,
oh my goodness, the knight is
Chinese
pinned.
player will decide the match here.
Oh no.
So she wants to check from behind. But
Rook
yes,
D5, very strong
building the bridge.
Bridge.
Yes.
There was the... this is the only move probably that wins.
Well, I hope there are a few of those here.
Really?
Maybe Rook D5 is the only move.
Only move, because if you play C8, then
yes,
knight
then
versus,
yes.
it's a draw. 25 seconds.
So it seems that it's the only move, and finally in this game, which could be decided at any moment, Black has made the last mistake.
95 checked. You cannot take it, of course, because of the pin.
But then maybe simply King D5.
King D5.
Yes.
You have to play still very strong move. King B6 loses the piece. King goes where? King D5. Okay, and when I take on C5 and knight D7, you need final strong move.
Yes, you just need to keep the B6 square under control.
King B5.
Yes, it's anything. Just King B5 is the final touch. And this is it. Even King C6 maybe was winning. So Rook C5, yes, King C5.
Knight D7. Yeah, let me make it on the board. Takes, Knight D7.
And King B5, King C6. Okay, King B5 is cleaner. And this is the move that we've seen on the board. Gurot Begim, she's shaking her head in disbelief, but there's nothing left.
Yeah,
yes,
this match was the most balanced match. At this point, Begim has 2300, below 24, but she's a 2400 player.
She's a very strong player.
Oh no, she's playing knight and king versus queen, and the king, she has to fight. She has to try her best. This might be her last moves. Oh my goodness, it's so painful moment for a player when you have to resign, When it's a checkmate, your opponent just makes a checkmate, but you have to resign in this kind of positions. And to stop the clock is the hardest part for the chess player. Plan is very simple. Don't blunder the fork. And, we asked some people in Batumi, just general people, what fork means in chess.
Yeah.
And we had very funny answers.
Do you have a video?
We have a prepared video, and we will show that to our audience.
You see, Knight G8 is
very tricky.
You can play King F8, avoiding this fork, and with the idea of Queen G7 mate.
Yeah.
Queen F.
This is the
King
final.
F8 is on the board.
You cannot avoid Queen G7.
Yes, and since you have your knight, there are no stalemate ideas here, of course.
Only rook basically can have a stalemate.
Queen G7 is on the board.
Yeah, and here we have
and young Chinese player.
Qualifier.
I think she's 15 years old.
Very young, very talented, international master 2450 player. I have seen her at many youth tournaments. She's one of the toughest youth player.
Tete, so how many Blitz tiebreak do we have? I think that we have two former world champions. First of all, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and who else?
I think we have
and Anna Olshenina. Yes, because Anna Olshenina, she won. Okay, so this two
Blitz games.
Two Blitz games.
We take two Blitz games. That's good. It's good to see Blitz games, obviously, in this.
It's not easy to commentate the Blitz games because everything is happening so quickly. Pieces are flying. I don't know. But
I like it. I like it so much. We might be focused mainly on the board.
Yes.
Because it's so difficult to get the digital board updated very fast. But it's so much action and so much fun for us.
Okay, so maybe let's have a look at the results quickly. Because the Blitz games are about to, they will start at
7:40, which gives us about 20 minutes of break
so
between the rounds.
Maybe let's bring the results on your screen.
Playing venue, arbiters, chatting, and here we have it.
So maybe let's name the players who already qualified. Yes. So Anna Muzyczuk, Miret Kamalidenova, Katerina Lagno, Maria Muzyczuk. So Alexandra Kostyniuk will go to the Blitz portion. Umida Amonova, Lumia Ui,
and Vantika against
she's playing the
another.
Blitz portion. So from this part we have 2 Blitz matches, and here we have Yuxin Song qualified for the 3rd round, Claudia Coulon, Alexandra Maltsevskaya, and Antoinette Stefanova, former world champion. She powered through and qualified for the 3rd round. Katie, thank you so much, but the most difficult and the most exciting is yet to come.
Yes, and I cannot wait to see that. 2 Blitz games. You're going to have 5 plus 3 seconds. And 3 seconds is basically nothing. You need time to make a move and press the clock, right? And you are losing so much time for that. So the players have to be very strategic. And of course, they have to play very strong games.
Play quickly,
play
very
strong.
Well,
yes. Everything and win the game. That's the idea.
Katie, and one last word, because I've seen during the break a beautiful video that you recorded, I think, yesterday, and you showed all the presents that the players and the commentators got from the organizer of this event, manufactured in Georgia. Can you explain us a little bit?
Yeah, we had this video earlier, and I think our viewers saw that. It was also a surprise for me because I just unboxed the package. I have not seen it, and it was also quite surprising for me to see all these beautiful gifts. So basically, the players got the cups with the Georgian letters, which is the
Georgian
unique
alphabet,
which is a unique alphabet and one of the oldest in the world. Then all the players got the scarves, which is very nice material, and also Georgian ornaments and some photos, also some cuisine on it. We also had the bag, which is so comfortable. I'm wearing that 2 days in a row already. Like, I just love that. And we had the final one. Well, this is really big scarf. You can either wear it as a scarf, or I'm gonna take it at the seaside on the beach, and I'm gonna use that in that way. You also got that package. You haven't checked it yet, right?
Actually, lucky to watch your video because yes, we have so much to do that I haven't had the time, to unpack it. But I saw those wonderful gifts, and I really feel that players are being spoiled here, even though the tournament has its own specifics, its stuff, and even when we go for lunch and dinners, you can see that everyone is sitting like alone in the corner because. You can't lose a minute there. You're thinking about your next move, of course, your next match, but it's such unique opportunities for players from all over the world to participate in this World Cup.
Yeah, and also all the players, 107 players got this package. Something to remember, Georgia. Some of them were for the first time here in Georgia, and also a lot of people who are working for the event, like us. We also got this package,
so we were lucky.
So good. And many more things to come for the players on the rest day, which is on 15. There will be a huge event planned for a whole day, and we're gonna have. Yes, I can. I'm allowed to do that. We're going to have a day where the players will be invited to go a beautiful place with the river in front where they can swim, and also they can make and cook and bake Georgian foods, and then we're going to degustate all of that, and we're going to have maybe winner, the best chef of a day, and they're going to have a fire in the garden and a lot of activities. So that's the day we're looking forward, and the players have to basically win the games to stay here in
What a
Batumi.
Beautiful surprise, Katie. I know that as commentators we will stay there, so I'm looking forward to this day, especially to the free day. Not sure about my cooking skills, but I will try. So let's take a short break, and we will be here in no time. So watch our content, all those wonderful videos and interviews prepared for you, and see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
And we're back with the tiebreaks of the second round of the Women's World Cup here in Batumi, very near the wonderful beach and the boulevard. We have with us here in the media center the top Chinese player, Yuxin Song. Yuxin Song, thank you for coming, and it's a pleasure for me to have you here. You've just defeated Mai Narva, a very tough opponent in the tiebreaks. Tell me first of all about the match and how it went. What are your feelings after defeating her?
Okay, that's totally a tough game, tough match, and because in first round I lost with her, so in the second round I must win. So I prepared the opening very deeply, and then I got the advantage in openings, and then I just pushed steady and I won the game. Okay, and in the tiebreak I was also prepared with the round one, and I choose sharp openings, and I also just played quickly, and I have some advantage in time, and then she make some mistake, and I won the game. Okay.
We'll talk about the second game of the tiebreak now. Did you expect Narva Mai to be such a tough opponent going into the match? Do you think it would be more easy, more difficult than expected? What were your thoughts going into the match?
It's more difficult, actually. In the second round of tiebreak, because I didn't expect it that she will play Scandinavia, because she often plays Sicilian, and so I just prepared the Sicilian. And in the openings, because I just need to get a draw, so I played very steady, and I exchanged many pieces. Yeah.
We're going to see that now. For those of you who want to improve in your chess, the following game is very interesting. It's a rapid game, 15 minutes and 10 seconds. Of course, Yuxin Song had won the first game. She only needs a draw in the second game, and she's going to show us a trick you can use to do that. Let's see the game and how it went.
Okay. Here I played Rook d6. It's a fantastic sacrifice because I only need to get a draw. So she avoid the perpetual check, because if queen take and bishop g7 and take and queen g5 and king h8 and queen f6, then it's a perpetual check.
So you sacrifice the rook, and she can't capture with the queen because of the draw, which would be the correct move. So she captured with the rook, and let's see what happened then.
And then I get the material advantage. Yeah, so
You finished the game off, yes.
Okay, and so I just prevent to the counterplay, and here I found some chance to attack the king, and so I choose the h3 and g4 to open the file, and here I think that's a good move, g5 to attack the king, and then she can play take. Because I have queen e5, then the king is very dangerous. So rook h8. In the last time, I get.
So basically, with two pieces against the rook, your strategy was to attack her king, open up the position, and use your extra piece.
Yes. Because I just want to play it steady. So after this, after I get the material advantage, I just to adjust my pace and to push the position.
Okay, my final question for you, Justin Song. Now you're in the third round, and you'll play tomorrow. Of course, your opponent, we were saying before, you don't know who it is because they're playing the tiebreak now. It could be Anna Muzichuk or Ina Gaponenko, two very strong players. Do you have a preferred player of the two for tomorrow?
No. I just want to do my best, and I expected I can get a good result.
Okay. That was Yusin Song for us, showing us her second tiebreak game, and she has a tough opponent tomorrow. She'll play her best and trying for a good result. Thank you very much, Song.
Thank you. Thank you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Here we are in a beautiful seaside of Georgia, Batumi, and we do enjoy weather, sea and the city. Of course, we enjoy chess games as well. Unfortunately, some of the players got kicked out from the event and they left the country, but they left with the nice gifts. And in this video, I'll be unboxing this package, which all the players, 107 participants, got from 46 countries. The first package is this one, and I will be trying to open it. I'm really bad at that. Okay. So the first one is this beautiful Georgian scarf that you can also use as a blanket, or maybe you can just use it for the seaside. And here we have also some ornaments and letters in Georgian, and of course Georgian hinkali. Here we have. The next one is this package, and let's see what we have here. Oh, this is a scarf. Yeah, this is the view of a city. Wait, it is the capital of Georgia. It is this for buildings of Tbilisi. And here we have a beautiful cap with Georgian letters. We do have unique letters which only Georgians are using, and only 3 million people on the earth can speak this language. We do have 33 letters, and I think it's beautiful. Oh yeah, we got it! We got it! Oh, it's so fluffy! Oh, this is a bag! This is so beautiful bag. And we have here a woman in Georgian dress. We have the pomegranate, which is Georgian fruit, and other Georgian elements. Oh, this is cute. It's really, really cute. So all the players from 46 countries, 107 participants, got this bag, and hopefully they enjoy it.
Dear chess friends, welcome back, and the Blitz is here, Katie.
Yes.
We are so excited, and two former world champions have qualified for the Blitz portion of this tiebreak. Alexandra Kostyniuk is facing Raut Padmini, and Anna Ushenyina is playing against Vantika Graval. So let's remind our audience about the format.
Yes. Very important, because now we have just changed the time control for the players.
So now we will have two Blitz games with a time control of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, and if the match is still tied after those Blitz games. Katie, what is going to happen?
Then we're going to have one Blitz game with lower time on the clock, 3 + 2. There will be only one game, right? If that ends in a draw, we're going to have another one game of the Blitz. Someone wins the match, is the winner of the and goes to the next qualification.
So compared to the previous World Cups and the World Championship with the knockout format, there will be no Armageddon.
No Armageddon.
Like this, the match can go on and go on. So players are getting ready. Of course, we will have a 2-minute delay, so we cannot bring the games and the board on your screen for the moment.
Alexandra Kostyuk, very deep in her thought. Look at her; she's so concentrated. I've checked some statistics on a break. I was wondering if they have played games before Blitz games, how many Blitz games they played, because there is some the age difference between both matches basically. So Kostyuk is a favorite in this match against Batumi. In the Blitz game, she has won 3 games, and Batumi has not scored the win in the Blitz portion. They have made 2 draws though. In the second match, we have also Ushenina and Vantika. Vantika is a new generation, and here in this case, Ushenina is also a favorite, but Vantika also scored the 2 points. So the score between Ushenina and Vantika is 4-2 in favor of Ushenina, which we have in this game with black pieces. But you know what? Every single game of chess is a new story, and you cannot say even someone is a favorite. You never know what's going to happen in the end.
You're absolutely right, Katie, and I think that if I may come to the beginning of this tiebreak where the young Kazakh player Miruet Kamalidenova, she scored the sensational victory against Alexandra Goryachkina. I think she never won a single game against Alexandra. Alexandra was dominating her, and I simply think that Alexandra was not prepared psychologically that her first round, like it was the second round, but her first match is going to be so difficult.
So difficult. She was not ready. I would not be surprised if they have not even played any match, because we have Alexandra Goryachkina, who is a very young player, but she has been in the chessboard for many years already, and we think that she's a veteran. Yeah, we feel like that. But in fact, she's very young, and very likely she plays this elite chess tournament where her opponent just gets into it, and maybe they have not even played any game before.
And they actually did, and just to highlight how impressive Kamalidenova's performance is, that Alexandra Goryachkina is one of the few women in the world that crossed 2600 barrier. And she is the title holder, which leaves the tournament after her first played match.
Yeah, which is
she entered the tournament as one of the top seeds from the second round, but this World Cup will have a different story written.
Indeed, indeed. And well, we have this game on the screen. They have already made few moves, and basically because this is the Blitz game, we will have delay of the boards, of the moves on the board. So very often we will be just having this focus where we see everything perfectly well. Actually, we have also can also see the time.
So it started with the Catalan.
Look at these pawns on the C file. White pawn on the 5th rank, black pawn on the 4th rank.
Okay, so now we can, let's bring let's start with this game, because Alexandra Kostyuk is playing with the white pieces against Padma Nerot, and she played bishop b5 check again, so I think that this is the opening that she prepared for this match, or maybe for this tiebreak.
Yeah.
Bishop b5, knight d7. However, here she deviated, she didn't castle, she played immediately bishop a4.
Yeah.
It looks like you are playing the Ruy Lopez, but the knight is not on c6, so, but with similar ideas. So you want to play c3, d4, bishop c2. Knight f6 was played, attacking the pawn on e4. And by the way, look at this position. So castle from Alexandra, and black actually could have taken on e4. What do you think about this move?
I have taken this pawn, and I will never ever do that again.
But let's show. Maybe rook e1 can follow here just quickly. Knight f6, d4 probably, opening the position. C takes d4, knight d4, and look at this. white has the open file and the rook on e1, looking at black's king. The knight is on d4, looking at f5 and e6, sacrificing something. How can black finish the development? Then knight c3, bishop g5. This is a very dangerous position. And
never again. I will never play this with black pieces.
Thank you, Katie, because you have more experience here, and I think that Alexandra was ready to play this position, of course. So, and we know that Rod Padmini, she is a very experienced player and experienced player, so she played bishop b7, e6 and bishop b7, c3, e6, e5, knight d5, bishop c2. You see now the bishop from a4 was redeployed to a very active player on c2. And hoping to have this battery, yes, with the queen on g3.
A Greek gift that we like very much to have.
So b5 was played. I don't like the way Padmini Rod plays here, because
G6,
she allows his queen d3, g6, bishop h6. Every piece is coming into play with the tempo. Then knight d2, looking for the square on e4.
d6, f6, g5 somewhere.
c4,
queen goes back on e2, and knight to c5. Takes. Oh yeah, you want to make some comment?
No, I just wanted to see, was there a better square? It's not easy to find a better square than e2. Yes, knight e4 has to come. Okay, maybe then it's fine.
Yeah, actually they're playing so fast, maybe we can catch up with them. Takes, queen is on e4, and bishop f8 has been played.
Yes, because the queen wants to go to h4 and knight g5, but the queen is on d8 for the moment, of course. So maybe h4. h4 is on the board. Okay, perfect.
h4 is on the board. Let me update that. Oh, I like that move. Creating some post for the knight. You can also just play some of like g3, king g2, and look to h1 to open up the h file.
Katie, this is the position for you, I feel, yes?
I like this kind of positions. And look at the bishop on c8. I don't like this bishop. All the black pieces are on the light squares, except the queen and the rook, basically. Look at this funny position.
White is clearly better, even though that black has this powerful knight on d5. But I feel that Alexandra played very well in the opening. And by the way, I just got a piece of information that there will be no break in our broadcast and very little time between the two Blitz games. So please stay tuned. Of course, we will discuss a lot of things in the studio. Queen g4, h5, queen g3.
Now bishop g6 is removed. Black has to
play queen e7 or king g7.
She played
king g7, yes, protecting the pawn on g6, of course. Maybe Alexandra will play rook d1. She played knight g5.
She wants to play anyway bishop g6 and knight e6, winning the queen. So let me show. If black just passes to move and plays rook to c8, I'll play this one. Obviously, you don't want to take it with the king because knight e6 wins the queen.
Maybe even you can start with knight e6 and then queen g6 and queen h7 mate.
Wow. So this is one way to have a royal fork, as we're calling. And what you're suggesting, I think, is even more powerful.
Let me show it.
So this is not a good option to take here.
Of course, it's a good option, but it's just
for black to play rook to c8. Again, this position we have, and then after king takes, we have, basically it's the very similar situation.
No, you could start with knight e6 as well. Okay.
No, I showed the same line,
No, yes.
Here.
Knight e6 and it's mate in 2, yes?
Mate in 2, way much better.
Yes, black played queen b6, protecting the pawn on e6 and getting away from the fork. Rook d1 is on the board, okay. Alexandra's pieces are very, very active. So what counterplay will Rod Padmini find in this game? She needs to play b4 maybe at some moment, yes. But the knight can also reroute to e4 and d6. Yes, kids?
I love that. I love that. I love that.
And what about our second game? Let's just have a look at the moment. What is happening?
They have traded so many pieces.
Yes, 3-2, 3-2. Okay, for the moment.
But Padmini has extra piece. is
Yes.
it?
Okay. It's
Where
good
this
that you're here,
happened?
Katie, because
Where this happened?
I thought that everything is fine until you just mentioned that the knight on f3 is an extra knight.
I will just very quickly do from the beginning
Yes,
to
let's
see
have
what
a
has
look.
happened. We had the Catalan line. Everything was just fine, and then things went really weird.
She missed the knight on a5. This is it.
Oh,
She
no.
forgot. But at the same time, yes, she had to play knight c6 here and
oh my goodness.
before is-
Shanina is playing this game basically without piece from move 10.
She could have taken rook c5, of course, protecting the knight on a5, but it's not an easy choice because then let's have this variation.
This is the move what?
Yes,
move.
when d takes, yes, here, rook c5. Maybe she was afraid that b4 is going to be played, but then you can play rook b5.
Yeah.
So you cannot take on a5, and the pawn on b4 is
pinned.
Attacked. But let's continue. Knight d4. What do you do with your rook? I think, yes, she was afraid that she will enter this line. But you can take rook b4, attacking the knight on d4.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Padmini in this position has 7 seconds. Let's just go to the live one.
Of course.
And see, I don't really receive the moves. Can we just have a full screen, the game on the full screen?
So queen f3 was played with the idea of h3 and queen g2 mate. White played queen d1. It was a very strong move. You had to kick this queen back. And now look at this knight, knight d5, the pawn on e4 is protecting the knight. She is redeploying her queen on g4, threatening queen h3.
She should take this pawn.
She will take this pawn, rook b3, and maybe
queen
rook
somewhere.
c7 you can play.
I like queen h4, queen f6 now is a check.
No, this is it. White is completely winning here.
Queen e7. She's preparing now rook c7. And the pawn on e5 is also hanging. Vantika might again win this first game.
Yes.
Takes the pawn.
10 seconds is sufficient in this game, yes, to convert the extra knight. And
Ushanina has extra 3 minutes on the clock, right? Aye.
And Alexandra Kostyniuk is completely winning with the white pieces. Let's stay in this game.
Rook h1 or queen h1 is a checkmate in one move. And a final chance now, giving up the rook. There will be several checks. White has to cover the king. There is a square for the king on h3 that can be covered.
No, this is it, Katie. Let's move to the game between Alexandra Kostyniuk because she sacrificed when we were watching the game. So she sacrificed, I think, 2 pieces.
Bishop on g6.
Yes, the bishop on g6.
We were talking about that.
And look at those.
Rook h7, now
rooks,
another
yes,
guess.
rook g6, rook d4, bringing another rook to g4.
Knight is still on d5, bishop is still on c8. Black's pieces are not really changing the position.
You see, this is paradoxical because we think about this knight on d5 as
such a beautiful,
powerful piece, but it didn't do a single thing during the whole game.
Exactly. So now rook g8 was a threat. Knight is doing a job now. This is the only thing this knight did. Knight d7.
Rook f6, attacking the queen. Yes, and Alexandra plays this move rather quickly.
What's the final
and
move?
Rook h6.
If you trade these rooks, you are checkmated.
Yes, and this rook which holds the defense.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to exchange it.
And queen
f6 check.
That's it. Knight g7, queen g7 checkmate, and the hand check.
Alexandra Kostyniuk
wins
won
her
first Blitz game, and yes, we will have only a short break in between games. Of course, we will stay in the studio. So let's get back to the
game to analyze it, right? And we have this beautiful videos. Such a nice chance to see the players right after the game.
We have two Indian players, yes, battling it out, but with a different
games.
tournament trajectory.
That's true, actually, that's true.
So Vantika Agrawal won her game against Anna Ushenina, and Raut Padmini, she lost her first Blitz against Alexandra Kostyuk. It's not easy to play against the former world champions, Katie.
No, not. No, indeed not. We do have a board on the screen. Maybe we can take a look where this sacrifice happened.
I think it was a very nice game to analyze, by the way. Maybe it's like
some kind of study.
We left here, when Alexandra played Rook D4, Rook D7, protecting the F7 pawn. But can you take on F7 here? Then Rook F7.
She played Rook to E to D1 first. And then
she took on F7. Okay, I understand. Maybe yes, it's just transposition. So Rook D1, Rook, and
Bishop takes.
Knight F7.
And basically, if you move this rook away, then
let's see what happens. Bishop G6. Which one? Which one to?
Yeah, Rook to. Where to go?
Yes,
Rook
but the thing is, like, where you going? Maybe even check somewhere or. What about like Bishop H5?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
And bring in another rook. I think it just you have a long-term initiative and a powerful attack. Maybe Queen G5 with the idea of taking on H5 is even more powerful. Yes, what do you think? Rook E7, yes, Queen G5, and I threaten Rook D5 also, and Queen H5. Maybe this is better. It takes a while, to spot these things. So, what happened in the game?
We had Rook to F8, and now this is taken, and King is now forced to be in the edge of the board.
So first, Alexandra took the pawn on H5, cleared.
Yeah, the rook now can come on G4.
So
Rook G6.
It's a very clean game.
Beautifully done by Alexandra.
Played very well in the opening, then increased.
Yeah, this was the moment we came here. Rook D4 has been played. Bishop went on C8. We had then Rook to G4. There was a threat of Rook G8. Knight E7. We had this move. Rook F6. Queen went back on E8, and we had
Rook H6. No, but I think
Wait, where is the queen?
I have the queen on G5.
Okay.
I think yes, queen on G5. Here.
She went Queen G5 here.
Yes, Queen G5.
Rook H7. Yeah, Rook G4.
Rook G4, 97, Rook F6.
Was beautifully done by Alexandra. And then she went back.
Rook A6 and Queen F6.
So maybe this would be the final one.
Show the checkmate on the board.
Or we can ask our viewers to tell us. It's a delay of 2 minutes, as I know. But you guys go ahead and find the best move. There are many good moves probably, but the best move in the chat. And we will check that.
Well, Katie, you're a real professional.
Yes.
We keep the intrigue, yes, in this game and in this tournament, of course. So, the second game will start in a few minutes. Katie, so I wanted to talk also about the second Kazakh player because Amirat, she qualified, but I mentioned at the beginning of this round, that there was the even younger Kazakh player, Elnaz Kalyakmet. She's 14 years old. She qualified for the third round with no tie-breaks. She had a free day today to prepare against her opponent. And since you know Georgian players very well, she outplayed, I feel, Nino Batsashvili. So tell me a little bit more about this.
Yeah, Nino's a very good friend of mine, and after the elimination, I met her yesterday and also today. We had really nice lunch together. And of course, it's quite heartbreaking for her because she's a grandmaster. She is the the champion of winner of the Olympiad. And also, this is her city. So when you're playing in your city, you have a lot of fans coming. A lot of her friends were here. So it was a bit heartbreaking for her, but she had a chance yesterday to win. There was one moment when she could play bishop to h3.
d3 in the very end. And she said she saw that move. And she saw a line after that, and she did not even finalize the whole line. She saw at some point and then stopped, and she didn't give the evaluation. Very often we see the line and we did not tell, like, oh, I'm winning here, I'm
we're not
better
sure,
here.
yes.
And then she took the other way, and then it was equal position. She could make a draw, and at some point she said, like, I was looking at the position, and I was like, oh my God, I can't make a draw anymore. So I think at that point she might lose the feeling of the fear. She thought maybe it was a draw, and yeah.
Maybe it's the moment where you lose your objectivity.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's not easy to go back. Yes,
Yeah.
and I feel that Nino is such a uncompromising player. She always goes for it.
Oh, she's
of
a
course.
fighter. She
She's
likes to
such a
fight.
fighter,
Yeah.
yes. And here we have so many young players who have their moment to shine. 16 years old, Anna Schuchman, who qualified. So the Chinese player today, she's only 15 years old. So I think it's only possible in chess.
Yeah, exactly. Chess gives you this opportunity to be the young player who can win the world champion,
Yes.
and also you can be also the elder person and still win the title. Here we have a second game now. Alexandra Kosteniuk, she goes with black pieces. She can be happy to have a draw and qualify to the round 3.
So without further ado, let's have a look.
Let's dive in.
Yes, let's dive in at the second Blitz game.
But we have to also admit that Padmini did so far a really good job in this match.
She played very well, but at the end, only one player will qualify. So this format is spectacular, of course, for the viewers, and we love watching those games, of course.
We love to qualify to that as professional. I was dying to play this tournament as a youth player. I was so close to qualify. Only once I had chance to the World Cup, and unfortunately I missed my chance. But that's as a professional chess player, as a youth player, this is a tournament when, as you said, you have to shine and you have to show the world I exist, and I'm here for the elite chess.
And we hope that our audience and the legion of fans from all over the world are watching this event. So what do you think, Katie, about this opening? They're repeating the opening from the first game. It's like it was the first game of the rapid portion. Yes, so then Alexandra, I think, has improved something, because she goes for this line where we have the pawn on d5, but she has the knight and the bishop instead of the two knights.
Oh yes, it's better. She had in the first rapid game pair of bishop.
Yes.
And now she keeps the knight on the
she
board.
kept a different set of minor pieces, and I think that it will be okay for her. So, and she castles long. You see, that's the difference.
Yes, a nice one.
Maybe she had some time to check her lines.
Most of this player at this point, they have seconds here. I don't think she left the playing venue, or she didn't went too far. But when you have second here, when you have your coach, you need only one sentence. Keep the bishop, keep the knight on the board. You need a plan, and that's it. Then you can navigate with the game.
And as we know, Alexandra's second is her husband,
who's a grandmaster.
Yes, who's a grandmaster. So a very important accessory. A scarf is important, but a husband grandmaster is a very important accessory to have in this tournament. So Alexandra just played h5, and you can see her posture has changed. She's feeling very confident. h5, bishop b3. Do you like black's position here? Even though that white has this powerful knight on e4, since you can't play g4, g5, black castle long, this devaluates this knight a little bit. A little bit like the knight on d5 in the previous game.
Yeah, looks like that. Well, the thing is that white is in mastering situation, right? Black will not try
She will not now go wild and open up the g file or whatever. She might just wait.
And I like this move, bishop a5. Look, Katie, she wants to transfer the bishop to b6.
To trade this one.
First of all, get away from c3, b4, and she can play knight d4 then.
Yeah.
That's a very important maneuver.
Yeah, she kind of took the momentum now in her hands.
So what about our second game, where Anna Ushenina needs to win once again on demand with the white pieces, and she blundered a piece in her previous game. What do you think? Players are getting tired, Kitty.
Oof, a lot of nerves and stress right now, and this is basically a lot of games they have already played. It's just not only today. The opening started from here. Black played h6. Kind of like nowadays it became so popular to play a6, h6 at the beginning. Then played b6 and transport to this line.
Maybe she noticed that Anna
likes to play bishop g5,
in so many lines. Yes, so she simply played h6 and avoided all the preparation.
Look at Anna's decision. She goes c4 right away using this time as black's king is not castled. Gives the Wantika gives the pair of bishop. Yeah, what is your take here in this position?
It's, well, if I know that I need to make a draw, like I'm fine, especially playing against this isolated pawn. But it's a tricky position. You know, it's not that black can equalize immediately. Let's say equalize, simplify the play, because this is not a dangerous position for the moment. You have knight d5, knight f6, but the moment you jump to the second knight to f6, white can play knight e5. Okay, so just with some attacking ideas. So let's see. What can white actually find in this position? Because black doesn't have to prove anything.
Exactly. She goes with.
Let's have a move.
I think so many pieces. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 protecting the pawn on d4, and rook f e8 was played.
Rook f to e8. I like this move. There is some ideas of sacrificing an exchange. Get the knight on g4 to look for this squares, and then c5 to open up also your bishop.
Maybe knight g4 immediately.
Immediately, yes.
Of course.
I really like to have an exchange sacrifice.
So like Tigran Petrosyan, yes?
Petrosyan is my favorite player, and I'm obsessed.
Yes, and there
h3 stopping knight g4.
Sacrifices on e3 or e6, yes, so if the bishop is on e6. So h3 preventing knight g4. It's a very important inclusion, but black plays knight d5, attacking this bishop on e3, so you have to play bishop d2. Can she play knight f4 here?
She made the move, was that Wantika already played, it's a6.
a6.
She wants to bring the rook on d file just for the beauty, to have all the pieces on the d file.
Okay. By the way, I don't think that you could have taken, let's just show it.
Yeah?
If you play rook d8, you can't take on a7, I think. Just show it, if I'm mistaken, because your queen is trapped, no?
Yeah, for
rook
the beauty,
d8.
all the rooks on the
Take on
pieces.
a7.
Yes.
Yes, rook a8. Queen b7, rook b8.
That's it.
Yes, this is it.
You only need to take a queen
So
to
she
win the
could
game.
have played this rook d8 just for fun of it. And c5. No, I think she actually wanted to prepare c5. She took away the b5 square. It was a prophylactic move, and she wanted to free her knights. Look at those powerful knights in the center. Knight d5, knight c5.
I love that she gave some spotlight for the light square bishop.
So maybe rook d8 or not? What is the move?
She played, the queen is gone, so
queen
f6. And Ushenina
and
plays bishop
b1. She wants to play b4 and queen d3, I think. She needs to create a few threats. Of course, otherwise it will be...
And we have a trade of the one pair of bishop, because otherwise I want to play knight e2 and I want to play knight to h3 or knight to g2. That's too much to handle. now white gives up the pair of bishop.
But also bishop f3 is to come. So I told you, before was her idea. She desperately needs to create something. So what about knight to e6?
Knight e6 and perhaps queen d3, yeah?
Yes, let's try queen d3. But it's not mate because I can run king f8, king e7.
King run.
The dark square bishops are no longer on the board, so queen d3 is a futile threat. Yes, it's empty. So black is fine in this position. After b4, she simply needs to retreat her knight to e6 and to protect the pawn on g7. What do you think, Kitty? Yes?
Wait, she gives up the light square bishop.
Well, that's also a very
takes
valid
on f3.
option.
Queen takes on f3, offering queen trade.
Maybe she wants to take on b4.
Ah, oi.
This pawn is up for grabs. Queen b4 is possible.
And Vantika has such a nice time management. 2 minutes on the clock against 40 seconds.
And she looks puzzled. I think she is just trying to evaluate
considering
the
between
risks.
these two moves.
What about queen b4? No, she goes for the end game.
Queen f3.
And maybe knight e6 here.
The question is this bishop better than the knight?
Kitty, I think that this gives Anna some hope. You know, she played rook c6,
going after b6.
Yes, maybe b5 for
I like rook b8 more, but there's bishop d3, rook d.
Maybe bishop b4. You
but
know,
she
just
played
have
b5,
to be careful. Yes, keep a few squares for your rooks.
Now she wants to play a5, perhaps.
And what about our second game?
This is quite calm. Kostyuk managed to trade the queens on the board. I think she has full control over here. And 2 minutes against 50 seconds. Padmini is a bit in struggle.
And she needs to open the G file, yes, to get to this G7 pawn. What do you think?
I like that idea to play G3 somewhere. Maybe now is the time.
Okay, she goes c4. She wants to shut down this bishop on b6.
Bishop
but
d4,
bishop
nice
d4 and b5. So Alexandra took on b5. King d7.
Nice move.
Everything is still under control. But you have to open the G file. But at the same time, Kitty, the pawn on f5 is
hanging, so you cannot freely move your rook away.
You
even
cannot
on
take
the
on G3.
Yes.
So if you play G3, I'll take
Rook
H3,
G3,
yes,
you
and
lose.
this is it. So.
And also you open up the A file, and now black gets the control over A file.
But maybe now she can play G3, because now I can take on G3 with the knight. Because before there was Rook H3. What do you think? Now is it possible?
She goes now bishop to B4. Maybe she also wants to get bishop C5 to get rid of this bishop which controls the whole board.
Maybe she wants to take on e7, play G4 or G3, open the file and double. You can't even double, no. It's not easy. This bishop on D4 is so powerful, it's controlling all the dark squares. She wants back bishop C3.
Bishop C3 is on the board. In the other game, let's maybe check in here, they have made a lot of moves. They have traded the one pair of rook. Look at this position, the game of Ushenina and Vantika.
So bishop is on b7, threatening the pawn on e6.
Rook went on d6, and now we have rook to where? E4?
Yes, rook e4. Black needs to hold this. But okay, white has an extra pawn on f3, yes?
So bishop takes the knight. Now white was a bit forced to take because the rook kind of trapped this bishop there. Then we had e3, king to f7, king to g2. Now black's rook is free to move.
By the way, Kitty, I thought that bishop e6 was interesting also from a psychological point of view, because if you make a move automatically, and if you take rook e6, this pawn endgame is losing. You see, that I think that it was a trick, because this is it. This endgame is winning, because then this extra pawn is extremely valuable. Because let's show, like take rook e6, f takes e6, we play f4. Yes, then you bring your king f7, you bring your king closer, king g2, yes, king f6, king
maybe
f3.
somewhere a3, king
Yes.
f5, a3, and yeah, this will be.
Yes. So I just wanted to mention it that this was a possibility. You know, maybe Anna had a small hope that her opponent will make an automatic move.
Exactly. In the current position, we can see that Vantika's rook is on a1, very active.
Attacking the pawn on a3, so the white rook cannot leave the third rank. She just needs to repeat moves.
Oh, the
king goes to c5. How did it happen? Wait a second.
Losing it.
Yes. Let's get a closer look. Queen d4, king f4, king c5.
But that's a very nice practical chance by Anna.
Anna is going for the king's side pawns, but rook f2 is a very precise move. She needs to take on f3 and to push her e5. Okay, what about Alexandra Kostyniuk? She's completely winning here. Okay, look at those rooks.
She's completely winning. Look at that. Position 10 seconds on the board. She takes another pawn. Trades the pawn on b6. Or g7 is hanging. Now maybe knight can go on d5.
Maybe b5 here?
b5 also another possibility. Knight d5. I like that because you can play knight f4, knight d2, and I will promote the pawn actually.
Yes, knight d5, knight f4 is a very strong idea. King d3. So rook d1 check probably. And king e4, protecting the knight on d5, rook e1, knight e3. Attacking
pawn on g3 hangs with a check. You cannot blunder the pawn and the knight at the same time. Rook g2 was very strong.
And now you can play king f3.
What, bishop rook e3?
Rook e3. Oh my god! Oh my god! But she can.
She's repeating draw is enough, and she just says draw. And congratulations to Alexandra Kostyniuk. She goes to the round 3. Padmini has to leave, but she had such a wonderful run. And here, this game also ends in a draw. And then, in this case, congratulations to Vantika. She goes to the round 3.
And a very disappointed Anna Ushenina, who will leave this World Cup after the second round. Kitty, that was too much. You know, there were so many games emotionally.
I loved it. Actually, this last portion, the Blitz one, was my favorite, I think, today.
Yes, but I think, you know how difficult it is for the players, of course, because you're disappointed, you fought well, you know, and you had hopes till the very last move, but this is it. Yes.
This is it. It's chess, and the good thing about the players is that this is not the last tournament they had this situation like this, and this is not the first tournament. The chess players are the sport people; they are used to it, and yeah. For instance, Ushenina herself is a former world champion.
But I just hope that there would be more tournaments like this, because World Cup is, of course, a unique feature, but maybe more festivals for women organized, so you would feel that, like in tennis, you know, okay, this tournament has ended,
but you have another shot.
You have another one, you have another shot at the title, and another shot at learning something, of course. Okay, increasing your rating, trying new openings, and finally progressing.
Yeah, and for the players, I know that the who has to leave the event is another struggle to find a ticket and leave the country, leave the tournament, because you never know when you're gonna be eliminated from the event, right? So you don't book your backway flight. So yeah, but maybe some of the players actually will stay in Batumi. We have such a nice seaside. It's the season here, and I know, for instance, Irina Krush, who got eliminated yesterday, she will still stay in Batumi and will enjoy the beautiful sea. So yeah,
of course, Kitty. But let's have a look at the results. Yes,
absolutely.
I think just before we go, the tournament continues, of course. There is another classical game which awaits the players tomorrow, but this is it. We had 12 tie breaks at the beginning of this day, and only how many?
Only half of
yes.
qualified.
Half of the qualified. Yes. No, what I wanted to say, there will be 32 players left after the second round. So Anna Muzychuk has qualified, Mirret Kamalidenova, who is probably our player of the day and of the round. She achieved the impossible. She took down Alexandra Goryachkina in the style of Alexandra Goryachkina, which is even more difficult, I think, to achieve. Katerina Lagno beat Anastasia Avramidou. Maria Muzychuk was on the top of Talia Cervantes. Alexandra Kostyanyuk, who we just saw on our screens, had to win their tiebreaks in the Blitz portion. That means that there are no easy rounds, Katie. No easy opponents here.
Absolutely.
And that's the second round. You would feel that, you know, the favorites who started from the second round, this will be a warm-up round for her.
They have advantage. They're more rested.
They're more experienced. But no.
Then we actually, remember we mentioned about the more upsets. I said that probably we're going to see more upsets. And I will count Vantika's victory over Grandmaster Anna Ushanina as another upset of the day.
So Umida Omonova, who beat Alina Koshlinskaya, is this dark horse at the beginning of the event, but she won her both matches in the tiebreak. So this is the player who will watch very closely.
Exactly.
Yuxin Song qualified with the perfect score in this tiebreaks 2-0. Claudia Coulon, Alexandra Maltsevskaya, and Antoaneta Stefanova. So this is it. Yes. Thank you, Katie, for making our day brighter.
Thank you for having me here. I really enjoyed everything. Your company and also the games were fantastic.
And I hope that Valerie was jealous.
Yes, Valerie. Yeah, we hope you were jealous.
Yes. Let's have a look at the player of the day. Yes, Katie, because I started with this topic, but here we are, Mirret Kamalidenova. She is the player of the round, and I'm looking forward to her games in the round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see her around. She's well prepared. She just eliminated the one of the top seeded player in this tournament, and I think she will not stop in here in the round 2.
Thank you so much for watching. No free days. Round 3 starts tomorrow at the same time, and we will see who will survive this difficult task. I was thinking that you need to kill the Minotaur in the rounds 2. Mirret did this, but a more difficult task is to come tomorrow. Yet to come tomorrow. Thank you so much, and see you at the same time tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.